Magical lineage. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201 Monsters, Phoenix. It was very quiet inside, without any accumulated dust. It was as clean as if the owner of the house had just cleaned it for his reception. The ceiling of the house was very low and hemispherical, with a leaf-shaped window on one side. Looking out through the window, one could vaguely see the shadows of huge gray stone pillars, one of which released a pillar of light that reached the sky, which was particularly conspicuous under the gray sky. Boom! Ronan's eyes moved slightly. He saw that a second gray stone pillar was suddenly lit up at this moment, shining brightly, and complementing the first lit stone pillar. Another seat has been occupied. Claire walked in from outside, but it was not because there was one less seat among the 32 wizard seats. "Ronan, can I call you that?" Claire said to Ronan with a slightly serious expression. "There are some things I think I need to tell you. Come with me." Ronan walked out of the hut with Claire in confusion. Claire took a breath, pointed in a direction and said, "Look over there." Claire asked Ronan to look in the opposite direction of the two lit stone pillars. Ronan saw a faint colorful light curtain. The wizards who participated in the battle had passed through this light curtain before. Ronan stared at the light curtain for a while, and suddenly asked, "Is this light curtain moving?" "Yes." Claire nodded and said in a deep voice, "To be precise, it is shrinking inward. The space of the entire fairy ancient city is shrinking. This is one of the rules of the battle. The light curtain will eventually shrink to the extent that only 32 stone pillars are left. Any participant who is excluded from the light curtain will be eliminated by the rules. I learned about this rule in a notebook of a senior wizard who participated in a seat battle, but I didn't expect that this rule would be activated so quickly." Ronan didn't speak, but just thought quietly. The contraction of the light curtain is a disguised way to drive the wizards in the fairy ancient city to the position of the 32 stone pillars, compressing everyone's activity space, forcing everyone to fight each other, and then selecting the real strong ones, the wizards who can truly bear the name of genius. Looking at the life of the legendary guardian Hermes, he almost grew up in fighting. Countless times of suppression, resistance, and fighting eventually made Hermes the first genius wizard in the history of the Upper Ring continent. It is normal for him to set up such a rule in his inheritance. But this rule is not so friendly to Ronan, who needs time to buffer the most at this stage. Ronan knew what Claire meant by telling him this. After thinking about it, Ronan said calmly, "If the light curtain shrinks to the vicinity of this house and I haven't come out yet, then you can leave first and don't worry about me." Claire nodded with a complicated expression and said nothing more. Ronan did not delay any longer and walked directly into the room. First, a simple defensive rune array and a magic array to assist the growth of mental power were set up in the room. Ronan sat cross-legged in the center of the two magic arrays and took out the strange cowbell he got from the skeleton death knell Maflin. When his mental power penetrated, Ronan felt resistance in the cowbell. This is a heritage-type magic tool with a certain space storage function, perhaps representing the inheritance of the skeleton death knell school, because Ronan felt an extremely ancient and rich ghost atmosphere on this cowbell magic tool. The cowbell still has the exclusive spiritual imprint of Mafulin. To confirm this, Ronan needs to erase the imprint to know. Of course, he definitely doesn't have time to do this now. After the battle with Mafulin, Ronan has a preliminary understanding of part of his own strength. After 2 spiritual purifications, Ronan's spiritual power is superior to that of ordinary level 3 wizards in both quality and quantity. So although he is only in the late level 2, the actual gap between him and the middle level 3 Mafulin is not as big as outsiders think. In the state of extreme boiling lake, his fighting spirit is burning, and the gap is further narrowed. In addition to the power of 3 domains that have entered the second stage of resonance, combined with the tundra frozen soil talisman, the domain structure has long had the capital to fight Mafulin head-on. Of course, Mafulin's defeat is also closely related to his extreme underestimation of the enemy. The last spell he wanted to cast, which he regarded as a trump card, and the cowbell in Ronan's hand, were not used in time. He looked down on Ronan so much that Ronan found an opportunity to kill him. Even the calmest wizard will inevitably look down on an opponent who is a few levels lower than him, or even a level higher. My low spiritual power level is my weakness, but it is also my advantage. Ronan couldn't help but sigh. Many things in this world have two sides. It all depends on how you look at them. If Winter Homeland hadn't been damaged in the mechanical heart, this battle might have been easier to win. The Winter Homeland magic tool set given to Ronan by Soraya of the Lanster family gave him a great boost for a long time. It's a pity that it was corroded by the Golden Curse in the battle with the Ash Witch Malil. After all, it was only a second-level magic tool set. Ronan thought casually, quickly gathered his mind, and officially prepared to attack the third-level wizard. The difficulty of a second-level wizard being promoted to the third level is actually not as great as the difficulty of a first-level wizard being promoted to the second level after the soul power meets the promotion standard. Ronan didn't need to prepare anything, as he always had the necessary breakthrough materials with him. He pointed casually, and the black titanium shot quickly toward the window. The flowing metal covered the only window in the cabin, completely blocking all the light outside. After doing all this, Ronan closed his eyes. In his mind, 3 pale golden spiritual power crystals trembled slightly, shaking off some tiny crystal brilliance, and under the traction of his soul power, they began to slowly gather together. Outside the cabin, Claire was faithfully performing her duty of guarding Ronan. Huh? A figure suddenly flew over his head. Claire's body tensed slightly, raised her head, and stared at a third-level wizard who was passing by hurriedly. The latter was a little confused when he saw Claire's appearance, but he didn't stay too long, and soon retracted his gaze and left quickly. Claire's hand holding the staff relaxed a little, and her eyes were calm. As the chief genius of the medium-sized wizard force hand of magic power, Claire's indeed not as good as the inheritor of the top skull such as the skeleton Death Bell, but he also has his own pride. Claire was not afraid of ordinary third-level wizards, or even those in the middle of the third level. His magic tools and spells were not made of clay. Claire stood in front of the hut, spreading his mental power, paying attention to the surrounding situation at any time, as well as the contraction of the outer light curtain in 2 directions and the lighting of the central stone pillar. In just a short while, Claire saw 2 more stone pillars being lit up. He still remembered what he saw in the notebook of the senior wizard hand of magic power. According to the description of the notebook, the first gray stone pillar representing the seat was lit up on the 5th dawn after entering the ancient city of goblins in the battle for the wizard seat that the senior wizard hand of magic power participated in. And this time, 4 gray stone pillars were lit up on the first day. You know, the gray stone pillars representing the seat can't be lit up casually. Only by defeating enough opponents and accumulating enough gray smoke can you get the certification of wizard and step onto the position of wizard. The participants of their session, both in terms of number and strength, are far superior to previous sessions. The Blue Mist Society was established for this reason. Otherwise, with his and other members of the Blue Mist Society, the wizard geniuses, who were arrogant and proud, how could they come up with such a shameful idea as banding together for warmth? Boom! A silent roar came from afar, and the 5th stone pillar lit up. Claire's eyes fluctuated fiercely, and he couldn't help but curse in a low voice, "What a monster!" But then again, isn't the guy in the hut behind him also a monster? A second-level body, spanning a large realm and 2 small realms, killing the skeleton Bell in a nearly crushing manner on the front battlefield. If Claire hadn't seen this record with his own eyes, anyone who told him about it would probably sneer at him. Thinking about it now, Claire's eyelids can't help but twitch slightly. Half a month ago, I felt that I didn't like this person no matter how I looked at him. Now I am willing to protect him like a follower. Claire couldn't help shaking her head. The world is really wonderful. While sighing, the communication stone made a sound. Claire took out a piece and looked at it, frowned slightly, and quickly responded. Then her expression calmed down and she continued to guard quietly. Selena from the Central Court of Life, Lineage from the Chaos Secret Society, Adam from the Dawn of Psychic Energy, and Evaqui, the inheritor of the ancient spirit witch on the roof of a tall ancient fairy building. The calm black-haired wizard Harvard narrowed his eyes and looked at the 5 stone pillars in front of him that were shining brightly. While identifying the appearance of the person standing on the stone pillars, he reported the other party's identity in a low voice. We should be thankful that the Ash Witch who could confront Princess Serena of the Court of Life head-on without losing was blocked outside by the rules and could not come in. Otherwise, our Blue Mist Society's hope of occupying a seat in the top 32 would be slim. Harvard exhaled, retracted his gaze, and spoke to the person beside him in a low voice. Compared with the confident attitude in front of the members of the Blue Mist Society, Harvey, the first president of the Blue Mist Society, now seemed weak and heavy. We still have a chance. The people around Harvey looked calm. This was a handsome young man with golden hair and silver eyes. Half of his face was covered by a silver-white metal mask, which made him look even more profound and mysterious. It was Arian. I understand. Harvey nodded. I'm already calling for members to come. Our goal is to get at least one seat. The owner of this seat can be either you or me. Harvey looked at Arian, but Arian seemed to be thinking about something, and his eyes kept glancing in a certain direction. There was a faint terrifying roar like the roar of an evil spirit, and the pale green energy light flashed from time to time. Harvey noticed Arian's eyes, frowned, and couldn't help but say, Arian, I know what you want to do, but now is not the best time. No. Arian turned his head to look at Xavier, and said calmly, on the contrary, now is the most suitable opportunity. Once we enter the ranking battle, we will meet Andriel again, and all we can rely on is our own strength. Do you think that with Andriel's character, he will let any of us survive in a one-on-one duel? When all the members of the Blue Mist Society gather together, our strength will be unprecedentedly strong. This is also our only chance to get everything back from Andariel. Arian gently placed his hand on the metal mask on his face, as if his fingertips could feel the wound underneath the mask through the mask. Xavier, have you forgotten those companions who fought side by side with us but eventually died? Have you forgotten the experience of being trampled and humiliated by Andariel? And Gwyll, he was the one who proposed the idea of the Blue Mist Society, but he will never have the opportunity to join the Blue Mist Society he envisioned. Xavier's face changed, and he gritted his teeth and said, we can wait until all the members of the Blue Mist Society grow up, and then. How many people in the entire Blue Mist Society do you think can finally enter Dawn? Who has a greater chance of ascending to Dawn than Andariel? Arian said coldly, even if someone can do it, then seeking revenge on Andariel will not only represent personal grudges. It is likely to provoke a full-scale war between the two forces. Can you convince the Wind of Dawn and other forces to unite and declare war on the Mask of Ghost Poison? Or? Arian stared into Harvey's eyes. You have never thought about revenge at all. Enough, Arian. Harvey's face was gloomy, and he said in a cold voice, you are not qualified to command and question me. The action plan of the Blue Mist Society is not something that you and I can decide. The flame of revenge is about to devour you. Harvey said, habitually picking up a communication stone to check, and suddenly, he was stunned. The originally serious expression became strange. What's wrong? Arian also noticed the abrupt change in Harvey's mood, temporarily detached from the topic of dispute, and couldn't help asking. Xavier held the message stone in his hand, not knowing how to express it for a moment. Finally, he said faintly, I just received a message from Claire. She said that Ronan Damien of your Silver Ring is about to be promoted to level 3. He has to protect Ronan's smooth promotion and cannot come to join us for the time being. When Orion heard this, he was stunned for a moment. After a moment, Orion's voice was heard. Are you sure you received a message from Claire? Outside the ancient fairy city, countless wizards were paying attention to the battle in the ancient fairy city. Everything in the ancient city was distant, hazy, and blurred to them. But just a little magic light that occasionally burst out was enough to make some people excited. When the first dazzling beam of light lit up, there was even a great commotion among the wizards gathered outside the ancient fairy city. A knowledgeable person said excitedly, someone has already stepped onto the ladder leading to the legendary Hermes, the natural master of magic. After that, every time the light beam lit up, it would cause a great shock to the external wizards, and they all speculated which southern genius would be seated this time. It seems that the young wizards of this generation in the south are quite strong. Molly sat on the red lotus cane like a swing, dangling in the air, looking at the white light beams that broke through the layers of fog in the ancient fairy city. Even if Selena was the first to take the seat, the others were not much slower than her. This stupid woman, her performance is too bad. Don't let her be outdone by the southerners in the end. Otherwise, I will laugh my teeth off. Molly yawned and muttered to herself. Suddenly, a voice came from below, Her Highness Serena will definitely reach the top. In the south, no one can surpass Her Highness Serena. Bang! With a muffled sound, a wizard in a moon-white robe flew out like a sandbag. Molly didn't know when she appeared below, slowly rubbing her pink fist, and fiercely yelled at the wizard of the Court of Life who was punched away by her, Did I ask you to speak? Turning around, a group of wizards of the Court of Life knelt on the ground in an orderly manner. Everyone had some crooked words written on their faces, which were inseparable from the ridicule and ridicule of Serena, obviously written by Molly. Every wizard of the Court of Life looked at Molly angrily, looking like they dared to be angry but didn't dare. Molly put her hands on her waist, stepped on her beautiful little red shoes and walked in front of everyone, admiring her masterpiece one by one, with a very satisfied look on her face. In the distance, high in the sky, two figures stood safely, looking at this side quietly. "Don't worry, when it's over, I'll give you a potion that can help them wash away the marks." The black-robed old woman Vivian gently comforted a tense middle-aged wizard beside her. The latter thanked Vivian, looking quite helpless. His attitude towards Vivian was full of respect and fear, and he felt like a junior facing a senior. "You really took a lot of trouble." Vivian shook her head, looking at Molly in the distance with gentle eyes, and whispered, "Who makes us Molly, the only blood of the Phoenix family of this generation? She is 100 times more precious than the 10 royal heirs of your life court. As long as she is happy, everything will be up to her." The Dawn Wizard of the Life Court heard the word Phoenix, his eyes trembled slightly, and then he lowered his head deeply. As time passed, more and more stone pillars were lit up in the fairy ancient city. In a corner of the fairy ancient city, a nearly 100-meter-tall black stone giant was rampaging in the ancient building complex. It waved its arms made of ancient rocks, making a dull and violent horrifying low whistle in the air. Every time it swung its arms, it could create an energy storm comparable to a third-level spell. The black stone giant drove away the fleeing third-level wizards like flies. From time to time, there were those who could not dodge in time. With a snap, the whole person in the energy protection shield outside his body would be easily blown up. It was unknown how many third-level wizards were blown up. On the shoulder of the black stone giant, a young man covered in thick gray clouds gently patted the giant's shoulder and called softly, "Enough, Venus, we should go up." The black stone giant stopped chasing the third-level wizards, and it silently strode towards a nearby gray stone pillar. Not long after, a stone pillar was lit up, and the boy sitting on the shoulder of the black stone giant jumped lightly and jumped onto the top platform of the stone pillar. In another place, Jupiter, whose body was wrapped in blue and purple electric light, quickly passed through the sky. He caught up with several fleeing third-level wizards in an instant. They cast a few spells and had magical equipment, but they were pierced and torn apart by the terrifying lightning as soon as they met. Jupiter suddenly stopped, lightning intertwined in his purple eyes, releasing a majestic aura like a god king. He looked down coldly at several third-level wizards with pale faces who were slowly falling from the sky, and said calmly, "There's still time. I'm at my seat, waiting for your challenge." After saying that, he turned and left, and a stone pillar was lit up. In the ancient streets surrounded by rich blood and gray clouds, Rufus took a step out with a strong smell of blood. He stretched out his hideous and majestic flesh and blood body to his heart's content, and exposed muscles and blood vessels squirmed on it. The great stone peak Rufus let out a low roar like a monster, his eyes were scarlet like diamonds, and the monstrous violence and cruelty surged out. At a certain moment, Rufus suddenly disappeared, followed by a white light that reached the sky. When the number of lit stone pillars reached 18. In a quiet and mysterious room, a young man full of evil spirits woke up from his deep sleep. He yawned and stretched his waist, and his wine-red eyes glowed like agate gems in the dark. "It's about time to get up and stretch my muscles." The young man got up and opened the window, squinting his eyes at the lit stone pillars in the distance. There were jet-black feathers spreading behind him, and the shadow spread rapidly. The Court of Life? At the gathering of geniuses in the South, in front of countless people, I personally crushed a princess from the Central Wizard Empire to death. This kind of thing is really exciting to think about. The young man laughed, and suddenly, the whole person disappeared completely. Only the quiet room was left, as if no one had ever been there. Chapter 202 is different. Trash is not qualified to sit down. In the void of consciousness space, 3 spiritual power crystals rotated rapidly in a triangle shape, emitting a large amount of crystal light, gathering at the center of the triangle. The 4th crystal slowly condensed, and mysterious lines continued to grow in it. When the 4th crystal grew to a certain extent, the 4 spiritual power crystals in the consciousness space trembled at the same time, and it seemed that a mysterious force suddenly stretched outward. Ka-ka-ka, the dark and void consciousness space expanded outward rapidly, and the 4 spiritual power crystals in the space then skyrocketed, all growing to several times their original size, and the color became more and more crystal and brilliant, like 4 top-grade gold diamonds. In the dark and quiet little room, An invisible hurricane suddenly emerged, forming a huge air vortex. The simple furniture in the room was blown slightly, making a rustling sound. In this strange vision, Ronan, who was in the center of the room, quietly opened his eyes. The golden light that suddenly bloomed in his eyes illuminated the entire room. Ronan slowly stood up, and at this moment he had become the light source of the entire room. He seemed to have a certain aura, and his body and robes were coated with a layer of light golden glow, as if he was bathed in bright sunshine anytime and anywhere. "Is this the realm of a third-level wizard?" Ronan murmured, looking down at his hands. The edges of his palms were also glowing, making his 10 fingers look even wider and longer. In his mind, 4 light golden spiritual power crystals were quietly suspended. 3 of them were larger in size, and the 4th was a few circles smaller. Inside it was a rune pattern that looked like a flame, but was cold white in color. This was his 4th soul seal, Ice Flame. It was inherited from the Lannister family and was also one of the most core inheritance seals of Ice Flame Iris. The character panel was called up, and the information displayed behind Ronan's strength column had changed to Level 3 Formal Wizard, 1%. The quality of mental power has improved, about 10 times stronger than the previous Level 2 Wizard in the late stage. Ronan silently felt, I guess, it can be compared to the mental strength of an average Level 3 Wizard in the middle stage. The benefits of the secondary purification of mental power brought by basic meditation are constantly being reflected. In addition, Ronan's soul power has also increased significantly. The benefit brought by the increase in soul power is the improvement of the ability to control spells. The relationship between soul power, mental power and spells is that soul power is like a person's body, mental power is the strength that grows on this body, and spells are weapons. Generally speaking, the size and strength of the body are proportional to the strength. The greater the strength, the heavier the weapon. Previously, Ronan's mental power had undergone secondary purification, so his strength was greater than that of wizards of the same level, just like a child born with supernatural power holding a giant sword. Although the strength is enough, due to the limitation of the body size, many subtle operations may not be able to be performed. Now that he has grown into an adult body, he will naturally be able to wield the same weapon with ease. Time is running out, and it is obviously too late to practice third-level spells temporarily. Ronan casually summoned a small ice ball in his palm, his eyes flickered slightly, and the ice flame symbol flickered slightly in his consciousness space. In an instant, a cluster of blue-white mist rose silently from the ice ball in his palm. His 5 fingers slowly closed, and the mist gradually shrank until it completely turned into an ice-blue flame. The moment the flame took shape, all the heat in the small room seemed to converge on it, and the temperature in the room dropped sharply. In just a blink of an eye, a thin layer of white frost covered the walls and floor of the room. After the blessing of Ice Flame, the icy power of ice spells has undergone a qualitative change. The legend of the Ice Flame Iris Lannister family can be regarded as the real starting point from this step. Ronan slowly pinched out the Ice Flame ice ball in his hand, and a few wonderful insights arose in his heart. He still remembered that in the dream of the Golden Kingdom inheritance of the mechanical heart she-beard, the alchemist told him that the connection between elements was more wonderful and close than he imagined. You are destined to embark on the path of mastering ice and fire at the same time. The Golden Throne is not surrounded by only ice and frost. Ronan whispered what the alchemist had said to him. Although the effect of ice flame has nothing to do with the concept of ice and fire coexisting, the ice and frost condensed to a certain extreme to show some characteristics of the form of fire. Ronan felt that he seemed to have grasped something, but it was like a reflection in the mirror, which shattered with a slight touch. The realm of ice and fire coexisting is still too far away from me now, let's take it step by step. Ronan shook his head and slowly stood up. From the 2nd level to the 3rd level, Ronan's mental power and soul power have increased significantly. Coupled with the effect of Ice Flame, Ronan's control and compression ability of ice and frost power has greatly improved. This made it possible for a certain idea that had been lingering in his mind to be realized, but whether it was feasible or not would have to be tested in actual combat. Claire stood in front of the mushroom-shaped hut, his lips tightly pursed, holding a flashing communication stone in his hand, his eyes fixed on a gradually shrinking light curtain barrier not far away. Shoo! The light curtain that was originally moving slowly suddenly shrank faster and approached Claire at a speed visible to the naked eye. Claire's face changed slightly, and he subconsciously looked in the direction of the hut behind him. Who? Almost at the same time, A strong wind blew in his face, and a dazzling golden light bloomed in front of his eyes. Claire subconsciously squinted his eyes and took 2 steps back. When he came to his senses, he suddenly found that Ronan's figure had appeared in front of him. Compared with a few days ago, Ronan's appearance had not changed much, but his aura had changed drastically. More and more profound and introverted, with a hint of coldness. Claire, who was also at the 3rd level, just moved a little closer to Ronan, and she actually felt a suffocating and uncomfortable feeling of being suppressed by invisible suppression. This feeling shocked him. You know, it took him a long time to be promoted to the 3rd level wizard, and he was about to condense the 6th spiritual power crystal. In terms of combat power, Claire knew that he was definitely not Ronan's opponent, but he couldn't accept that his actual spiritual power cultivation would be suppressed. Leave here first. Ronan walked out of the hut and glanced at the rapidly shrinking light curtain and called Claire. Claire nodded, and the two did not delay and left the area quickly before the light curtain shrank. Thank you for these days. Above the fairy ancient city, Ronan thanked Claire. During the retreat, he noticed wizards staying nearby more than once, but they were eventually driven away by Claire. Without Claire's protection, his promotion would not fail, but the process would undoubtedly be more bumpy. Claire just shook her head at Ronan's thanks, and then turned the topic to the battle that both of them were concerned about. There are only 7 vacant seats now. There is more than one organization in the battle, the Blue Mist Society. Harvey and his team encountered considerable resistance in the process of fighting for seats, and Claire looked at Ronan with a complicated expression and said, Orion has gathered a group of people to try to fight against Andriel. Huh? Ronan was surprised and turned his gaze from the white beams of light in the center of the ancient fairy city to Claire. At this time, a rapid sound of breaking through the air attracted the attention of the two. The two looked in the direction of the sound and saw several figures flying towards them, one after another. The speed was very fast. The pursuers were 3 third-level wizards, and the objects they were chasing were rarely emitting the aura fluctuations of 2nd-level wizards. Ronan glanced at the person being chased. He had long hair, a heroic appearance, and a resolute gaze. He turned out to be the young wizard named Fergallan, who had snatched someone else's ticket to enter the ancient city of fairies with him. He didn't know what the latter had done. The 3 third-level wizards chasing him were full of murderous intent and bit him tightly, casting warning glances at Ronan and the others from a distance. Ronan's eyes flickered slightly, and after half a breath, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. He appeared almost instantly between Fergallan and the 3 third-level wizards chasing him. The bright light in front of his forehead, the light golden mental force field penetrated his body, flowed down his right hand with titanium metal, and quickly condensed into a silver-white spear. The rich frost power gathered in the spear body, turning into an ice blue cold flame, followed by a turquoise and quiet fire rising, and the aura of the law domain flowed rapidly. Get out of here. The one headed by the 3 third-level wizards had a cold expression, and as soon as he raised his hand, a majestic law domain penetrated his body. But before the spell was formed, Ronan had already thrust out the spear in his hand. Mental power, frost flame, law-breaking flame. Several kinds of power intertwined on the spear, and burst into a brilliant glow for a moment. The spear was like lightning, and suddenly appeared in front of the 3rd-level wizard in a few flashes and jumps, tearing through the opponent's mental force field and extraordinary domain, as well as layers of defense. Bang! The spear pierced the wizard's chest, and the remaining force did not decrease. It fell like a meteor, and finally nailed it hard to the outer wall of an ancient building below. At this moment, both the chaser and the fleer stopped moving. Including Claire, everyone on the field looked at Ronan with an extremely shocked look. Ronan stepped on the void and walked step by step towards the 3rd-level wizard who was nailed to the high wall by his spear. He looked calm, and raised his right hand slightly. The silver-white spear wrapped in flames on the high wall trembled. The 3rd-level wizard whose body was pierced opened his mouth wide, as if he wanted to say something, but his body quickly became blurred and finally disappeared. Only a huge ball of colorful light remained, which quickly merged into Ronan's body. Ronan casually grasped the titanium spear that flew back, closed his eyes, and large amounts of gray smoke emerged from his body wrapped in metal armor, surrounding him like an ancient broken burning flag. In the dead silence, the 2 third-level wizards who were chasing Fergallan retreated rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. Fergallan's face was tense and his expression was stunned. At this time, He had remembered the identity of the handsome young man in front of him who came to his rescue. When the fairy ancient city was just opened, the other party had been like him, snatching the ticket of the third-level wizard as a second-level wizard, and was able to enter the battle. The two started very similarly. The only difference was that at the beginning of the battle, Fergallen could occasionally defeat some level 3 wizards whose strength was not outstanding by means of surprise and killing, but as time went on, Fergallen could only hide and run away. He had long lost a qualification to increase his soul power by fighting, and could only collect those free soul light balls bit by bit like an ant in a corner where no one paid attention. However, Ronan, whom he once thought was a kind of person, had been promoted to level 3 when they met again, and his strength was so strong that defeating level 3 wizards of the same realm was as easy as killing chickens and dogs. Looking at the thick gray smoke surrounding the other party, the number of level 3 wizards defeated by him was probably astonishing. Fergallen opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something. But the other party did not give him a chance to thank him, but just glanced at him casually, said go to his companions, and turned to fly quickly towards the light column of the seat, which was also the most intense and dangerous direction of the ancient city. Looking at the other party's back, the young wizard Fergallen's face changed. Finally, he sighed and took the initiative to face the light curtain that was shrinking. It was time for him to leave. After all, this was not his stage. In the middle of 4 adjacent, unlit stone pillars, the pale green energy light completely enveloped the entire area. Several huge skulls as big as hills were circling in the sky. From the empty eye sockets of each skull, there was a blazing and dazzling green light beam, which kept sweeping in all directions. In the center of this monster's terrifying power, a figure with long hair hanging down to the ankles like twisted seaweed stood. Billowing gray smoke surrounded his body, forming a large and majestic gray cloud. It was hard to imagine how many opponents he had defeated to gather it. The majestic gray cloud kept rolling, and a faint terrifying and hideous shape condensed from the gray cloud. A figure surrounded by heavy fire rings and a large amount of gray clouds suddenly rushed towards a stone pillar, as if he wanted to take the opportunity to light up the stone pillar. But several huge skulls flew over quickly, and the green energy lasers shot out from their mouths crossed and twisted. The former only lasted for a few seconds before the fire ring around him was shattered. He was swept by a green beam of light, vomiting blood and flying backwards. His body became blurred in midair and soon disappeared, leaving only a large mysterious light ball, which quickly sank into the body of the figure with seaweed hair. Immediately afterwards, the gray cloud around the figure surged and expanded again, reaching a staggering level. Around the figure with seaweed hair, 3 level wizards with powerful auras stood with ugly faces. The gray smoke clouds surrounding several of them were not small in size, and they were qualified to light up the stone pillars, but because of the obstruction of the figure, they could not get close to the stone pillars at all. Moreover, although the gray clouds around them were huge, compared with a figure with seaweed hair, they were only about 1/10 of it. Andariel, you're going too far. A powerful third-level wizard said coldly to the long-haired figure in the center of the battlefield, no matter how powerful you are, you can only occupy 1 seat at most. Why do you occupy 4 seats and refuse to give up? In the pale green energy field, rolling gray clouds broke through, and a figure with a monstrous aura slowly walked out of it, looking down on the whole scene. What qualifications do you have to take a seat, trash? Instead of going up and being defeated, you might as well become Andariel's food now. When I reach the top, you will all have glory. There is one more update today, please vote for me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203, Ronan Damien Snow Country in the Palm. Andariel's appearance is not as evil and weird as his magic, but handsome. His skin is very white, and his pupils and hair are dark green, emitting a faint fluorescence, like seaweed growing at the bottom of the endless and quiet deep sea, and like the will-o'-the-wisp burning in the grave at night. Andariel stood in the gray dark sky, his pure black robe spread out like the night, and the whole person exuded an evil, cold and domineering momentum in all directions. At this time, there were at least dozens of wizards surrounding the 4 gray-white stone pillars, but everyone's aura was suppressed by him alone, and there was a sense of standing at the foot of the mountain and looking up at the top of the mountain. Everyone stared at Andariel with an ugly face. At this time, more than 20 gray-white stone pillars representing the 32 wizard seats in the ancient city of the goblins had been lit up. The occupants of some of the stone pillars have been rotated once or even several times. This is one of the rules. Before the first round of competition is completely over, anyone can try to challenge, and only those who are still standing on the stone pillars at the end are considered to be truly seated. Andriel's behavior now is also within the scope allowed by the rules. In the history of the South, it is not that there have been cases where the 32 wizard seats in Haramus were not fully occupied, but Andriel has never been so deliberate and arrogant, even delusionally wanting to occupy 4 seats at once and forcibly deprive some latecomers of the qualifications to sit in. In the depressing atmosphere, at some point, a figure suddenly stepped out. A crystal-like and sharp light bloomed from his body. The bright light condensed into a huge half-moon-shaped blade in the air, breaking through the heavy energy field in an instant, and slashing Andriel, who was surrounded by gray clouds and skulls. After the wizard launched a strong attack, several third-level wizards on the field who were qualified to light up the stone pillars also attacked almost at the same time. In the chaos, someone snorted coldly in the field. "We are both level 3, why should we be afraid of him? Andriel, you should pay the price for your arrogance." Many people seemed to be persuaded. In an instant, a powerful domain of magic continued to spread and rise in the field. The sound of spells chanting and the fluctuations stimulated by magic tools, spells emitting strong energy fluctuations, quickly broke through the air, all heading towards Andriel alone. Facing the dense spells that surged like a tsunami and the energy fluctuations that surged like a tsunami, Andriel's face did not show any emotional changes. He just twisted his neck slightly, and then an evil and hideous smile appeared on his pale and handsome face. "Really, looking for death?" Several huge skulls around Andriel spun rapidly, and then quickly split, and a strong energy beam shot out from the eye sockets of each skull. The dense beams of light shattered large tracts of the void, and in an instant, almost half of the sky was dyed a miserable green color. Boom! The green beam of light collided with the spells one by one, and most of the spells shattered and exploded almost at the slightest contact with them. Only a few spells broke through the obstruction of the beam of light and approached the gray cloud diffused around Andriel. Andriel's pupils were almost completely occupied by the green light. He opened his mouth and roared, but no sound came out. The more than 10 giant skulls surrounding him grinned and roared synchronously, and emitted thicker and more condensed energy beams from their mouths. Dozens of beams of light intertwined together, and the majestic law domain aura surged out, forming a huge and terrifying invisible domain field around Andriel in an instant. The terrifying aura in the domain field was gently stirred, and all the spells that broke through were shattered and disappeared into thin air in an instant. At this time, Andriel seemed to be in a gloomy and dark green ocean. The energy of the undead system formed a huge vortex around him, madly devouring and crushing everything around him. This terrifying might frightened all the third-level wizards in the nearby area. At least half of them wanted to retreat. Even those standing on the lit stone pillars were attracted by the terrifying strength displayed by Andriel and cast their eyes. Some people's eyes flickered, and some people's expressions were slightly condensed. Obviously, they were secretly calculating the chances of winning in their hearts. The battle on the field continued, but this time it was Andriel who took action. Surrounded by a huge energy field like the ocean, Andriel walked out step by step. His long hair that fell to his ankles was all raised up, dancing behind and around his body, and his green eyes flashed with a cold and charming light. Andriel raised his hand, and countless fluorescent lights floated in the dark green energy field, and instantly turned into a huge green bone hand. On the green bone hand, the aura of the law field almost condensed into a substantial chain, and with a slight swing, it directly crushed a piece of the void. And the speed was amazing. In just a blink of an eye, a ball of light wrapped in gray clouds was blown up with a bang. The third-level wizard hidden in it, the law field and energy shield surrounding him were all broken. With a muffled groan, the whole person flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. The other wizard geniuses who were still trying to compete with Andriel saw this scene, looked horrified, and retreated immediately without saying a word, but their retreat speed could not keep up with the speed of the terrifying bone hand. One after another, people flew across, the aura around them collapsed, and their figures became blurred in the air, leaving only colorful balls of light, flying in the direction of Andriel. The gray clouds surrounding Andriel seemed to be boiling, expanding continuously, almost covering a small piece of the sky. The crowd participating in the battle quickly dispersed in all directions, and many people had already started to rush towards the remaining few gray-white stone pillars. At this stage of the battle, the competition for each seat is particularly difficult, but no matter how fierce the battles under other stone pillars are, it is better than being trampled and slapped by Andriel like a fly here. Andriel's strength is too strong. The average level 3 midterm wizard is no match for him at all. He will be shattered by a slap of his spell. Top level inheritance, top level strength, plus top level talent, ultimately create a top level monster like Andriel. Arian, don't go. A hurried voice sounded in the chaotic field where birds and beasts were scattered. But a figure surrounded by 5 huge and dazzling spell crystals has rushed out, breaking through Andriel's spell field as fast as a crystal blade, and constantly approaching Andriel's position. The light blooming on the figure is getting stronger and stronger, and the 5 spell crystals surrounding his body are rotating faster and faster, but his speed of moving forward is slowing down little by little, as if there is an invisible wall in the air blocking his progress. Crack! A magic crystal shattered and exploded. The figure broke through the barrier of the air wall and rushed forward a distance. His behavior attracted the attention of Andriel, who stopped chasing the fleeing wizards, turned around, and looked at this unique reverser with interest. Bang! Bang bang! Bang! The 5 magic crystals around the retrograde figure exploded one after another, and his forward speed was also extremely fast. However, after the power generated by the self-explosion of the 5 magic crystals was completely exhausted, there was still a distance of nearly 5 meters between him and Andriel. At this time, the figure could no longer move forward. He was completely trapped in an invisible quagmire, in the domain of Andriel, and the terrifying pressure came from all directions like a tsunami, making it almost impossible to move. I remember you. Andriel took the initiative to walk towards the figure with a smile on his face. He was a handsome young man with blonde hair, determined eyes, and a silver mask made of melted metal on his left cheek. Orion in the distance, Harvard, who was at the edge of the battle group, had an ugly face and his eyes kept flickering. Beside him, several young wizards who were also members of the Blue Mist Society also had complicated expressions. They couldn't bear to see Orion in trouble, but they didn't have the courage or ability to come forward to rescue him. You escaped in that battle. Energy surged around Andriel, and the green light condensed into a bone hand, stretched out, strangled the blonde young man's neck, and slowly lifted him up. I didn't expect you to have the courage to challenge me again. It's not a challenge. Orion's tone was difficult because of suffocation, but he was unusually calm and firm. It's revenge. The silver metal mask on his face fell off, revealing half of his face that was pitted and hideous as if corroded by a poison. That's even more ridiculous. Andriel shook his head, looking at Orion in front of him. His eyes gradually became indifferent and cold. The bone hand made a crackling sound, and Orion's face turned visibly pale, as if his soul was being sucked away quickly. At this moment, a ray of light interwoven with green and silver white, accompanied by a terrifying low whistle, tore through the layers of domain fields and came like lightning through the air. Andriel caught the icy murderous intent. His face suddenly became ferocious, and he turned his head suddenly. A huge green bone hand rose synchronously with his movements and grabbed the sudden light. Bang! The green and silver-white interwoven light was instantly grabbed by the bone hand. At the same time, a slender and upright figure covered with silver-white metal appeared beside Andriel as if teleporting. He passed by him silently. Andriel turned his head suddenly in doubt, but only saw a pair of cold blue eyes glancing at him coldly. Several bone hands quickly condensed and grabbed the figure fiercely, but grabbed nothing. Not only that, but the blonde youth that he had previously held in his hand also disappeared. Andriel's face quickly turned gloomy. Shoo! 2 figures suddenly appeared at the edge of the battlefield ruled by Andriel's domain. Ronan, whose whole body was wrapped in titanium, with only his eyes showing, gently released the hand that was holding Orion. Ronan. Orion looked stunned, and felt a little incredible about Ronan's sudden arrival and the result that he rescued himself from Andriel. Ronan handed the metal mask in his hand to Orion, and gently moved his body, colliding with titanium, making a clanging sound. This is too much for you, Orion. Next, leave it to me. Orion was stunned for a moment, looking at the metal mask in his hand, speechless for a moment. Ronan had already turned his back to him, stepping on the void step by step, and walked back to the direction of Andriel. Who? Claire landed quickly and appeared beside Harvard and several other members of the Blue Mist Society. That person is Ronan Gamian, who is also a silver ring wizard like Orion. Harvide and others finally got over the surprise of Orion being rescued. Seeing Claire appear almost at the same time, they realized the identity of the person who saved Orion. Yes. Claire nodded. You actually guarded his promotion. Harvide was a little unbelievable and looked at Claire with strange eyes. Is it strange? Claire shrugged and replied naturally, if you knew what he did, you wouldn't be surprised. What did he do? Harvide frowned and couldn't help being curious. He clearly remembered that when this young silver ring wizard introduced by Orion joined the Blue Mist Society, Claire was the first one to jump out and oppose it, and even mentioned it to him many times afterwards. Now he actually defended the other party and walked with him. The great change in attitude was incredible to Harvide. The next second, Claire's calm answer shocked Harvey and several members of the Blue Mist Society around him, and their expressions fell into trance and absent-mindedness for a moment. Claire said, he killed the skeleton bell mammoth forest. And before he was promoted to the 3rd level wizard. ? Another bug. Andriel's eyes swept over Ronan, and his eyes lingered on the thick gray cloud wrapped around him. But it was just a short linger. He has defeated more than one genius who is stronger and has a more brilliant record than Ronan. You are so weak that I almost don't have the interest to beat you to death. Andriel yawned, looked at Ronan lazily, and said lightly, but I am very interested in the way you just rescued the little bug. If you are willing to hand it over, maybe I will give you a seat when I am in a good mood. Really? Ronan answered casually, his eyes swept around. At this time, the colorful light curtain outside the ancient fairy city had completely retracted to the vicinity of the central stone pillar. 32 stone pillars, 26 of which were lit up. Some battles were taking place, and the battle had obviously entered the final white-hot stage. The 4 unlit stone pillars occupied by Andriel also attracted a large number of remaining wizard geniuses, like the last fat meat. If Andriel had not just shown his strong and domineering side and expelled many powerful opponents, these people would have rushed over at this moment. Some things are more fragrant if you bring them yourself. And Ronan looked at Andriel in front of him, and his right hand gently stroked his chest, making a rustling sound like a sharp blade. I don't really want to take a seat with you. After saying that, Ronan took a step forward. With a flash of silver light, he appeared on Andriel's domain field as if he had teleported. Andriel looked up at him, and on his pale and handsome face, there was an exaggerated laugh as if he had seen something extremely interesting. He suddenly raised his hand, and 2 huge bone arms emerged from the dark green energy field, carrying a terrifying and unparalleled might, tearing through large tracts of the void, and fiercely slapping Ronan with his palms. The scene was like a giant made of bones, stretching out his hand to slap a mosquito. The strong wind brought by the huge bone hand blew Ronan's hair. Ronan's eyes did not change, still as calm as an autumn lake. But a strong golden light ignited from the deep blue, turning into hot and rolling magma, boiling. Empty and bright realm, extremely boiling lake. Ronan opened his hands, and a light golden mental force field penetrated his body. In an instant, countless mysterious auras rushed out of his body. Pure white ice blades that broke out of the ground, deep blue veins that crisscrossed and flickered like the northern aurora, rotating ice balls that exuded a strong sense of despair, ice crystal spears that froze everything, and indestructible ice and snow barriers. One after another, ice spells were summoned around him. Each one derived a supernatural domain. Some had even entered the 2nd stage of resonance, almost approaching the 3rd stage. The terrible meaning of frost expanded rapidly under the sky. At this moment, all the wizards watching the battle were moved. They couldn't believe that someone could master so many supernatural spells at the same time. 5? 6? Or 7? Exclamation mark. It was already uncountable, because these spells suddenly doubled after being summoned. In the sky, the tall body wrapped by 2 huge bone hands had dozens of powerful ice spells suspended densely around it, and the supernatural domain aura that was emanating was almost merging into a torrent. At a certain moment, all these spells suddenly disappeared. Then, exquisite octagonal snowflakes fell from the sky, and blue and white flames burned on each snowflake. The terrifying icy air overflowed, and the ice spikes were like the sea. The frost was like a waterfall, and the ice flames were like flowers. A deep blue and bright thorny ice flame snow country was born. The only voice left in the field was Andriel's disdainful sneer, which still carried a hint of arrogance. Is this the means by which you want to compete with me? Just relying on this fragile vase domain field that will break at the touch? In the snow country surrounded by countless wind and snow, Ronan slowly lowered his head, and two huge green bone hands slapped and squeezed him frantically, and the barely formed icy domain produced waves of vibrations and shaking. Ronan didn't care, but just calmly looked down at Andriel below. "Of course not," Ronan said. Then he stretched out his hand. Crack, 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 the endless sound of ice cracking resounded throughout the world, and the endless icy air all shrank towards one point at this moment. The icy domain that Ronan had just summoned collapsed rapidly towards the palm of his right hand in an instant. In the blink of an eye. All the cold, all the brilliance, all the energy of the domain of Lo gathered in Ronan's right hand, transformed into a huge, unparalleled and dazzling deep blue light ball. The terrifying aura filled the world, and the streams of light surrounding the deep blue light ball seemed to be able to freeze and tear the soul of the corresponding person along with every direct gaze. "You are very lucky. Be the first to appreciate my new method." Ronan's eyes were dancing with enchanting golden blue fire, his hair dancing in the wind. He took a breath, and slowly pressed the light ball in his hand towards Andriel below. Secret method, Ronan Damian's, Snow Country in the palm. Second update, asking for monthly tickets. During the fighting phase, I will update as much as possible every day. Thank you. Chapter 204 Tear Apart the Nightmare. In fact, Ronan had the idea of recreating the Frozen Earth spell system a long time ago. The core of the Frozen Earth spell system is the icy field formed by different ice spells as anchor points. This concept of transforming points into surfaces makes it have power that surpasses general spell systems. But compared with the real top inheritance, the shortcoming of the Frozen Earth stream is that it is not able to burst instantly. The Ice Flame Iris Lancer family is obviously aware of the existence of this problem. Whether it is the Tundra Frozen Earth that follows the Frozen Earth rune, or the Ice Flame rune, they are all making up for this shortcoming. The effects of Tundra Frozen Earth and Ice Flame are still there, but they cannot completely close the gap, or in other words, the gap may have been closed. Under the same realm, the icy field blessed with the Ice Flame rune may not be unable to compete with those top spell schools. But the condition of under the same level seems difficult to achieve for Ronan. Those who are truly qualified to be Ronan's opponents are often geniuses who are one realm or even several realms higher than him. Therefore, during the 3 years of the Silver Ring's hard training ethic, Ronan has been thinking about how to improve the instantaneous burst of the Frozen Earth flow spell system. Still with the same idea as unsullied body, Ronan thought of compressing the field. Gather the scattered forces in the field, condense the broken ice crystals into guns, pile up the scattered snowflakes into mountains, and gather the free cold currents into a sea. Shoot out in one breath, directly pierce, crush, and crush those who try to be enemies of the cold. Just like the giant form of unsullied body, the more thoroughly the field power is compressed, the stronger the power that bursts out instantly. So there's this move, Snow Country in the palm. But the casting of this spell requires a high level of spell control ability from the caster. In the battle with the skeleton Deathnell Mammoth Forest, Ronan tried it, and combined with a metal system, Broken Silver, he played a very good control effect. But it is still far from what he imagined. It was not until Ronan broke through the level of a third-level wizard and his mental and soul power increased significantly that he could truly achieve this move, Ronan Damian's, Snow Country in the palm. The dark blue brilliant light ball pressed down, and countless blazing streams of light rushed and spread from Ronan's 5 fingers. The small piece of void where he was, and the entire circle around him were frozen by the extreme cold, washing out mysterious patterns like blue ice flowers. Andriel's 2 huge green bone hands, under the washing of countless extremely cold light streams, remained in a posture of trying to close and froze, and then shattered with a bang. Andriel's domain field of law began to vibrate. The ocean of undead energy particles, the huge green vortex, vibrated, shook, shattered and finally collapsed under the Snow Country. Andriel looked up at Ronan, and the arrogance on his face disappeared. For the first time, a look of shock and emotion appeared on his face. The dark green seaweed hair scattered behind him suddenly rose up. Andriel's face was ferocious, his arms were spread out, and under his robe, 2 bone armbands trembled at the same time, emitting waves of strong magic fluctuations. Immediately afterwards, countless complex and mysterious green runes lit up on his arms, neck, and pale and handsome cheeks. In an instant, the broken domain field reorganized, and more than a dozen giant skulls surrounding Andriel collided with each other with a bang, forming an extremely huge skull plate, which rotated wildly and rose to the sky, firmly resisting the dark blue light ball that was constantly pressing down. Ka-ka-ka, the dazzling dark blue light ball collided with the bone plate, constantly making a tooth-grinding friction and cracking sound, and countless dark blue and dark green light streams escaped from the location where the two spells clashed, setting off a terrible tsunami-like energy tide in the void, spreading out in waves to the surroundings. The terrifying energy aftermath made the wizards who were watching retreat again and again. Everyone had an expression of shock on their faces. They could hardly believe their eyes. They even ignored the lighting of a stone pillar and the light curtain of the ancient city that was almost shrinking behind them. At this moment, the same thought jumped out of many people's minds, circling wildly. Who is this person? Why can he force Andriel to this extent? Exclamation mark. On the lit stone pillar, the geniuses who had already sat down also cast their eyes on it. This was the last battle before the end of the first round of the battle, and it was almost the most intense and brilliant battle in the battle so far. Many people were surprised that in an unmanned corner, there was actually such a demon rising star who could compete head-on with Andriel, the chief inheritor of the ghost poison mask. Wrapped in titanium, Ronan's eyes were like demon fire, but his mind was as calm as an ice lake. Snow Country in the palm is not perfect yet, and it is just a prototype now. He could clearly sense the terrifying energy that could go berserk at any time in the light ball, and the chaotic and mixed aura of the law domain. He felt like he was holding an extremely unstable frost nuclear bomb in his hand, which could explode at any time. Oh no, to be precise, it was already exploding outward. In Ronan's imagination, the real Snow Country in the palm should be transformed into a stable magic crystal ball in his hand, with the power of frost gathering at one point, and the law domains blending with each other, and obeying each other. Although he had achieved the first step and compressed the icy field of the core of the frozen soil flow to a relatively extreme, he only roughly rolled all the power in the field into a ball. The power of Snow Country in the palm still had a lot of room for improvement. It's the extreme of what I can do at this stage. My soul power and mental power are already a little bit worse at controlling the energy of the ice element. Ronan thought to himself. At this moment, his control over the light ball in his palm had also reached an extreme. Ronan looked through the turbulent energy flow and saw Andriel's ferocious face full of madness under the skull. His charming blue-gold eyes flickered slightly. The next second, Ronan released a hand holding the Snow Country. Boom. After the last bit of the power that bound the Snow Country that was imprisoned in his palm receded, the power that was compressed to the extreme was finally released like a trapped beast. The bright dark blue ball of light exploded. A circle of huge dark blue ice flames spread out first. Silently, everything was frozen, washed away, and crushed into dust. Andriel's pelvis was the first to be hit. It stopped rotating at a glance. The green light wrapped around the pelvis faded in an instant, and then the entire pelvis was quickly frozen by the thick ice layer. When the bright light behind the ice flame expanded and exploded, the entire frozen pelvis was directly shattered. Under the sky where the broken bone fragments rushed down like a deep blue waterfall, Andriel roared to the sky and raised a small and exquisite crystal skull with a terrifying power wave with one arm. In an instant, countless green lights gathered towards him, and a huge white bone broke out of the ground from under his feet. The eye sockets and mouth of the white bone giant condensed by the spell were burning with blazing green fire. There were 4 arms on the bone body, and even a pair of deformed and weird bone wings on the back. As soon as the white bone giant with 2 wings and 4 arms appeared, it rushed to the center of the energy explosion in an embrace. The raging frost was blocked by its huge bone body, and in an instant, most of its body was covered with layers of ice. Crack, crack, several invisible cracks appeared on the crystal skull held high in Andriel's hand. At this moment, a slender and upright silver-white body quietly appeared beside Andriel. He put his palms together to form a knife, with green flames wrapped around his arms, and quickly broke through the layers of force fields around Andriel, approaching him. Andriel noticed the arrival of the person, turned around suddenly, holding the crystal skull in one hand, and holding a gray-white bone spur in the other hand. He quickly stabbed in the direction of the person with cold eyes. A dark black light shot out from the tip of the bone spur, and shot towards Ronan quickly. At the moment the light came, Ronan's eyelids twitched slightly, and he felt like he was being stared at by some ferocious beast or poisonous creature, but his face did not fluctuate at all. His body swayed slightly, and the whole person suddenly disappeared, just avoiding the black light by a hair's breadth. After a short teleportation, Ronan's titanium fell off his body the moment he landed, turning into a silver metal torrent and rushing towards Andariel. The titanium entered the area within a few meters around Andariel, and Ronan raised his right hand from a distance. Before he could utter the word stagnation, a strong sense of alarm suddenly rose in his heart. The black light that he had dodged once before, at some point, turned around and came to him again like a living thing. Although he didn't know what this mysterious light was, his intuition told Ronan that it would not end well if he was shot. It was too late to dodge it this time. In a thousandth of a second, Ronan's body made a strange movement that ordinary people could not do at all, and he almost dodged the light. His movement was too fast, so fast that it was difficult to catch with the naked eye. In Andariel's eyes, Ronan seemed to have not moved at all, and his killer bone spur light inexplicably passed through his body. How is this possible? Andariel blurted out, with a look of shock on his face that was even stronger than when he saw the terrifying power of Snow Country in the palm before. It's normal not to understand. Any wizard who has not practiced ascetic body forging cannot understand. Ronan's eyes flickered, and he raised his hand calmly. The titanium scattered around Andariel quickly released the power of stagnation of space. When the stagnation and confinement power, which was more strange and terrifying than pure ice power, attacked from all directions, Andariel felt that his body and even his soul seemed to be frozen, and his face suddenly changed. The next second, the silver titanium gathered into a disk, like a smooth mirror, sealing Andariel in a relative plane. Then the silver-white round mirror shattered, and the edges of the broken mirror were black, and the terrifying power of space collapse intertwined. Bang! A ball of green light exploded. Andariel suddenly jumped out of the broken mirror void like a frightened bird, his face pale, and no longer had any arrogant attitude. He rushed in one direction, and with titanium behind him, he threw himself into Ronan's arms again, as if welcoming his king, and turned into armor. Ronan followed him like a shadow, with his chestnut hair slightly raised in front of his forehead, and his charming eyes seemed to draw blue and gold traces in the void. He caught up with Andariel in a breath, and titanium quickly flowed on his arms, condensing into a narrow and sharp blade in the shape of a long sword. The emerald green flame of breaking the law jumped and burned on the blade, and Ronan made a horizontal slashing motion. Rip! The invincible law-breaking blade smoothly cut through Andariel's mental force field, and then his robe. The tip of the sword touched the soft flesh, and Andariel turned around with a hideous face, holding the bone spur and stabbed out, trying to block. Ronan gently stirred his hands. Shoo! A pale broken arm holding a bone spur flew high into the sky. Boom! Bang! The explosions of several spells collided with each other, and a figure rushed out of the battle group quickly. Boom! Unran landed on a gray stone pillar that had not yet been lit. The blazing light column shot up into the sky, dazzling, but it could not be blocked. On the stone pillar, Andariel, who was holding his broken arm tightly with one hand, had an extremely ugly face. The fierce battle group quietly subsided. Ronan stood on the air, wearing a deep and gorgeous silver-white metal armor, his arms drooping naturally, and bright red blood dripped from his slender fingertips bit by bit. That was Andariel's blood. The head that the defeated should hand over, and a large piece of mysterious light left by Andariel sank into Ronan's body. The thick gray smoke around Ronan suddenly expanded, and in the blink of an eye it expanded into a large and majestic gray cloud, gathering and dispersing, rising rapidly behind him like layers of dense shadows. At this moment, all the wizards watching the battle around the battlefield were silent. They stood still, as if they were collectively punched in the face, and everyone had a suffocating expression on their faces. Andariel, unlike Adam of the Dawn of Psychic Energy and Lineage of the Chaos Secret Society, who were also the chief geniuses of the three major wizard forces in the South, Andariel was undoubtedly much more high profile. For more than a year, he has been hunting those talented wizards from small and medium-sized forces in the South. He is notorious, but also frightening. It's like his behavior of occupying 4 stone pillars and refusing to give them up, trying to harvest many talented wizards in the second echelon as food. Although it aroused public anger, no one could stop it. Andariel is like a shadow hanging over the heads of many southern wizard geniuses, constantly bringing them the deepest and most terrifying nightmares. However, now, someone has violently torn this shadow apart in front of everyone. In a head-on confrontation, one of Andariel's arms was cut off, and he was driven to the stone pillar like a helpless dog. Before 12 o'clock, I will try to write another chapter, and ask for monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 205 Dark Horse, take your seat, qualifying battle begins. Why have I never seen this person before? He's only at the beginning of level 3, 2 small realms behind Andariel. As a result, where can such a tyrannical and domineering ice magic inheritance come from in the south? Not only is he a top ice magician, he also practices metal magic. I even feel the fluctuations of space magic. The spectators kept murmuring, and almost every wizard's eyes were filled with deep shock and disbelief. When the battle for the wizard seat of Haramis kicked off, some people might have thought that Andariel would be defeated, but no one had ever thought that Andariel would be defeated in the first round, and at the hands of an unknown mysterious wizard. The inexplicable emotions were like a growing boulder, slowly rolling in the field. On the Blue Mist Society side, although Claire had given them a dose of vaccination in advance, the geniuses of several medium-sized wizard forces headed by Harvard were still greatly shocked. They looked at each other and were speechless. Even Claire himself, with a relatively calm face, had a huge wave in his heart. He knew that Ronan was very strong, and he also knew that after being promoted to level 3, Ronan's strength would definitely rise again, but he didn't expect that he could be so powerful that he tore Andariel's horror myth apart as soon as they met. He shouldn't have practiced third-level spells yet. Claire pursed his lips hard and subconsciously looked at Orion beside him. He saw that Orion's eyes were a little dazed and confused at this time, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Ronan stood calmly in the air, picked up Andariel's broken arm, broke open the clenched 5 fingers, and picked up the gray-white bone spur in his palm. In fact, he did not completely avoid the attack of the bone spur. When the black ghost light released by the bone spur shot past, he was still affected to a certain extent. This effect came from the soul, with a slight burning sensation. It is hard to imagine what kind of situation he would be in now if he was completely hit by the ghost light. No wonder Andariel used it as a trump card. Of course, this trump card is his now. Ronan put the bone spur into his space ring, leaving it for later inspection. He raised his eyes and fell on Andariel, who was resting on a lit stone pillar in the distance. During the battle, wizards who did not completely lose their combat effectiveness would only be deprived of most of their soul ash smoke after a defeat, but they would still have the opportunity to continue to participate in the battle. So after Andariel lost an arm, he was not expelled. The soul ash smoke on his body was so rich that the remaining small part could even light up the stone pillar and qualify for a seat. Ronan benefited greatly. The ash smoke plundered from Andariel condensed into a majestic gray cloud behind him, and his soul power also increased greatly. At this time, he maintained the state of extreme boiling lake, with high fighting spirit for a long time, which caused him to be slightly tired, but his overall state was even better than before the battle with Andariel. The 4th spiritual power crystal that had just condensed in the consciousness space grew several times larger. He even felt that he had touched the opportunity to condense the 5th crystal. This battle is not over yet, why are you in a hurry to withdraw? Ronan did not mean to let Andariel go. As he spoke, he stepped on the void and walked towards Andariel step by step. An invisible force slowly emanated from Ronan. The wizards who were watching were all stunned when they saw this scene, and then their expressions suddenly became excited. When have they seen Andariel being provoked like this? When have they seen the arrogant Andariel being forced into such a situation? Many people breathed quickly, looking forward to the moment when Andariel was really cut down. I admit that I did underestimate you. You have been enduring for a long time, for this moment. On the stone pillar, Andariel, who lost an arm, had a gloomy face that almost dripped water. He looked at Ronan, who took out a sturdy arm that was not in proportion to his body size from the space ring, pressed it on his shoulder, sprinkled some kind of powder, and quickly chanted a spell. Soon, the newly attached arm began to move freely, but compared with the other arm, it was one big and one small, and looked a little deformed and weird. Andariel slowly took a step forward, and his body exuded an aura that seemed more terrifying than before. Ronan was not surprised. As a figure standing at the top of the pyramid of the young generation of wizards in the south, Andariel naturally could not be defeated by him. He must have other means and other trump cards that have not been played. When all the contempt is put away, Andariel will be the most dangerous next. Of course, Ronan is also looking forward to it. Ronan and Andariel looked at each other from a distance, and the invisible momentum rose from the two of them, spread, and clashed in the void. The atmosphere on the field suddenly became tense again. Almost everyone was paying attention to this battle, but at this time, A sudden commotion interrupted the upcoming war. Hurry! There are only 3 spots left. Several wizards rushed to the central stone pillar. At this time, many people found that the light curtain symbolizing the progress of the first round of the battle had shrunk to the front. There was even a wizard who was too focused on watching the battle. He was caught off guard by the light curtain and was directly eliminated. The field suddenly became chaotic. At this point in the battle, most of the seats had been settled. Only the few that were previously occupied by Andriel were still vacant. Now there are only 3 left. When it comes to themselves, many wizards can no longer care about eating melons and watching the show and rush to the remaining 3 stone pillars. Many people rushed halfway before they remembered that the soul gray smoke on their bodies was not enough to light up the stone pillars, and then a small-scale melee broke out. The sudden chaos made Ronan frown. He saw Andriel looking at him and sneering, his mouth shape changing. "I will wait for you on the ring and twist your head off bit by bit," and then his face was cold, as if he no longer looked at him. Ronan also quickly lost his will to fight. Compared to defeating Andriel once again, the next wizard's ranked battle was obviously more important. Now the soul gray smoke on his body was as majestic as clouds, more than enough to light up a stone pillar. With the previous experience of Andriel's broken arm, no one dared to compete with Ronan in the field. He flew towards a stone pillar, and the wizards near the stone pillar immediately dispersed. No one prevented him, a powerful rising star from the south, from taking the seat. Ronan did not rush to light up the stone pillar, but cast his eyes in the direction of the Blue Mist Society and others. He did not mind grabbing a seat for Orion, but after seeing his battle with Andriel, Orion seemed to have lost a lot of his sharpness. When Ronan looked at him with an inquiring look, Orion just shook his head slowly. On the other hand, Harvade, the president of the Blue Mist Society beside him, had an expression of eagerness on his face. After a moment, the light curtain stopped shrinking, and in the center of the ancient fairy city, all 32 pillars of light were lit up. The ancient city of fairies, which had been in a hazy state, suddenly became clear and real at this moment, and the barrier between the inside and outside of the space seemed to be completely broken. The eliminated wizards retreated one by one, and the figures of tens of thousands of wizards waiting to watch the battle outside the city appeared. The huge ancient city slowly sank under the countless shrinking colorful streams of light, and only 32 magnificent white light pillars remained between heaven and earth. All the wizards of Haramis took their seats, and the climax of this grand event will begin from this moment. Thank you, Damien. After this battle, I will summon all members of the Blue Mist Society and nominate you to be the president. Harvard stood on an adjacent stone pillar platform and saluted Ronan from a distance to express his gratitude. Ronan shook his head and said nothing. He finally helped Harvard get a position. Counting him, 2 people from the Blue Mist Society entered the top 32 this time, which is a very good record. At the moment, it seems to be the preparation stage for the upcoming seat ranking battle. On the 32 seats, everyone is silently preparing and waiting. Many eyes fell on Ronan. The result of his battle with Andriel exceeded many people's expectations. Many people were surprised that he was a dark horse that suddenly appeared halfway. Ronan looked back one by one along the gaze that was looking at him, and the first one he saw was Selena. It was rumored that Selena was the first person to light up the stone pillar, and she was not challenged after that. The top talents in the first echelon all tacitly avoided conflicts in the first round of the battle, and even Andriel would only occupy the seat and harvest the secondary talents in the final stage. Ronan's early collision with Andriel was definitely an accident. Originally, he didn't need to step on such a heavy stepping stone to get to the top. At this time, the princess from the Central Life King's court maintained her high-handed attitude as always, and she looked at Ronan with a very calm look. This look made Ronan feel very uncomfortable. He knew very well that people like Selena would never look at you with a straight eye unless you severely defeated her in the aspect that she was most proud of. If there is a chance. Ronan lowered his eyes slightly, avoiding Selena's gaze. He really wanted to try this. Second update, please vote for me. Chapter 206, Bright Soul, the most powerful generation in the South. Ronan's eyes swept over the remaining 31 stone pillars. This brought together the most talented wizards of this generation in the southern wizard world, and there were a total of 6 people who had reached the late 3rd level. In addition to Selena and Andriel, there was Adam of the Psychic Dawn, who was the only wizard wearing knight armor among the 32 people except Ronan. His blonde hair was loose, and his temperament was as bright as the morning light. The most eye-catching thing was that he was always closely followed by a unicorn with wings on its back. It looked very much like the legendary unicorn. It was said that this strange beast had the magical ability to purify everything, and the horn on its head was the antidote to all poisons and curses in the world. Then there was Lee Wiki of the Chaos Secret Society, who kept his head slightly lowered, as if talking to himself, and exuded a strong ominous aura. The last two were Evaqui, the inheritor of the ancient spirit wizard, and the inheritor of Stone Peak, a strange boy whose body seemed to grow on the shoulders of the Black Stone Giant. These 6 people were the 6 most powerful people on the surface, and they received the most attention. Suddenly, Ronan's sweeping eyes paused and stopped at a figure. It was a young man with an ordinary appearance and figure, wearing a pure black robe, with the strength of the middle stage of the 3rd level. He looked inconspicuous, ordinary and low-key. But the other party's red eyes like mellow wine gave Ronan a strong sense of familiarity. Ronan's gaze seemed to attract the other party's attention. The young wizard raised his head and looked at Ronan. Half a second later, he showed Ronan a wicked smile, his mouth shape changed, and silently said to Ronan, "Oh, you found me again." Ronan retracted his gaze and took a deep breath. In his slightly drooping eyes, a light flickered, and in his heart he silently recited a name, Angel Rio. Boom. Under the attention of the crowd, the hidden fairy ancient city suddenly made a loud noise, and the earth shook. Deep underground, it seemed that an ancient huge rune array began to slowly start. The next moment, in the eyes of countless onlookers, in the middle of the 32 white light pillars, a more magnificent pure white light pillar rose from the ground. In the center of the light pillar, a huge rock platform slowly rose. The ranking battle has begun. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart surged with strong expectations and excitement. The inheritance place of Hermes opens once every 100 years, and selects the 32 most outstanding young wizards in the south to be included in the position of wizards. These 32 positions represent the ancient recognition from the legendary wizard Hermes. The most important one is naturally the only position of chief wizard. The wizard who can win the chief position can not only be recognized as the strongest contemporary young wizard in the south, with supreme reputation and glory, but also very likely to inherit part of the true mantle of the legendary wizard, Hermes, the natural law master. Get great opportunities and benefits. This alone is enough to make the onlookers' blood boil. The figures on the 32 stone pillars all stood up. Ronan looked very calm, concentrating on the huge rock platform rising in the middle. When the rock platform rose to a certain height and finally stopped, the white light on 2 of the 32 stone pillars suddenly turned blue, and the wizards on the 2 stone pillars, as if being guided by some invisible force, flew quickly to the platform together. Are we going to fight one by one? Ronan blinked, thought about it, and sat down on the stone pillar again. Many of the other wizard geniuses who were not selected also relaxed like him. Ronan's expression moved slightly, and he felt a wave of consciousness. Looking to the side along the wave, he saw that Harvard, the president of the Blue Mist Society, who was sitting next to him, was looking at him with a gentle expression. The two naturally touched each other's consciousness and talked through the void through their mental power. Not only them, but also the wizards on the other stone pillars were communicating privately. Ronan even noticed that there were several waves of consciousness frequently interacting between the stone pillars and the central platform. It was obvious that the wizards who were about to have the first duel were making the final preparations for the battle with their relatives and friends. After taking the initiative to communicate with Ronan, Harvard didn't waste any words and directly told Ronan about the details and information of the wizards on both sides of the field. He seemed to want to show goodwill to Ronan in this way and repay Ronan for the favor of getting him a seat before. Ronan didn't resist. None of the wizards on the field who could reach this step were simple characters. They were all amazing geniuses. Even if many people might not be encountered by Ronan in the subsequent battles, knowing more about them would be of great help to expand his knowledge. At this time, the two wizards who were about to fight on the platform came from two medium-sized wizard forces in the south, the Secret Energy Union and the Shadow Moon Church. Both of them were in the third-level mid-stage spiritual realm. However, the genius wizard from the Secret Energy Union condensed 7 spiritual crystals, which was slightly stronger than the wizard of the Shadow Moon Church, who only had 6 spiritual crystals. The two quickly started fighting, and the energy fluctuations generated by the collision of the magic domain and the spell spread out almost instantly, and then were firmly blocked by a circle of rune-light shields invisible to the naked eye around the platform. and the onlookers could not feel any aftermath. The strength of both sides was very strong. The wizard of the Secret Energy Union even used 7 or 8 different third-level magic tools in a battle. His arrogant attitude made many people look sideways. The Secret Energy Union controls almost 1/3 of the magic tool workshop business in the South, and they even have certain trade relations with this central region. Xavier's explanation made Ronan suddenly understand. He said with emotion that although the wizard of the Secret Energy Union used 7 or 8 third-level magic tools in a battle, he might have a lot of magic tools that he had not used, and some of them might even include on-level magic tools. The Secret Energy Union had great ambitions this time. They united some small and medium-sized wizard forces. The Blue Mist Society had encountered them in the previous stage of the battle, but they were no match at all. The first battle ended quickly. Under the dual crushing of strength and equipment, the young wizard named Land Boss of the Secret Energy Union won the final victory without suspense. He stood proudly on the platform as a winner, and then slowly flew back to his seat. After Land Boss won, the stone pillar under his feet was obviously raised, and the white light on the stone pillar became more intense and magnificent. The defeated Shadow Moon Church wizard left the field sadly, and his stone pillar went out. After this battle, the atmosphere of the ranking battle seemed to become anxious all of a sudden. The blue light column kept changing, and the selected wizards came on the field. Some light columns were blazing, and some light columns were extinguished. The winner was promoted and the loser left. Ronan sat on his stone pillar and could hear waves of roaring sounds like the rolling sea tides behind him. It was the sound of tens of thousands of wizards who were watching, talking, exclaiming, or shouting. There were too many mental fluctuations, too many focused eyes, too many free energy particles, and many fluctuations and ki that Ronan couldn't explain. It seemed that an extremely huge invisible vortex appeared between heaven and earth, flowing slowly, and the center of the vortex, the final landing point of all the key fluctuations, was the battle group they were in. Gradually, Ronan was infected by this invisible force, and he felt that his soul seemed to be getting restless. The majestic gray cloud behind him was surging violently, as if it was about to condense and transform into something. Boom! At this time, a strange wave broke out in the field. Ronan looked up and found that it was Selena's turn to appear on the stage. The battle had not yet begun, but the wizard who was her opponent was sweating profusely and almost kneeling on the ground. The gray smoke behind her seemed to be pulled by some invisible force, and quickly rushed to Selena's back. The gray cloud behind Selena rolled, and suddenly a ray of golden light bloomed from it. In an instant, all the gray retreated, and was replaced by a huge pale golden human-shaped phantom. Wearing a long skirt, a crown on his head, holding a bow in one hand and a staff in the other, his face could not be seen clearly, but he exuded an unparalleled noble and majestic aura, instantly overwhelming the entire audience. After this change happened, many people on the field stood up directly, looking at Selena with doubtful eyes. Ronan was also shocked. He felt that his soul seemed to be suppressed by some invisible force. In front of the human-shaped phantom, he actually felt a little humble and insignificant. The rumor turned out to be true. Harvey's slightly unbelievable voice sounded in Ronan's mind. What? Ronan even forgot to reply through consciousness, and turned his head to look at Harvey, who has moved on the stone pillar next to him, and asked without thinking. Soul characteristics. Harvey answered in a low voice, most wizards who participate in the competition for the genius seed of Hermes are not actually going for the inheritance of Hermes's guardian. Because only the person who finally wins the position of the chief can have the opportunity to obtain the inheritance, and most people have no chance of it. What really makes them value is the benefits they can get from the soul during the competition and ranking battles, the increase of soul power and the manifestation of soul characteristics. The manifestation of soul characteristics. Ronan frowned. Yes. Harvey nodded. The manifestation of soul characteristics is very helpful for the cultivation of the 4th level spirit. Knowing your soul characteristics in advance will make it easier to enter the 4th level. Ronan's eyes flickered. The biggest difference between the Dawn Wizard and the Mist Wizard is that the Dawn Wizard has a spirit. When the 4th level wizard's spirit is still in the stage of cultivation, it can be given the characteristics of elementalization of mental power, which also greatly improves the power of releasing spells. When the spirit is generated, it has a variety of more incredible and powerful abilities. The manifestation of soul characteristics that Harvey mentioned roughly means that a wizard can know the approximate appearance of the spirit that he will condense in the future in advance during the fog stage, which is almost equivalent to clearing away the last few strands of fog before dawn, and the road ahead is clear. This is indeed of great significance to the fog wizards who are eager for dawn. The manifestation of soul characteristics can only be achieved in the inheritance field of Hermes, and the requirements for the wizards themselves are also very high. In the past, few people were able to do this, and they may not be able to do it even after they finally sit in the chief position. Harvard's voice was full of complexity, and he whispered, "This princess from the Central Wizard Empire has 2 outstanding soul qualifications. She manifested her own soul characteristics at the beginning of the ranking battle. It's simply unbelievable. If she wants to advance to the dawn, I'm afraid it will be as simple as eating and drinking water." At this time, the voice of surrender was also heard on the central platform. Under the soul characteristics revealed by Serena, the southern wizard who was her opponent was even deprived of the courage to resist. He surrendered without casting a single spell. Selena, who was shrouded in a pale golden humanoid shadow, almost reached a peak of noble, dignified and holy temperament. She was watched by countless eyes, but she did not look back at anyone. She just calmly returned to her stone pillar, as if she had never taken this ranking battle to heart from beginning to end. In the subsequent battles, the atmosphere on the field fell into an unusual silence and dullness. Selena, who manifested the soul characteristics, was like an invisible mountain, weighing heavily on the hearts of many people. Until Adam, the inheritor of the psychic dawn, rode a double-winged unicorn to the platform, releasing a brilliant white light like the morning sun. The unicorn's horse hoof gently crushed the opponent's wizard's chest, and the latter vomited blood and flew down the platform. The soul ash on his body was deprived by Adam. After a period of surging and brewing, the gray tide receded behind Adam, and the outline of a faint white temple appeared. The second soul characteristic manifester. The duel stage shook again. There was a sound like a tsunami outside the arena. Adam, riding a pure white unicorn, stood on the rock platform with his back against the shadow of the white temple, looking at Selena on a stone pillar from a distance, like a holy rider in charge of justice and fairness in ancient legends. While most wizards were still struggling to find their way in the fog, someone had already completely opened up the passage to dawn. In their eyes, only the other party was regarded as an opponent. Before others had fought with them, the invisible gap had been severely widened. In the subsequent battle, Liwiki of the Chaos Secret Society had another soul characteristic manifested after winning. His soul characteristic was a terrible shadow that seemed to have many tentacles growing, full of evil and ominous taste. Even Andriel successfully manifested his own soul characteristic. His momentum, which had declined due to Ronan cutting off one of his arms, seemed to return to its peak again when a skeleton shadow wrapped in green flames walked out of the gray cloud behind him. This is indeed the most powerful and prosperous generation in the history of the South. To be the leader in this competition, you must be a monster among monsters. The consciousness fluctuations transmitted by Harvard became much more difficult. Ronan did not reply, but calmly looked at Andriel, who was beheading him on the rock platform not far away. He was very clear about his soul qualifications. Not to mention, compared with people like Selena and Adam, he probably couldn't even compare with Harvey next to him. But qualifications are just qualifications, and talent does not represent everything. The more outstanding the soul, the brighter the sparks that will splash out when it collides with it. The greater the benefit to me. Buzz. At this time, the light column around Ronan suddenly shook, turning from white to blue. Ronan suddenly looked up and soon saw a figure in the field who was also in a selected blue light column. It's actually him. Ronan pursed his lips slightly, his eyes flickered slightly, and he slowly walked out of the light column. Chapter 207 The Contest Between Thunder and Ice, the Spear of Destruction from Heavenly Punishment. After so many ranking battles, the wizards in the entire gathering area of the ancient fairy city are constantly moving towards the center, surrounding the 32 stone pillars to form a tight circle. This circle is noisy, restless, and warm. After the continuous manifestation of the soul characteristics of Selena and others, this circle is like a red-hot iron, emitting a hot breath all the time. This hot basically reaches a small climax at the beginning and end of each battle. The latter is due to the judgment of victory and defeat, the analysis of the battle process, and the admiration of both sides of the battle. The former is due to the obstruction of the white light of the stone pillars. Before a genius appears on the stage, the wizards gathered around the ranking battlefield do not know their identities, which invisibly gives many people a sense of expectation of waiting for the secret to be revealed. For example. Now, as Ronan walked towards the central platform, he heard the heated discussions of the surrounding wizards from a distance with his extraordinary perception. And these heated discussions were basically all about his current opponent. This was a young wizard with a slender figure and handsome features. Countless electric flashes intertwined all over his body, and his dark blue robe moved with the current. The electric light intertwined in his eyes, and the lightning pattern outlined on his robe complemented each other. He was like a blazing thunder, suddenly descending into the field. He possessed the domineering power of an electric wizard, and released a majestic aura like a secular monarch, looking down on everyone indifferently and proudly. Jupiter. It's Jupiter. In the entire South, the Thunder Council is considered the top power in the inheritance of electric magic. Jupiter is known as the youngest vice president in the history of the Thunder Council. It is estimated that only the inheritors of the three major wizard forces, such as Hoddam and the princess in the central region, can barely surpass him in strength and talent. This battle is also a foregone conclusion. What I am more looking forward to is whether Jupiter can manifest his soul characteristics after winning, and what his soul characteristics look like. Although Jupiter is strong, he is only in the middle stage of level 3 now. It is unlikely to manifest characteristics at this stage. In the legendary field of Hermes, everything is possible. This is the miracle generation belonging to our South. I just found out too. Ronan listened to the heated discussions in his ears, looked at the young man in front of him with some emotion, and said, I didn't expect you to be so famous in the South. Yes. Ronan's opponent is Jupiter, the former king of the younger generation of the 6 major wizard forces headed by the Thunder Council. In the Goblin Plains battle, he was seriously injured by Angel's sneak attack. 3 years later, not only did he recover from his injuries, he even looked much stronger than 3 years ago. Compared to the reputation of Jupiter, a long-established genius, the evaluation of him was not so good. There was little talk about him, and some of them basically used words like who is this guy? Never seen him before and looks very ordinary. The process of the first round of the seat competition was not made public, and Ronan's outbreak was in the final stage of the competition, so most people did not see him cut off Andriel's arm and stepped on Andriel's shoulders to rise strongly. Although Ronan did not care about these superficial views from the outside, he was still a little unhappy in his heart. Especially when Jupiter looked at him with a condescending and indifferent look. Facing Ronan's sigh, Jupiter accepted it very naturally. After this competition for the top spot, the name of Thunder will spread throughout the South. Jupiter looked at Ronan and said calmly, you should feel honored to be my first opponent, the first stepping stone that will help me reach the top. Oh. Ronan blinked, his expression somewhat stunned. After a moment, he shook his head with a funny look on his face. You almost made me doubt whether the guy who fell beside me and vomited blood in the Goblin Plain was named Jupiter. After saying that, 2 balls of enchanting golden fire quietly ignited in Ronan's azure eyes. He pulled the corners of his mouth hard, and titanium was attached to his whole body like water. The whole person suddenly disappeared. The next moment, Ronan, wearing a mysterious silver metal armor and a graceful figure, had appeared above Jupiter's head. Where do you get your confidence from? Ronan's eyes were blazing, and his fighting spirit rose like boiling magma vapor, and the gray clouds behind him surged and roared. He raised his right hand, and a blazing green flame of breaking the law ignited on the silver-white titanium. A huge half-moon-shaped blade quickly took shape amid the flow of countless magic domains. You can use me as a stepping stone. Boom! Ronan made a slashing motion, and the silver-white blade wrapped in the flame of breaking the law tore through the void, carrying the overwhelming momentum of destroying everything, like a ray of silver lightning, fiercely slashing towards Jupiter's head. Jupiter's eyes reflected the magic blade that broke through the air, and waves of mental power surged around him like a tide. His eyes were calm. He spoke softly. You will see in the name of Thunder. Is it this guy? Outside the ranking battlefield, at the residence of the Court of Life, Molly opened her mouth slightly, looking at a silver figure that appeared on the fighting platform in surprise. He is not dead. Not only is he not dead, he is still alive and kicking, and his strength has been promoted from level 2 to level 3, and he even appeared on the ring of the Hermes Wizard seat ranking battle. This was hard for Molly to accept. You have to know that the power of the golden curse that exploded from the golden magic box of the mechanical heart was almost too much for her physique to resist. How could a low-level wizard from the south survive under such power? Surviving would be fine, but the key point is that this guy may have seen her. You'd better pray that you die smoothly on the fighting stage. Molly stared at the battle group in the distance and began to grind her teeth. Few people noticed Molly's abnormality, because there were also people in the Court of Life who were surprised by Ronan's appearance. Grace, and a few other wizards in the Court of Life who had had a few brief encounters with Ronan. The wizarding world in the south is really bad compared to the central region. A young man with the words garbage and shit written on his cheeks stared at the battle group in the distance, sneering, "What kind of guy who can't stand up to the stage can be among the geniuses? It's simply an insult to the legendary name of Hermes." The young man spat in a low voice. His expression was quite disdainful. Combined with his current appearance, it was a bit funny. Next to him, the silver-haired female wizard, whose face was also covered with messy handwriting, had a relatively calm expression. She turned her eyes to Grace on the side, thought for a while, and said softly, "It should be because of what she got from Her Highness Selena that she was lucky enough to be shortlisted. But it is likely that this is the only round, and she will be eliminated soon. In the central region, there are too many young wizards who are better than him." Grace lowered her head and said nothing. She only raised her head occasionally, and a faint complex color flashed in her eyes. In the vast sea of people, several wizards wearing robes with silver magic rings were also watching the battle. If Ronan were here, he would recognize that there were many familiar faces among them. "It's Damien." The young wizard spoke in a low voice, with a hint of excitement in his tone. "It's hard to imagine that he has already been promoted to level 3. I haven't seen him for about 3 years. I thought he had given up on this event, but I didn't expect." The wizard with the silver ring gently clenched his staff and exclaimed, "It turns out that he has already participated in it and even won a seat. This is a grand event that brings together all the top wizard talents in the south. Even Arian couldn't make it into the top 32. Yes." Clemens, whose eyes were like lapis lazuli, had a complicated expression and whispered, "Even Arian couldn't do it, but he is qualified to be Jupiter's opponent. No matter what the result of this battle is, Damien will be famous in the south." Several people with the silver ring kept talking, unable to hide their excitement. Seeing Ronan fighting on the stage, they also felt proud. Others may not know, but they who are also in the ring know it best. How old is Ronan's soul? He has almost spanned a generation to compete with others. Boom. The thick electric light, like pulp, pressed against the high-speed rotating metal moon disk. The titanium blade with the flame of breaking the law could no longer cut into Jupiter within 10 meters. Stagnation. Under the cold silver mask, Ronan's eyes flickered. The rotating metal moon disk suddenly dispersed, and the strongest and sharpest blade turned into flexible flowing water. The silver metal torrent flowed rapidly around the area where Jupiter was, but was resisted by the wave-like plasma and the power of the law domain, and could not penetrate. The power of space stagnation was emitted, and the jumping and flickering electric light seemed to fall into a moment of calm. However, before Ronan could use broken silver, the imprisoned void was broken from the inside by a strong and domineering force. Zilla, the blue-purple plasma surged out, and the silver-white metal mirror was broken into countless pieces, scattering and exploding in all directions. A large amount of titanium was evaporated in the electric current. Jupiter was surrounded by several bright electric snakes, and walked out of the center of the two energy explosions with a calm face. "Don't try these useless tricks again." Jupiter looked at Ronan, and his voice was calm but majestic like thunder under the blessing of countless electric lights flowing in the air. He said to Ronan in a commanding tone like a high monarch, "Show your real ability. Otherwise, I won't give you another chance to jump around." Hiss. Ronan took a light breath and didn't answer. The titanium scattered in the void and attached to his body were collected by him in his robe. It is a rather stupid thing to fight with an electric wizard and let the easily conductive metal spread all over the body, especially a powerful electric wizard like Jupiter. Ronan also realized this. At this time, the huge fighting space had almost completely become Jupiter's home court. The air was filled with flowing electric lights. These electric lights were not enough to cause any harm to Ronan, but even with the protection of the mental force field, he could still feel a slight tingling sensation. This feeling even affected his mental power. Very powerful. Jupiter's understanding and control of the electric magic has reached an incredible height. The plasma spell he just released, the second stage? It is estimated that it is close to the realm of the third stage of the domain resonance. Otherwise, there is no reason why the flame of breaking the law in the first stage of resonance can't cut in. When fighting against an electric wizard, Earth spells should be the most effective, or plant spells. Unfortunately, I can neither cast earth spells nor plant spells. Ronan raised his hand and clenched his 5 fingers in front of him. A strong mysterious aura flowed out from between his fingers. The domain penetrated his body, countless frosts spread in the void, a vortex formed, and a huge pure white ice blade slowly rose from the vortex. Ronan made a slashing motion. The pure white ice blade swept across, clearing a large area of electric light, leaving deep black cracks in the void. He couldn't help but frown. Because Jupiter's electric field was too powerful and overbearing, it almost expelled all free energy particles except the electric field in the space, so the power of his ice magic was greatly weakened. It was just like Ronan always used the ice field to weaken and suppress others. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Unparalleled frozen ball. Frozen formation. Ice-breaking spear. Ronan had a blank expression on his face, constantly summoning one powerful ice spell after another. In the 3 years of hard training in the Silver Ring Attic, the 3 first-level ice spells he learned all reached the master level. The new law overlapped with the old law, and the domains of law spread out, and the frost expanded. Ronan's expression was cold, and his silver-gray robe fluttered in the frost and snow. He was surrounded by endless blue light, and he quickly took back the dominance of this space from Jupiter. The heated discussions outside the field gradually subsided. Countless wizards watching were shocked by Ronan's terrifying ice magic talent. They couldn't imagine why a wizard could comprehend so many extraordinary domains of power at the same time at such a young age. Could it be that this person has been comprehending ice magic and learning how to chant spells since his mother's womb? Or is he just a frost monster in human skin? Exclamation mark. The electric current surrounding Jupiter has completely turned from blue to purple. The deep purple thunder condensed into rolling thunderballs, running wantonly in the field, constantly colliding with the cold currents. Gradually, the huge arena was reduced to only 2 colors, ice blue and dark purple, with the middle of the platform as the dividing line. The might generated by the collision of the magic domain and energy caused the void to distort one after another. Even though there were many spatial distances and protective barriers that blocked all energy fluctuations, the wizards watching could still feel the terrifying destructive power contained in it. This man is not an ordinary opponent. Which power that inherited the ice magic is this top genius? Some wizards were moved, and many people also shifted their attention from Jupiter to Ronan. Just when the power of electricity and ice was in a stalemate, Jupiter, who had been silent all the time, suddenly burst into burning red light in his eyes. Red thunder. In an instant, the originally dark purple electric light field suddenly burst out orange-red lightning from a certain place. The orange-red color spread to the entire domain in the blink of an eye. Jupiter's hair was flying, his hands were crossed and clasped together, and between his breaths, infinite lightning gathered in his palms, and finally turned into thick spear-like red lightning, tearing through the layers of space, and with a terrible momentum to destroy everything, it shot towards Ronan. The speed of this lightning was too fast, so fast that others could not even catch it with their mental power. Ice flame tundra frozen soil. When Ronan caught Jupiter's spell casting, he constructed the frozen ground ice field that had been laid and anchored. With the blessing of the multiple mirror light talisman, his current ice field has a total of 36 anchor points. Among them, there are also 6 ice-based extraordinary domains. When the first exquisite octagonal snowflake fell, an indescribable extreme cold power quietly bloomed with Ronan as the center. The ice crystal spikes grew densely, and the ice flames danced silently. The snow country is coming. Buzz, in the field filled with the power of extreme cold, the speed of the red lightning released by Jupiter slowed down almost instantly. Everyone watched the red lightning slowly crawling in the void of the icy field. But before they could be surprised, a figure had already been wrapped in the monstrous red lightning and crashed into the field fiercely. Crack, crack, countless ice layers were broken, and endless thunder disappeared. Jupiter's figure appeared silently in front of the red lightning, holding it gently like holding a spear. Then he looked at Ronan and spoke coldly. I said, "Don't use these useless tricks anymore." Jupiter slowly raised the lightning in his hand, and the originally somewhat weak red lightning suddenly burst into an unprecedented dazzling red light in his hand. At this moment, the light of the entire sky seemed to be taken away by this lightning and gathered at one point. A terrifying aura that was several times more terrifying than before was suddenly released from the lightning. Heavenly punishment. Spear of destruction. Ronan's pupils shrank sharply, and he watched the red near black spear-shaped lightning rapidly expand in his pupils. He already felt a tingling, tearing, and numbness all over his body. Boom! A huge roar sounded. Even with a barrier of the protective magic shield, the hearts of many onlookers trembled violently. At this moment, many talented wizards watching the battle on the surrounding stone pillars were also moved, and some even couldn't help but stand up from the stone pillars. 3 stages. Domain Resonance. Chapter 208. It's a pity that you met me. The Secret Method. Broken Winter Mirror. Countless red thunderbolts filled the entire fighting platform, like thick red thunder snakes swimming wildly, and the terrible aura spread like a tide. This was a carnival of thunder, and there was no trace of frost. The huge snow country that had previously been in opposition to thunder seemed to have collapsed and fallen. This lightning spear that seemed like a punishment from heaven was released, and the surrounding area of the central platform became strangely quiet. Many wizard geniuses who participated in the ranking battle stood on the stone pillars with solemn faces. As for those wizards who were at a lower level and generally had strengths of 1 or 2 levels, many of them turned pale. Even with a barrier of protective magic circles and heavy space distances, the visual impact alone still brought them a strong sense of oppression like suffocation. This was a terrible power that they could not imagine, as if their souls would be injured and shattered if they looked at it for one more time. As time passed, the figure of Jupiter gradually appeared in the violent lightning. At this time, Jupiter was surrounded by red thunder, and his majestic and domineering aura became stronger and stronger. He raised his hand expressionlessly, and all the thunder in the platform space immediately obeyed his command, like loyal subjects who were sent by the monarch, and all gathered towards one location. The void where the location was located quickly collapsed under the gathering of countless thunders, and the red thunder turned into thick thunder slurry, like rolling lava, and like dark blood, gradually condensing into a ball. The red thunder that turned from blue to purple and then to red was already terrifying. Now it was compressed to an extreme, and the power released was even more terrifying. Many people looked at the condensed dark red thunder ball, their eyelids twitching wildly, and they kept feeling palpitations. To a certain extent, the thunder ball that Jupiter was controlling was even more terrifying than the thunder spear that he had released before. Jupiter obviously had plans to end everything. However, at this moment, there was a sound of explosion. The thunderball that was constantly collapsing made a continuous cracking sound, and it turned and began to expand again. Everyone's eyes were focused on the thunderball. Jupiter's eyes flashed slightly. On his outstretched right wrist, a beautiful bracelet with a lightning pattern lit up, and his 5 fingers closed. Under the blessing of this power, the expanding thunderball suddenly shrank back again, but it was only less than a second. Boom! The huge thunderball exploded directly. Rip! In a series of rapid sounds of tearing silk, something tore through the thunder that was rapidly falling like a waterfall in the void, and suddenly walked out of the center of the explosion. This was a bright, burly, and majestic figure. It was more than 2 meters tall, with long hair in white with a little dark blue hanging down to the waist, and thick lightning-like white lights danced on the strong body. The invisible and terrifying domain field radiated outward, blocking all the lightning. 2 big hands wrapped in thick black light closed in front of the chest, tightly grasping a ball of red and crystal, as if it had condensed into a substantial electric light. Shoo! On a stone pillar at the edge of the platform, a huge flesh and blood demon suddenly stood up. The appearance of this figure seemed to rouse Rufus' great interest. The latter stared at the position where the figure stood, with a light flashing in his eyes, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Crack boom! The tall figure who suddenly broke through the thunderball suddenly rubbed his hands inward with force, as if crushing something. The electric light tightly grasped in his hands suddenly shattered, and countless red thunders exploded, instantly wrapping the figure. Jupiter narrowed his eyes slightly. He saw the figure whose face he had not seen clearly was bathed in the rapidly fading lightning, and slowly raised his lowered head. On the charming face with blue veins and many snake-like lines on both sides of the cheeks, his lips trembled slightly. "It's a very strong move, almost killing me." Boom! As the words fell, Ronan's body was surrounded by an indescribable terrifying aura, which directly cleared all the red lightning in a space. The demon-like body disappeared. The next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of Jupiter, less than 5 meters away. Austerity body forging, master-level proficiency of more than 1,200 points, stainless body, complete giant demon. Ronan jumped in front of Jupiter in less than half a breath. He could almost see Jupiter's shaking pupils. He suddenly raised his hand and hit forward. Under the blessing of the primary, ancient power, The space between him and Jupiter collapsed directly. The strong black rune light tore through the air, like a fierce ancient python, biting through Jupiter's mental force field with a bite, and those built-in magic defense methods exploded layer by layer. Bang! Ronan felt like he hit something, but Jupiter's figure suddenly exploded and turned into a cluster of flowing lightning and disappeared. Ronan did not fluctuate too much in the complete giant demon form. His original keen perception had long been pulled to an incredible height. He didn't even need to use his mental power to explore. His fighting instinct immediately captured Jupiter's landing point for him. Boom! With the same thunderous sound, Ronan transformed into pure white lightning in the red lightning field, accurately shooting towards a vague outline of Jupiter somewhere in the void. Bang! With a punch, Jupiter once again turned into scattered lightning and disappeared. Ronan didn't care and gently twisted his neck. I wonder how many times you can escape. Boom! The figure disappeared. After a brief silence, the group of wizards watching suddenly burst into a more intense discussion than before. Jupiter's strength was so strong that it made people palpitate, but no one expected that Ronan, who was fighting with him, had a more terrifying hidden combat power. He was able to withstand the lightning spell of the 3-stage domain resonance realm without any damage. Isn't he an ice mage? How come the most powerful spell is a body transformation spell? Maybe it's not the transformed body, but some kind of powerful and ancient bloodline. What kind of bloodline can have such terrible physical power? This person is too mysterious. I have never heard of his name. Countless people talked about Ronan, which formed a sharp contrast with the situation at the beginning of the battle. Zilla, at this time, on the central platform, Ronan drew a completely blurred light and shadow in the void, and appeared at the same position as Jupiter's figure at almost the same time. Got you. The fist wrapped in the ancient power hit hard, and at the moment Jupiter landed, it tore through the heavy obstacles and directly penetrated his chest. Huh? Ronan's expression was stunned at the same time. He pierced through Jupiter's body, but strangely, he didn't feel any touch of flesh and blood. His hand seemed to penetrate a ball of air, without any obstruction. Ronan stared at the spot where his right hand landed, and saw Jupiter's chest pierced by him. Under the torn robe, his body was like a silver wave. He felt a familiar wave of power. As if lightning flashed before his eyes, Ronan blurted out, "Space mirror spells. No, it's the power of magic tools. Did the Thunder Council give you the Dawn-level magic tools obtained from the secret realm of the ancient Mirror Court?" Ronan frowned slightly, and couldn't help questioning himself. No, your current strength should not be enough to drive the Dawn-level magic tools. Yes, you are right. Jupiter spoke calmly, but the voice came from behind Ronan strangely. Jupiter, who was pierced by Ronan's bare hands, the whole person was quietly broken like a mirror flower and water moon. Ronan turned around quickly and saw Jupiter standing somewhere not far away without any damage on his body, with circles of silver ripples around his body, and his figure seemed to be between illusion and reality. 3 years ago, Angel Rio's despicable means left me seriously injured and on the verge of death. Jupiter gently placed his hand on the chest where Ronan had just hid him, and said in an inexplicable tone, "But I have to thank him again. If it weren't for this, I don't think I would have accepted the experiment of fusing my body with a magic tool. Fortunately, I succeeded." Jupiter's entire body suddenly became blurred, scattered into countless silver particles, and then gathered together, becoming clear and solid again. Such a magical and strange change made Ronan slightly stunned. At this time, he heard someone shocked and moving low cry from the stone pillar beside the platform. Body elementalization. Body elementalization? Ronan's mind was slightly shocked. Mental power elementalization and body elementalization are both powerful and iconic methods of Dawn-level wizards. Among them, the level of body elementalization is even higher, and the 4th-level wizards who have just entered the Dawn cannot do it. How can Jupiter, at the 3rd level, master the skills that even the 4th-level Dawn wizards cannot master? But looking at the methods he just demonstrated, it is indeed quite similar to the rumored body elementalization. Ronan frowned, as if he had thought of something, and said, "It's not that your body has been transformed into an element. It's just that after you abandoned your physical body and merged with a Dawn tool, you have mastered some of the mysterious power of the Space Mirror tool in advance. You are more knowledgeable than them." Jupiter nodded and admitted it naturally, saying calmly, "It is indeed just the mystery of the ancient Mirror Core tools, but it is not far from the real body elementalization. At least in the fog stage." Jupiter looked up and suddenly swept his eyes around the stone pillars on the edge of the field. The lofty Selena, the brilliant atom like the morning sun, the mysterious Lineage, and Uriel. He did not shy away from looking at each of the famous top figures, and suddenly a majestic and domineering aura rose from his body. Countless thunders naturally appeared around Jupiter. His eyes fell back on Ronan, and when he spoke, his voice became as magnificent as countless thunders rolling at the same time. It's not too late for you to admit defeat now. Jupiter raised his right hand to Ronan, and lightning gathered around him, and once again condensed into the shape of a red spear, each of which exuded a suffocating and terrible aura. Jupiter looked calm. 3 years ago, as the young king of the 6th major wizard forces, he was ambushed and fell from his throne, lying on the ground like a distressed dog, vomiting blood. No one knew what kind of torment and torture he had experienced in the past 3 years. Now, he wanted to take back everything he had lost. He had an impression of Ronan, who was born in the Silver Ring, and Ronan's strength was far beyond his expectations. The method of merging with the dawn-level magic tools to enable the body to enter a form similar to semi-elementalization was his big trump card. This trump card was not prepared for Ronan, but he was forced out by him. But Jupiter didn't care. Anyway, in the fog stage, almost no one could break this method, and it didn't make much difference if it was exposed earlier or later. Although Ronan's body was strong, it was only a matter of time before he was defeated because he could not cause any effective damage to him and could only passively take the beating. Boom, boom, boom. Huge explosions continued to sound. Ronan was like a pure white lightning, flashing quickly in the field. Every time he struck, he accurately shattered a figure belonging to Jupiter. Jupiter was not affected at all. Under the shadow of the sole characteristics of the interweaving of electric light and silver light, his figure was constantly broken and reorganized like a mirror. The momentum belonging to him in the space of the dual platform continued to accumulate layer by layer. Jupiter was extremely calm and laid out his own means at will. Under his summons, 7 or 8 red electric spears condensed in the void, forming a certain formation, releasing a terrifying power that was no less than the 3 previous stages of the resonance of the law domain and the spear of heavenly punishment. When the number of electric spears accumulated to 12, Ronan's chasing figure stopped, lowered his head and stood there, as if he was thinking, and seemed to have completely given up. At this time, everyone around the platform battlefield was in a greater state of excitement than before. Figures stood up one after another on the stone pillars. Some were shocked, some looked ugly, and some fell into thought. Even the high-ranking Selena seemed to have a bit more strange and inexplicable color in her eyes when she looked at Jupiter in the battle group. The means of body elementalization, a skill that only dawn-level wizards can master, is almost invincible in the fog stage. Jupiter is inherently invincible. No wonder he has the ambition to point his sword at the chief, although he is only in the middle stage of the 3rd level. Finally, Jupiter's momentum accumulated to peak. The number of electric spears he summoned has reached the limit of what he can currently control. The dense and terrifying electric spears directly occupied a small space, dyeing a small piece of sky above Jupiter's head red. Jupiter was backed by the soul phantom interwoven with electric light and silver light. His mind moved slightly, and the tips of dozens of electric spears around him all pointed at a figure in the field. Ronan was pointed at by many thunderbolts, all alone. His ferocious and domineering aura, like that of an ancient giant demon, was completely suppressed by Jupiter at this moment. During the stage when Jupiter was accumulating strength, he did not seem to have done nothing. Countless frosts lingered around him. The snow country that had collapsed before had been rebuilt by him at some point, and was still expanding outward. However, Jupiter did not care about this at all. You want to use the same trick you used against Uriel. He glanced at the frost and snow that filled the air, shook his head and said, "It's a meaningless attempt. Ronan Damien. I should have remembered the name correctly. Don't you understand yet?" Jupiter took a breath gently, and a bright electric light flashed in his eyes. His gaze became far-reaching at this moment, passing Ronan and looking higher and farther. "From this moment on, the South will usher in an era that belongs to me, Jupiter." After saying that, Jupiter waved his hand gently. With a cold attitude, he was like a high and mighty monarch, issuing an edict of killing to the sinners kneeling below. All the red electric spears fell at the same time, leaving dazzling marks in the void, and shot rapidly towards Ronan in the center. At this moment, Ronan quietly raised his head. His waist-length white hair was blown up by the wind and thunder, and a mysterious silver light quietly bloomed in his eyes, which were originally pure white with a little blue. Congeal. Ronan said softly. In the consciousness space, a soul symbol that was once called tundra frozen soil suddenly flashed. In an instant, the huge fighting platform was within the scope of Ronan's snow country. Every snowflake suspended in the air, every thorny ice spike growing from the void, every swaying ice flame, and every piece of diffused frost all exuded a strong force of spatial stagnation. These stagnation forces gathered together, turning the entire domain space into a lifelike, exquisite mirror made of ice crystals. Everything was frozen. Space seemed to have become a plane, with a falling red electric spear and half of his body already elementalized, but in the end he was firmly imprisoned in place in a strange posture, his expression frozen. Only Jupiter's eyes flashed with shock and disbelief from time to time. In the absolutely still snow country mirror, only Ronan was able to move freely. Ronan was like a person who was independent of everything, stepping on the smooth mirror made of ice crystals, his long hair flying, and walking towards Jupiter step by step. It's a pity that your body is not truly elementalized. It's a pity that the power of the dawn-level mirror magic tools you can use is still too little. It's a pity that you noticed it too late. It's a pity. You ran into me. Ronan walked in front of Jupiter, in the completely giant demon form, more than 2 meters tall, with an extremely burly and majestic figure. He stood in front of Jupiter, looking down at him as if he was looking at a skinny handmaid. The past, present, and future. None of them belong to you. Angel is on the field, but it's a pity that you don't have the chance to seek revenge on him. My poor Jupiter. After saying that, Ronan calmly pointed his finger at Jupiter's brow. Crack, it was like the sound of a broken mirror. A crack appeared on Jupiter's forehead, and then quickly extended to all sides. The entire mirror space composed of the ice and snow kingdom vibrated. At this moment, the wizards watching the battle around were all silent. They were stunned, deeply attracted by the extremely cold and beautiful scene in front of them, and had completely forgotten to speak. Only a low voice was heard in the broken, exquisite and beautiful snow scene. Secret method, broken winter mirror. The principle is the same as broken silver. But this time, what was broken was a whole icy world built by Ronan himself. It takes a lot of brains, and I ask for a monthly ticket, thanks. Chapter 209. The Shattered Winter Mirror Snow Country. The terrifying space-shattering force surging like a tide surged from each fallen edge, and the inky black marks cut a huge platform space into pieces. Ronan was probably the only intact thing in this shattered piece. He watched Jupiter's body shatter into countless pieces, and then quickly gathered together, and then shattered again in the entire space that was almost completely occupied by the dark background. Ronan suddenly reached out and seemed to grab something in the broken and flickering silver light. When all the scenery faded, there was no ice, snow or thunder left on the platform. It was so calm that it seemed as if nothing had happened. Only Ronan was left standing quietly in the center of the platform, with one hand raised, and his 5 fingers tightly clasped a slender figure that seemed quite thin compared to him. Jupiter's face was ugly, and his eyes were intertwined with deep shock and disbelief. He looked at Ronan in disbelief, and then his eyes slowly moved down. An arm with tangled muscles and pure white lightning, like a giant demon's claw, deeply penetrated his body. In his body, a triangular prism that was constantly rotating and emitting a faint silver light was being tightly held by the 5 fingers of that hand. There was a huge tearing and pulling feeling coming from the depths of his soul, which made Jupiter feel dizzy. Jupiter endured all kinds of discomfort, his lips trembled slightly, trying to recite the spell again. At this time, a plain voice made everything he did stop abruptly. It's over, Jupiter. After a short silence, a huge buzzing sound suddenly broke out among the wizards watching the battle around the battle platform, surrounded by 32 stone pillars. Like a wave, it spread outwards one after another. This was the first climax battle since the start of the ranking battle. The battle reversed many times between the 2 poles, and the final result was beyond everyone's expectations, including those top wizard geniuses who occupied one side of the stone pillar. Countless eyes were focused on the figure with dancing white hair, like a demon from the pages of legend. Everyone was talking about the same name, Ronan. Ronan Damien. This name, for the first time, officially entered the field of vision of countless wizards in the entire South. The residents of the Court of Life. The silver-haired female wizard, the young wizard Donnie. Several wizards of the Court of Life who had met Ronan several times stared blankly in the direction of the central battle group. It seems that he really got a lot of good things from Her Highness Selena. The silver-haired female wizard broke the silence and spoke calmly, but her eyes revealed a little bit of unnaturalness. Donnie snorted lightly, a sneer appeared on his face, and was about to say something to cover up his absent-mindedness that he shouldn't have just said. At this time, an invisible force suddenly surged in the void above his head. The young wizard Donnie's face suddenly changed, and he subconsciously wanted to escape somewhere else, but under this force, he was finally pulled into the sky with a look of desperation along with several other wizards of the Royal Court of Life. Damn it, damn it. After Donnie and others took off, a muttering curse sounded immediately from the top. It was obviously a pleasant girl's voice like a silver bell, but it fell into the ears of all the wizards of the Royal Court of Life below, but it seemed like a nightmare, making people shudder. Everyone subconsciously stroked their cheeks, and then cast sympathetic eyes at Donnie and other unfortunate unlucky guys. No one knew why this witch lady was in a bad mood and needed to vent her anger. But fortunately, the target of venting anger was not them, and there was almost no place to graffiti on their faces. When Her Highness Serena gets the inheritance and returns, all problems will be solved. The silver-haired female wizard whispered to comfort Grace beside her. Grace seemed not to have heard her words, but just quietly looked in the direction of the distant battle group, staring at a certain glorious figure. The silver-haired female wizard's eyes flickered slightly, and she quickly shook her head and said nothing. Mean one. In the bustling crowd, a group of silver ring wizards stood still, each of them with a dazed expression. They opened their mouths and wanted to say something, but the bottom of their throats seemed to be blocked by something, and they couldn't spit out a word. At this time, the noise around them seemed to be far away from them. It was as if there was a big bell ringing repeatedly in the brains of each of them, making their brains buzzing and almost unable to think. It was difficult for others to understand how great the shock and impact these silver ring wizards were experiencing at this moment. As a young generation living under the rule of Jupiter of the Thunder Council, no one knows Jupiter's power better than them. In the Big Six, Jupiter is like a sun hanging over the heads of all young wizards, scorching, dazzling, untouchable, and can only be looked up to. There are too many legends about Jupiter, too many to list, too many to make people numb. They are all used to Jupiter's rule, and even Arian, the former first genius of the Silver Ring, regards Jupiter as the object that will be surpassed in a lifetime. But what do they see now? Ronan actually defeated Jupiter in a head-on confrontation. At this moment, it seemed that something in their hearts was quietly shattered, and in those broken old remnants, something new was quickly born. This feeling is difficult for wizards outside the Big Six to empathize with, and even they themselves have a strong sense of unreality. Ronan Damien. After a moment, all the young wizards of the Silver Ring heard Clement's low whisper. Everyone, the future of the Silver Ring may be written by this name. No one spoke, and everyone's face was filled with complexity. Ronan let go of his hand, and Jupiter fell backwards with a pale face. Ronan finally gave up the idea of forcibly digging out the dawn-level magic tool that he had grabbed. Jupiter's soul was mostly fused with a magic tool. If he did so, Jupiter would most likely die on the spot. Although falling in the Wizards' War was a relatively common thing, Ronan still didn't want to do it, but he explored the core of the dawn magic tool and memorized the runes in it. Looking up, Ronan saw Jupiter looking at him with an extremely complicated look. The human-shaped phantom with electric light and silver light behind him quickly shattered, and a huge mysterious light ball surged out of his body and then sank into his body. In an instant, Ronan felt his soul power growing rapidly, and the fourth spiritual power crystal in his mind almost grew to the extreme in a breath. In the consciousness space, dots of golden light gathered, and the fifth spiritual power crystal was condensing too fast. This speed of spiritual power growth. For the real strong, the battle for geniuses is the best breeding ground for their growth. Ronan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. At this moment, the gray smoke around him and behind him was also expanding rapidly, directly increasing by more than 1/3, and the huge gray cloud directly occupied half of the platform in the sky. Countless gray clouds were surging layer by layer, and wisps of smoke were falling. The source was Ronan's body. At least 2/3 of the mysterious substance that Ronan had obtained along the way that could enhance soul power were stored in this gray cloud. The soul gray smoke materialized by Haramis' unique means was not only a reflection of the strength of the participants in the seed competition, but also their bet in this talent game. Only the big winner who made it to the end was qualified to leave with the most generous rewards and glory. Luo Jupiter stood in the void in a woeful manner, his lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something to himself. In the end, He just turned into a burst of lightning with a wooden expression and disappeared. Ronan sensed that the breath of Jupiter was gradually fading. He probably went to find a place to heal himself silently. For a top genius like him, who had walked all the way with flowers and praises and countless halos, the trauma suffered by his mind and will after the failure of this battle was probably unparalleled, but it had nothing to do with Ronan. Ronan walked out of the platform with a calm expression. He withdrew from the state of complete giant transformation. The burly and majestic ancient giant body gradually returned to its normal form. The titanium condensed clothes attached to his body inch by inch. Only his long white hair could not be transformed back. It was slightly lifted by the wind, like a pure white cloak. Outside the field, the stone pillar belonging to him began to rise, raising a level, reaching the same height as the previous winner. At this moment, countless eyes fell on Ronan. At the beginning of the qualifying battle, the feeling of soul heat appeared again. Ronan narrowed his eyes and looked up at the sky. The white light on his forehead quickly woven into an eye pattern. But even the eye of truth could not capture what this power that could make the soul restless was. The only thing Ronan could be sure of was that this power came from the ancient rune array, deep underground. He could only sigh at the great means of the legendary wizard Hermes. Only a powerful wizard like Hermes, who had analyzed the soul to an unimaginable height, could construct such a magical field. It was a pity that he felt nothing except a little heat in his soul. It was still a long way from the manifestation of the soul characteristics of Selena and others. Obviously, the number of soul gray smoke that materialized around him was almost the largest on the field. The soul qualification is too far away. Returning to the old question, Ronan shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Instead, he focused on the mysterious rune he had just received from Jupiter. This rune seems to have some similarities with multiple mirror lights, but it is more complex and mysterious, and the rune effect presented in the end is also completely different. Based on Jupiter's ability to mirrorize his body, he temporarily named this rune as Mirror Flower and Water Moon. The mirror system originated from space. Although it is a mirror rune, it is also a type of space rune. Ronan is very interested in this rune. Is this body mirroring ability weak? On the contrary, this method is extremely powerful and can almost be immune to most elemental spell attacks. But as he said to Jupiter, it's a pity to meet him. The space stagnation power mastered by Ronan happens to have a certain restraining effect on this mirrorization effect. If it were another third-level wizard, I'm afraid he would not be able to break Jupiter's spell at all. If Ronan can master this ability, he can ignore a large part of the spell attacks in battle, and his combat effectiveness, defense and survivability can be greatly improved. Maybe we still have to rely on the old method. Without the corresponding space and mirror spell inheritance, it can only be achieved through the means of Soul Seal. This is not the first time Ronan has done this. He plans to modify the space silverization seal again. This is undoubtedly a big project and it will definitely not be achieved in a short time. He can only try it after the battle is over. Huh? While thinking, Ronan suddenly opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction quickly. His eyes wandered between two stone pillars. On one stone pillar, a young man wearing pure white knight armor, handsome and masculine temperament was concentrating on combing the mane of a double-winged unicorn beside him. When Ronan looked at him, the young man cast a faint gaze at him. In the brilliant light like the morning sun, the magnificent and sacred white palace behind him was rising and falling. It's not him. Ronan turned his eyes away expressionlessly and turned to another stone pillar. It was an elegant young man sitting cross-legged on a stone pillar holding a wizard book with a pure black cover, with a strong mysterious and ominous atmosphere all over his body. Behind him, a strange shadow with countless tentacles was spreading. Chaos Secret Society, Lineage. Ronan exhaled lightly and slowly read out the other party's name. Ronan glanced at the other party, then quickly retracted his gaze and lowered his head again. He seemed calm, but there was a light flickering in his eyes that no one could see, and various thoughts kept growing in his mind. After the battle with Jupiter, the combat power shown by Ronan has thoroughly established his position as the first dark horse on the field. Many people are paying attention to him, and they are afraid, surprised, or in awe of him. But in addition to Andariel, who had his arm cut off and was full of hatred for him, it was the second person who showed such a sharp and cold-killing intention to him. Chaos Secret Society. Lineage. Ronan silently read the name in his heart. He didn't know much about the three major wizard forces in the south. The Chaos Secret Society was the most mysterious of the three forces and belonged to the Black Wizard Force. If it's a black-robed wizard, it's normal for him to have unexplained murderous intent, right? Ronan narrowed his eyes, looked at the back of his smooth right hand, and slowly put away some of his guesses and thoughts. Maybe. The first round of qualifying ended at sunset on the third day. Half of the people were eliminated and only 16 of the 32 lit stone pillars remained. Then the second round of qualifying officially began. Before the competition began, almost all the geniuses who had been included in the first echelon, except Jupiter, entered the second round. Ronan replaced Jupiter. Harvard, who is also a member of the Blue Mist Society, unfortunately met a strong opponent in the first round of qualifying and left the stage with a slight gap. The rules were no different from the first round of fighting. The mysterious mechanism left by Haramis still randomly selected in one-on-one duels were on stage. The quality of this round of competition was undoubtedly much higher. Those who can win in the first round of battle are almost all top-level wizards in the middle stage of level 3, and most of them have the strength to challenge the general wizards in the late stage of level 3. Then again, how can there be average or ordinary wizards who can enter the late stage of level 3? Moreover, these geniuses who have excellent talents and talents can also greatly increase their soul power after winning a round under the special mechanism of Haramis. Ronan is not the only one who grows rapidly in the battle. Ronan also took this opportunity to observe the spell systems of the top figures on the field. His focus is on Selena. This princess from the Central Wizard Empire, everything about her is mysterious to the wizards in the south. Being able to establish the rule of an empire in the central region, the power of the spell inheritance of the Court of Life is beyond doubt. In the first round of the battle, Selena did not even make a move, and only relied on the display of talent to make the opponent admit defeat and complete the manifestation of soul characteristics. The second round of battle was not so outrageous, but Selena only released a spell. Under the 3-stage resonant domain, the vast ocean of white energy instantly submerged her opponent. Before everyone could completely break free from the shock of the moment, Selena had returned to her seat. The soul shadow with a crown on her head, a bow and a long staff in her hand became more and more brilliant. She was so calm that it seemed as if she had never left her seat. Isn't even the 3-stage domain resonance enough as a trump card? Ronan looked at Selena on the high platform, and his mind was slightly shaken. Jupiter comprehended the 3-stage domain resonance, and Selena did the same. After all, he and these people had a gap in practice time and age, and perhaps it was related to the fact that he practiced too many and too diverse spells. The spells cast by Selena were just like the name of Life Court, which carried a very strong breath of life. These breaths of life almost all came from Selena herself. Because the vitality ball in Ronan's body has always been in a semi-compressed state, it is extremely restrained. He mobilizes this power through his body, so it is difficult for ordinary wizards to detect the extraordinary rich life energy contained in Ronan. But Ronan's perception of the concentration of other people's life breath is extremely sharp. He can sense that if the life energy contained in the body of the normal 3rd-level wizard is 1, then the life energy of the wizards of the Life King Court he has seen before is between 5 and 10. Ronan, who practices austerity body forging, probably has a life energy of more than 50. But Selena gives Ronan the feeling of being close to 100. This is when she has not fully exploded. Ronan feels incredible. Because he practices austerity body forging, he knows how difficult it is to give birth to such a magnificent life energy through practice. He suspects that Selena may have mastered a body forging inheritance that is many times more powerful than austerity body forging. Or maybe it was because she had some special blood power that could provide huge vitality. Or maybe it was because of some external factors. No matter which reason it was, Ronan was full of curiosity about the secret of how Selena mastered such a huge life energy. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 Life Witch, Forbidden Magical Instruments. It's probably the second and third reasons. Because if the life energy of the wizards of the Court of Life is used as a spell, it is equivalent to fighting with life, which is unlikely. The inheritance of the Court of Life may be helpful to me. If the total amount of vitality can be increased by other means, the combat power of the completely giant-eyed, stainless body, can also be improved. Ronan wants to improve the combat power of the completely giant-eyed, stainless body. In addition to improving the efficiency of the use of existing life energy, the remaining thing is to increase the base of life energy. If both aspects can be enhanced, it would be great. The Court of Life and Ronan actually take two different paths in the use of life energy. The former uses life energy as the driving force of wizard spells, while Ronan directly uses life energy on himself. But it is not ruled out that Selena also has the secret method of using life energy to strengthen the body. Selena's close combat ability may be stronger than everyone imagines. Ronan's eyes flickered slightly, and he kept making analysis in his mind. He still had ambitions for the position of the chief of the wizards, and the inheritance of the Archon of Heramus was also full of attraction to him. If he wanted to take the position of the chief, then Selena must be a hurdle that he could not bypass. In addition to Selena, Ronan was also paying attention to Adam of the Psychic Dawn, and Lineage of the Chaos Secret Society. It was not just him. As a genius who showed the characteristics of the soul in the first round of the ranking battle, each of them was the focus of everyone's attention. After seeing Adam's move, Ronan discovered that the inheritance of the Psychic Dawn was actually an extremely rare mind-based spell. Like the life-based spells of the Court of Life, the mind-based spells also belonged to the inheritance of non-elemental spells. Because of the special nature of its energy, the power of the spells released was also far greater than that of ordinary elemental spells. The power of the mind comes from the will, and the will comes from the soul. The power of the light of the mind displayed by Adam in the battle was extremely pure and powerful, and he also had a characteristic similar to that of a real ancient ascetic. Ronan had seen Adam's clear eyes, and suddenly he believed that the winged unicorn he was riding on might really be the legendary unicorn. It is said that only those with a heart without a trace of impurities and extremely strong will have the opportunity to tame the legendary unicorn. Unicorns are ancient species similar to ice crystal snakes, and are even higher in rarity and rank than ice crystal snakes. Adam's unicorn is quite majestic, and it seems to have a strong bonus to Adam's spells. Adam's fighting style is simply an outlier among the wizards. He charges at his opponent like a knight, and he hardly needs to use any other means. The pure light of his mind is like an indestructible sacred lance, easily defeating the opponent in front of him. Even if a wizard of the same level 3 late stage, with a slightly weaker will, is in front of Adam, I'm afraid he won't be able to cast a complete spell. Across the protective magic circle around the platform, Ronan can still feel the strong will that seems to be able to break through all obstacles emanating from Adam. This will cause great mental shock to his opponent, and the soul will be shaken, and the combat power will be greatly reduced invisibly. After seeing Adam's move, Ronan began to envy the inheritance of the Psychic Dawn. Due to the practice of asceticism and body forging, his will is also extremely tough and strong, which is tempered by countless pains and tortures. Adam's fighting style is also very much to his liking, and because of the residual consciousness of Hiqualto, willpower is a very important life-saving talisman for Ronan, and no matter how it is strengthened, it is not too much. Looking at other people's inheritance, I think it's good. I don't know if others will have the same idea about me. Ronan couldn't help but laugh at himself in his heart. His ice and space spell inheritance is probably also envious by many wizards. There is also the Golden Country inheritance that has not yet started to be formally practiced, which is also the supreme opportunity that ordinary wizards dream of. Compared with Adam, Lineage of the Chaos Secret Society is a little more ordinary, just normal dark spells, mixed with some curse spells. Lineage seemed to be extremely low-key. He did not reveal much of his cards in the two moves, giving people a feeling that he was hard to see through. Unconsciously, buzz, the light column in front of him suddenly turned blue. Ronan was slightly startled, and then he realized that it was his turn to play again. Countless eyes gathered. Ronan took a breath, and calmly stepped on the void and walked step by step to the central platform. He glanced at a few stone pillars. In one of the stone pillars, there was an ordinary-looking young man with wine-red eyes with an evil intention. He smiled and made a come-on gesture to him. Ronan's eyelids twitched slightly, and he ignored him directly, focusing on the opponent in front of him. Ronan's opponent in this round was a young man wearing a black robe with gold patterns, with brown hair, and 10 fingers hanging naturally with shiny magic rings of different colors. Ronan had an impression of this man. He was the wizard from the Mystic Power Workshop in the first round. Organizations like the Mystic Workshop are different from ordinary wizard forces. The spells they inherit may be relatively more complicated, but due to their abundant resources and luxurious equipment, the combat effectiveness of wizards of the same level is much stronger than those from normal forces. The young wizard in front of him is a good example. Just the third-level magic tools and equipment he has shown now are several times more than those of normal wizards. No one knows how many good things are hidden in his storage space. In the eyes of many wizards, this guy is simply a moving human treasure, comparable to the legendary treasure-digging goblin. Farlan. Leonleto. The young wizard from the Mystic Workshop looked a little nervous and embarrassed when he saw that his opponent was Ronan. He introduced himself to Ronan in a very graceful manner, as if he was setting a relatively friendly tone for this battle in advance. Ronan nodded and also gave his name. Just as he was about to make a move, the young wizard named Farron from the Mystic Power Workshop said something shocking. "You are very strong, I am not your opponent. But I have a very powerful magic tool. This is my trump card. If you can take my next attack, I will admit defeat, okay?" Ronan was stunned. Before he could react, he saw that the other party had quickly taken out a strangely shaped, dark gold dagger from the sleeve of his robe. The dagger looked very old, full of the breath of years of baptism. Its handle was a twisted and entangled golden snake, and a dim ruby was inlaid in the snake's eye. The other party held the dagger and quickly recited an ancient and mysterious spell. Soon, the golden snake dagger began to release a trace of inexplicable fluctuations. When the other party chanted the last syllable, his voice suddenly became high-pitched, and he looked at Ronan with a serious face and shouted, "Those who are lucky enough to see it will want to possess it. Those who are lucky enough to possess it will surely step towards death. Turn your eyes away from it. Despicable, covet." As soon as the voice fell, the other party picked up the dagger and slashed it across his palm fiercely, but strangely, no blood flowed out. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable terrifying aura emanated from the dagger, and the snake's eyes instantly became bright. Wisps of black mist rose up, and the void of the huge platform space was turbulent like water waves. Ronan was stunned. Then, his face quickly became ugly. Fuck, it's a one-level magic tool. The gorgeous energy streamer occupied the sky of the entire plane, like countless pieces of gorgeous sunset, presenting a dreamlike, magnificent, beautiful and shocking picture. On a high hill, a figure was looking up at all this. This is an ordinary-looking man, with long, slightly curly gray hair, emerald eyes, and fair skin. His exact age is hard to tell. He is wearing a long black robe that drags on the ground. He seems to be completely immersed in the beauty of this scene, with a deep yearning and intoxication on his face. Someone appears behind him, wearing a similar black robe, with his face blocked by the edge of the hood hanging from his head, so his face cannot be seen clearly. "I remember the class we were in." The gray-haired man retracted his gaze and looked at the black-robed man behind him, and said softly in a nostalgic tone, "Do you remember, Doru? At that time, you were so brilliant that you rushed into the top 4 in one breath, and you were almost only one step away from the chief of that generation. And I am just a small second-level wizard, not even qualified to participate. I can only stay outside and look up at you with infinite admiration." The black-robed man did not speak, and after a moment, a low and hoarse male voice sounded from under the black robe. "The protectors of the Alba family are probably only level 4, so they are not a concern. The problem is that the bloodline of Phoenix is mixed with our target. If we proceed as planned, we must consider the impact they may cause. Now the higher-ups want you to decide whether to." The gray-haired man raised his hand and interrupted the black-robed man. "Don't you understand, Doru? If it's just to capture the little girl of the Alba family, you only need to come back alone." The black-robed man paused and continued, "Although the Phoenix is not well known, they have always been one of the oldest and most noble bloodlines in the upper ring. The immortal wings may not have completely withered into ashes. What if? This is not a problem you need to consider." The gray-haired man spoke calmly. The black-robed man fell silent. The gray-haired man continued slowly, "Legend has it that the life which Jolie Nolan's Alba forged a total of 12 powerful life suits during her lifetime, 8 of which were damaged or lost in battle. Alba's descendants took the remaining 4 sets and established a vast empire in the central part of the upper ring. Our target this time, although the blood of the life witch Alba is very thin, it is unexpectedly extremely compatible with one of the life suits. Do you think we just want to collect her blood?" The black-robed man shook slightly and raised his hooded head quickly. You should know that I am in charge of the research of the World Salvation Armed Forces project. If your performance this time is satisfactory to me." The gray-haired man turned to look at the black-robed man, and said gently, "I am willing to let you be my assistant, and even, you can have the opportunity to become the controller of the first batch of armed forces. Doru, try your best to do what you should do, and I will take care of the rest." The gray-haired man reached out and gently patted the black-robed man on the shoulder, and whispered, "Don't let me down." The black-robed man lowered his head and replied in a low voice, "Yes." The gray-haired man showed a satisfied smile on his face. Then he turned his eyes to the center of the distant glow, looking at the dense and tiny black dots that formed a tight circle, representing countless wizards, and a deep feeling appeared on his face. "I haven't been back to the south for hundreds of years. I almost forgot. I really miss it." With a man's sighing voice, the two people on the hill melted like ink, and disappeared in the glow of the sky in a blink of an eye. Boom! 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 The cloak-like white hair spread out behind Ronan. His arms were muscular and his veins were bulging. On the back of his hands, there were dense lines like snake scales. Pure white light was jumping around him like lightning. Ronan's face was slightly ferocious. The indescribable rich aura of the law domain was intertwined and condensed between his palms. Countless frosts gathered into a ball, and on the ice ball there was a silver metal shield made entirely of titanium. He almost pulled up all his defenses, but he still couldn't stop the blurred and twisted black virtual light in the void in front of him. The latter broke through his layers of defense like a broken bamboo, melted with titanium, shattered the ice ball, and collapsed the law domain. Ronan put his hands together, trying to hold the virtual light with his bare hands, but his two palms were instantly cut. The black virtual light quickly passed through Ronan's body, and the power was finally exhausted and finally disappeared into the air. Ronan had a blank expression on his face, and a deep cut on his right rib was closing quickly. When he raised his head with cold eyes and cast his gaze at his opponent, what he got in return was a hurried and slightly panicked voice. "Okay. I give up." "Huh?" A huge mysterious ball of light emerged from the opponent's body and quickly sank into Ronan's body. The huge gray cloud rolled violently and expanded to the surroundings again. Ronan felt a rapidly growing soul power and mental power, and his depressed mood finally felt a little better. When he saw his opponent, the wizard of the mystic workshop named Fallon, his face was pale, his cheeks were slightly sunken, and he looked so weak that he was almost shaky. The breath he was holding in his heart was completely relieved. "I'm sorry, Damien, the mystic workshop will compensate you later." The wizard Fallon threw a communication stone to Ronan in a hoarse voice, and there was a deep shock in his lifeless eyes that could not be hidden. As a spellcaster, Fallon naturally knew the terrifying power of his dawn magic tool best, and he could tell from his current appearance. How can it be an ordinary dawn class tool that can almost train a genius wizard of the 3rd level? I will try to post the second update before 12 o'clock. If I haven't finished it, I will post it in the early morning. Chapter 211. The weak should be treated preferentially. Lucky man, Lindis. This is a magical tool that is listed as taboo in the Mystic Workshop. No one knows who forged it. It was acquired by the Mystic Workshop by chance. This time it was taken out to be used as the strongest trump card in this wizard competition. But it is estimated that all the wizards in the Mystic Workshop would not have thought that the Forbidden Blade would be used in the second round, and after using it, it still failed to win. It only left a scar less than 10 centimeters on its opponent, and even now it has almost completely healed. In comparison, Fallon, the operator of the magic tool, was injured more seriously. Ronan caught the communication stone thrown by Fallon, his eyes flashed slightly, and he couldn't help but say, "What is the name of this magic tool?" "Jurgen's Jealous Edge. Let's talk about it when we have a chance." Fallon looked really bad, and his voice became extremely hoarse. He left a few decent words and left impatiently. Ronan stepped down slowly, and his stone pillar rose again. At this time, the gray clouds gathered behind him and above his head were already extremely majestic, layer upon layer, almost covering the small half of the sky above the stone pillar, looking amazing. However, Ronan was full of helplessness. Because under the blessing of such a large gray cloud, his soul characteristics still did not show any sign of being manifested. Soul characteristics. Ronan closed his eyes and tried to perceive his soul more deeply. Soul characteristics are related to the school of magic practiced by a wizard and some special potential hidden deep in the soul. When the wizard's mental power and soul power grow to an extreme, and then this part of the potential is excavated, it can breed its own elemental spirit. Elemental spirit is the characteristic manifestation of the soul's sublimation and transformation to another level, which can enhance the wizard's control over elemental energy by 10 times or even 100 times, and possess many incredible and powerful abilities. The wizard who completes this step can also be regarded as a huge leap in the life level. This is also the main reason why ancient wizards would use the 4th level as the first watershed and extend the distinction between mist and dawn. So, what is my soul like? Ronan began to meditate in the empty and clear realm, and entered the state of lake of no thought. All the noise left him, and his consciousness was like sinking into the cold lake water without any waves, sinking towards the bottom of the lake. As he sank, a bright light seemed to appear in front of Ronan's eyes. He slowly approached the light in the lake water, and an extremely close and soft feeling came along with the light. Ronan gently embraced the light in his arms, and in an instant, countless emotions and countless memory images flooded into his mind. Most of these memories were his own, and then the more than 10 years of his predecessor Ronan, and finally some fragments of the ancient frost hydra Hecalter that could not be captured in clear images. Is it because my soul is too complicated? Ronan had a sense of enlightenment in his heart. Soul fusion is the easiest to produce impurities. When he traveled to this world, his soul experienced the first fusion. That fusion caused his originally average soul qualifications to drop directly to the point of extremely poor. It almost blocked his way to becoming a formal wizard. After that, he recklessly carried out the initial fusion of the ancient frost hydra bloodline, which invisibly caused a second pollution to his soul. If the problem of the remaining souls of my predecessor and Hecalto is not solved, the mist may be the end of my wizard's road. Ronan's mood was slightly depressed. Although he seemed to have found the real problem, he still had no idea how to solve it. Ronan considered reading ancient books after the battle was over, or finding Kosti to seek a solution. Buzz! A strange vibration reached Ronan's soul and completely pulled his consciousness out of the depths of his soul. Ronan suddenly opened his eyes, still wondering what kind of energy fluctuations could affect his soul, and even the state of lake of no thought could not resist, but his mind was already shocked by the scene in front of him, toxic muscle. In the center of the energy vortex that looked like an ocean, Andariel, who was hanging down to his ankles like seaweed, had a hideous face and let out a fierce roar like countless ghosts howling in unison. In an instant, terrifying spell fluctuations came out from his body, and Andariel's pale skin, like a dead body, quickly lit up with countless twisted runes that wriggled like earthworms. Large patches of dark green light fell from Andariel's body. Once these thick dark green lights came into contact with the air, they quickly began to corrode the void. In just a blink of an eye, with Andariel as the center, the surrounding void became tattered, and even though there was a distance in space in a protective magic circle, it still gave people an extremely strong feeling of palpitations. Ronan saw that Andariel's feet were covered with broken bones. It seemed that it was the double-winged, four-armed white bone giant that had been used to resist his snow country in the palm. Ronan's eyes were shocked. Although Andariel was arrogant and stupid, his strength was definitely in the first echelon. Who could force Andariel to this extent? Even his most powerful undead servants were completely broken. For an undead wizard, the loss of the undead servants that he had cultivated with all his efforts would definitely greatly reduce his overall strength. Even if Andariel won this battle by chance, he would fall out of the first echelon, just like a tiger that lost its claws and fangs, and it was estimated that it would not be able to go far. Large chunks of dark green magic energy swayed with beautiful and terrifying brilliance, like a crystal potion bottle that broke on the ground, splashing the deadly poisonous liquid everywhere. In this mysterious and sad beauty, a figure appeared faintly somewhere in the void. It was a giant black wolf over 5 meters tall, with a translucent body and a deep blue cold fire burning all over its body. Ah! The giant wolf howled towards the sky. The sound was long and distant, with a strong ancient and vast atmosphere. Ronan's body shook slightly, and he finally found the source that shook his soul. The next moment, he saw the translucent black giant wolf running towards Andariel quickly, completely ignoring the dark green light emitting a terrifying atmosphere in the surrounding void, as if it was running independently in another space. When it got close to Andariel, the black giant wolf jumped high. Boom! A violent energy wave suddenly erupted, and the dazzling light made everyone squint their eyes involuntarily. When all the light faded, everyone only saw Andariel half kneeling on the ground, staring blankly at a certain position with a shocked expression, stretching out his hand as if trying to grab something, but fell straight forward the next second. Andariel was not dead. But everyone on the stone pillar could feel that his soul was rapidly weakening, and it was obvious that his soul had been severely damaged. In front of him, a figure stood calmly. He was a strong young man with a bronze complexion and wearing a strange animal skin robe. The ancient wizard awakens. Ronan's pupils shrank slightly. At this time, there was a tsunami of heated discussions in his ears, which was far more than when he fought with Jupiter before. It was really too shocking and too unexpected. Even Ronan's face began to become solemn. As a genius in the first echelon, he always felt that except for Selena, who was the most difficult for him to see through, even if there was a gap between the others, the gap would not be particularly large. But awakens broke his cognition. Andariel seemed to have no power to resist in front of him. In the end, he was seriously injured and defeated with just a simple pounce on Andariel. An ancient witch's method. It seems to be a method of directly attacking the soul. Ronan thought about how to deal with awakens if he faced him. The result was that there was no way. Perhaps he could only rely on his soul power to resist, or he could end a battle before the opponent could use that method. Ronan looked around and saw that all the people who were still on the field had begun to look unhappy after seeing awakens defeat Andariel. There was more or less some fear in their eyes when they glanced at Andariel. The only ones who didn't seem to have much fluctuation in their expressions were Selena and Adam. It was Angel. After this battle, the atmosphere inside and outside the field gradually became heated. After a few duels, the second round of qualifying battles once again ushered in a small climax: Scarlet Tower Rufus vs. Stone Peak inheritor Vinals, the weird boy who liked to sit on the shoulder of the rock puppet. Many people knew that Rufus had been hunted by Vinals of the Stone Peak for 2 years. As a result, the two met again in the ranking battle. It really felt like a fated enemy. Compared with the battle in the Goblin Plains 3 years ago, Rufus was much stronger. The ancient blood secrets that he practiced and passed on to the Scarlet Tower had obviously improved a lot. His hideous and strange flesh and blood demon body grew to a height of nearly 4 meters, which was much more exaggerated than Ronan's ancient giant form. However, Rufus, who was already like a little giant in the eyes of normal wizards, was still like an inconspicuous little thing compared to Vinal's rock puppet of the Stone Peak. Almost as soon as the latter came on stage, his body began to grow rapidly, growing to more than 100 meters high, like the height of a small mountain, and the huge fighting platform could hardly accommodate it. Although the level of combat effectiveness is not completely linked to the body size, once something grows beyond a certain limit, it is easy to undergo qualitative changes. The relatively small arena actually limited the performance of Vinals, the inheritor of the Stone Peak, but even so, Rufus was suppressed and embarrassed. His blood-based spells were too restrained when facing an earth-based wizard whose body was completely transformed into stone. With his strange and powerful strength, it was considered good if he could exert 40% to 50% of it. In addition, his mental strength was completely suppressed, so even if Rufus continued to explode driven by the flames of hatred, he still ended up in failure. Ronan sat on the stone pillar, looking at Rufus from afar, who was holding his injured body and leaving the stage sadly under Vinal's sharp laughter. He seemed to be able to feel his unwillingness, resentment, frustration, and anger at the moment. Poor Rufus. It should be snowing all over the world now. Ronan was full of sympathy for Rufus. Think about it from another perspective. If he had been chased by someone for 2 years and couldn't beat him, he would probably be so angry that his teeth would be broken and he would want to vomit blood. The second round of ranking battles ended at noon on the 7th day. As winter approaches, snow may fall. The sky above the plain of the ancient fairy city ruins is covered with dark clouds and gray, as if something is about to come down. On one of the remaining 8 lit stone pillars, Ronan suddenly opened his eyes. In his clear blue eyes, there seemed to be a faint golden light belonging to the rune pattern flashing by. Still a little short. Ronan examined his consciousness space. After he defeated the wizard Farron of the Mystic Energy Workshop, his 5th spiritual power crystal had been completely formed, and the strength progress on the character panel had also reached level 3 formal wizard, 21%. He spent 3 days engraving the runes of the Golden Law from Sibert on these 5 spiritual crystals. This kind of operation of refining soul runes on the spot is probably only Ronan can do it. In 3 days, the Golden Law expired. Rune is only 1/5 away from being completely condensed. With the lowest spiritual power cultivation in the field, it is also good to temporarily increase the combat power. Ronan looked around the field at this time. In addition to him, The remaining 7 people are Selena from the Court of Life, Adam of the Psychic Dawn, Liwiki from the Chaos Secret Society, Vinils from the Stone Peak, Evaqui, the Ancient Spirit Wizard, Angel, and a Fire Wizard from the Red Flame Oath. After 2 rounds of screening in the qualifying battle, those who can still keep a seat are not simple characters. Even the relatively weakest Fire Wizard of the Red Flame Oath class has extremely domineering fire magic. Among the Mist class Fire Wizards Ronan has seen, except for the Ash Witch Malil, he is probably the best. Even Ignatius of the Molten Crystal Lake, who had the blood of the ancient fire demon and died in his hands, could not compare to him. In the 3rd round of qualifying, Ronan naturally hopes to be ranked against him. But then again, perhaps in the eyes of some people on the field, he is also the weakest one on the field and the one who most hopes to be ranked. Who do you think will win the first place in the end? Several first-level wizards were discussing fiercely in the crowd. Selena of the Court of Life, Adam of the Dawn of Psychic Energy, and Livich of the Chaos Secret Society. There are great possibilities that the ones who manifest soul characteristics are the ones who are most likely to be one of them. Evaqui practiced the heritage of the Ancient Spirit Wizards. I once read terrible rumors about the Ancient Spirit Wizards in an ancient book. Even someone as strong as Andriel is not his opponent. I think he may be the strongest one on the field. Don't underestimate Vinils of Stone Peak. Not far away from several first-level wizards who were discussing fiercely, a man with gray hair and blue eyes was watching them with interest. After watching and listening quietly for a while, the gray-haired man turned his head and said to the black-robed man beside him with emotion, "Look at these energetic faces, Julu. What a nostalgic age. I was just like them at the time, standing in a similar position, looking at you who was the center of attention. I remember that a group of guys joined hands to open a chief guessing game, and I bet most of my magic stones on your name, but it was a pity. Sorry." The black-robed man spoke suddenly. The gray-haired man was stunned, and then laughed dumbly and said, "Hundreds of years have passed, and you are still so boring, Julu." The gray-haired man shook his head and did not continue on this topic. He turned his head, his eyes inadvertently swept across the sky, and lingered slightly on a certain old woman in black robes, and then said to the black-robed man with a smile, "There is still plenty of time, why don't we play a game?" The black-robed man looked up in surprise, but the gray-haired man had taken out a golden compass from somewhere. The compass was inlaid with white round crystals. There were 32 crystals on the outermost circle. The number of crystals decreased by half as you went deeper. In the center of the golden compass was a purple eyeball. There were 3 pupils arranged in a triangle. The eyeball was surrounded by dense runes, which was full of mystery and profoundness. "I brought this thing back specially." The gray-haired man looked at the golden compass in his hand and said gently, "South, my dear motherland, this barren land has nurtured us now, and it's time to repay it. Without me, Lindis, the treasures buried under this land would take many years to see the light of day." The gray-haired man said, stretching out his pale and slender fingers and gently tapping the purple pupil in the center of the compass. At the moment his fingertips fell, the purple pupil on the compass suddenly emitted a strange wave. This wave quickly penetrated into the ground, as if it was connected to something and affected something. In the center of the crowd in the distance, 8 stone pillars shining with white light suddenly became dim and bright. The sudden change caused the bustling crowd to make waves. In this commotion, the gray-haired man was enveloped by a strange wave of power, countless rune lights swirled around him, and the invisible wind blew his long hair slightly. The gray-haired man smiled, and his emerald eyes were as bright as glowing gems. "Now, I make the rules." The gray-haired man raised his head, looking through the crowd, looking at the 8 figures on the stone pillar in the center, and said, "Dulu, which lucky person do you think this precious opportunity should be given to?" The black-robed man seemed to be shocked by the man's crazy behavior, and his expression was stunned. Before he answered, the gray-haired man had already given the answer he wanted. "It's you." The gray-haired man gently pressed his hand on a white crystal on the compass, and the crystal stone glowed. His eyes were fixed on a tall and slender figure among the 8 people on the stone pillar in the distance, and he gently said, "The weak should be treated preferentially. Don't you think so, Julu?" Beside him, the black-robed man pursed his lips slightly, and he wanted to correct the other party's use of the word preferential treatment. But in the end, he still didn't say anything, but cast a sympathetic look at the lucky person chosen by the gray-haired man. "It's late, please vote for the monthly ticket." Chapter 212, The Bloody Battle of Hermes, The Desire to Dominate Fate. The white light column in front of him suddenly began to flicker, with some traces of runes on the edge, and the waves transmitted were intermittent. Huh? Ronan frowned slightly, looking to the side, and found that it was not only him, but also the stone pillars where the other 7 people stood. The third round of qualifying battles was about to begin, but there seemed to be something wrong with the mechanism of the entire arena. Boom. At this moment, the bottom of the rock platform in the center, which served as the duel venue, suddenly broke, and a large amount of rubble fell, but countless colorful lights gushed out from the bottom like a spring. In this vibration, a mysterious and deep purple light column suddenly rose from the center of the fountain like a sword. The purple light column instantly climbed to the top, covering the rock platform and the 32 bright or dark stone pillars below. In an instant, half of the sky was stained with purple light, and there was an extremely obvious circle of shining light spots in it, forming a ring shape, like a small miniature starry sky. This sudden change shocked everyone. Ronan stared at the place where the bright light spots formed a circle. Inexplicably, an extremely strong desire arose in his heart. He almost couldn't help but reach out and grab the mysterious and dazzling light in his hand across the distance of many spaces. It's the inheritance. A low voice sounded. The voice was relatively calm at first, but soon, the speaker's tone was filled with uncontrollable vibrations. It's the inheritance of Hermes's law controller. It appeared in the world in advance. Boom. As soon as this voice fell, a tsunami-like discussion immediately sounded, and all the wizards present were shaken, and the entire ruins of the ancient fairy city also boiled. The first genius in the history of the Upper Ring continent, a legendary wizard, known as the natural law controller Hermes. He buried part of his inheritance in the south, and for thousands of years attracted many talented wizards in the south to follow him. This inheritance was quietly placed there. The battle for the wizard seed of Hermes was held every 100 years. Every time, a chief was born, but no one had ever been qualified to touch it. Over the long years, whether this inheritance really existed gradually became a mystery. Now, the ancient rumor has finally been confirmed. Time washes away everything, but the existence of some things is like an immortal pearl. The bright brilliance will one day remove the dust on the surface and reappear in the sun. Someone murmured excitedly. At this time, almost no one cared about the fact that Hermes's imperial inheritance suddenly appeared before the third round of the ranking war. Everyone's attention was attracted by the inheritance itself. The same was true for the 8 people standing on the stone pillar, including Selena. This noble princess from a powerful wizard empire in the central part of the continent, who was high above, showed a touch of emotion on her beautiful and cold face for the first time. Ronan stared at the bright ring in the mysterious deep purple. The brilliance seemed to have a fatal attraction to him. This attraction was not brought by the incomparable and huge name of Hermes, but a wonderful connection. He and the mystery at the center of the brilliance seemed to have reached a subtle resonance and attracted each other. Ronan had never felt this way before. Whether it was the blood of the ancient frost hydra Heckwalter or the golden kingdom of Spearth, before he obtained it, he had never had such a strong desire as now. It's waiting for me. It belongs to me. It seemed as if there was a voice shouting in Ronan's heart. A brilliant light gradually bloomed in his eyes, and his naturally drooping hands could not help but slowly clench. I don't know if it was really some destined attraction. That mysterious brilliance actually approached him quickly in the desire and call of Ronan's heart. The bright ring in the center of everyone's attention suddenly fell in one direction, attracting countless people's eyes to chase. When they found that the object representing the inheritance of the core guardian of Hermes fell in the direction of a figure on one of the 8 stone pillars, their expressions gradually became incredible. The geniuses on the other 7 stone pillars also frowned, and some of them quickly became gloomy. Ronan could feel the hate contained in the countless eyes that fell on him. He had become the center of public attention. But at this time, he no longer had the energy to care about these. All his attention was attracted by the brilliance that was close at hand. Although he was filled with an indescribable desire for what was contained in the brilliance. But when it was really placed in front of him, as if he could get it with just a little stretch of his hand, Ronan hesitated instead. It came too suddenly, so suddenly that he felt extremely unreal. Ronan hesitated, and finally, he slowly stretched out his hand and slowly grabbed the brilliance ring in front of him. As he stretched out his hand, powerful mental fluctuations continued to erupt from the other 7 stone pillars around him, and various pressures rolled towards him like a tide. Ronan seemed unaware of all this, and just stretched out his hand to grab it. When his fingertips finally touched the edge of the bright ball, suddenly, buzz, a strange wave erupted from the bright ball and spread in all directions. The strange light wave swept through the void, and almost everyone who was swept by the wave was stunned for a moment. They seemed to have received some information. The entire ruins of the ancient city of goblins suddenly became quiet. In the crowd, there was a corner that no one could explore. Lindis, with gray hair and blue eyes, smiled, and his pale and slender fingers gently tapped on the golden compass, saying to himself, "The game has begun." At the same time, Ronan kept stretching out his hand to touch the bright ball. After feeling the ancient information transmitted in the wave, the whole person unexpectedly became calm and calm. The previous entanglement, hesitation, and doubts, all disappeared at this moment. Sure enough. Ronan shook his head, then calmly continued to reach forward. His 5 fingers gently grasped the bright ball, which suddenly dispersed with a bang and turned into countless star-like lights, like a miniature galaxy, surrounding Ronan. The bloody battle of Hermus. I knew it. In the residence of the Court of Life, Molly sat on the red lotus cane with her legs dangling. In front of her, a red cardinal made of flames was jumping around. Did this guy's prayer come true? He really has to die on the stage. Molly muttered, feeling a little bored of playing, and crushed a flame-red cardinal in front of her with a bang. She lazily cast a look without any emotion at a certain figure in her field of vision, and yawned a little bored. Hurry up and finish this damn boring game that has nothing exciting to say. What is the bloody battle of Hermus? Grace, who had been silent almost since the beginning of the battle, finally couldn't help but speak. She looked at the silver-haired female wizard beside her with an inquiring look. In fact, the message transmitted in the wave she just touched had already been described very clearly, but she still wanted to verify it again. The silver-haired female wizard pondered, and before she could speak, the young wizard Donnie, whose face was densely covered with the graffiti, had already sneered and answered, "It is the inheritance that chose him. But he must defeat all the remaining people on the field before he can truly obtain the inheritance. This guy is dead. There is no second possibility." The certainty and disdain contained in Donnie's tone made Grace's face change slightly, and she subconsciously took out a communication stone, as if she wanted to convey something to someone. The sound of the silver-haired female wizard sighing came from the side. "It's useless. This is not something he can decide." Grace froze, and then heard the silver-haired female wizard whisper, "Once the blood battle of Hermus begins, the chosen one cannot refuse, cannot admit defeat, and cannot give up. Apart from defeating all the competitors and going all the way to the end, otherwise, there is only one result, death on the stage." If this session was just a simple gathering of genius wizards in the south, he might have a slight chance. But this time he also ran into Her Highness Sorana attending. He can only blame his own bad luck. Donnie echoed indifferently, "At most the second round. No, he will probably fall in the first round. He is not qualified to stand in front of Her Highness Sorana at all." Grace listened to the two people's words, her expression was stunned, and unconsciously, the communication stone in her hand that was specially used to contact Ronan had been clenched so tightly that even her knuckles turned slightly white. There was a brief silence, and the huge side of the ancient fairy city ruins, tens of thousands of onlookers, the wizard group was once again detonated. Countless people were discussing the information about the blood battle of Hermus that they had just received. The awe, admiration, and envy of Ronan before all turned into regret and sympathy at this moment, and there was even more gloating ridicule. The bright light that fell from the sky did not represent inheritance, favor and gifts from Hermus, but a sharp blade that could penetrate the heart and deprive the soul. For many people, it was a rare and unattainable opportunity to have the opportunity to see a brilliant and unattainable child of heaven fighting to death in front of them. Some people even prepared a draft in their minds, thinking about how to vividly tell this bloody chapter to those who had not been there after the event. Among the crowd of onlookers, probably only the Silver Magic Ring and the Wizards of the Blue Mist Society remained silent at this time, and everyone was shrouded in an inexplicable heavy emotion. All the gifts of fate have been secretly marked with a price. Isn't it interesting, Julu? In the crowd, Lindis, who seemed to exist independently in another space, looked at the low-level wizards around him with various expressions, and naturally revealed a bit of aloofness. Witnessing a relatively powerful individual die in misfortune, and discussing and reveling around its corpse, it is really an eternal habit engraved in the blood. Lindis closed his eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He seemed to enjoy the feeling of dominating the fate and emotions of others. The black-robed man on the side remained silent. He knew the other party's temper very well and had expected the outcome of all this. Lindis never thought of really giving the inheritance left by Haramis in the southern land to anyone. All he wanted was a game. And the person he chose to be the protagonist of this game. The black-robed man's eyes subconsciously cast towards a figure surrounded by false brilliance in the distance, and a complex sympathy inexplicably emerged in his heart. Destined to die dimly or brilliantly under the attention of the public. Will I have the same ending? The black-robed man couldn't help but think of the promises Lindis had made to him before, and his eyes dropped. Anyone on the field has the possibility of killing Ronan Damien. Who do you think will kill him in the end? This is an irresistible trap. Once you step into it, you can only wait for death to come in the ethereal hope. Ronan stood on his own stone pillar, and the onlookers kept talking about him. Looking up, everyone on the other 7 stone pillars was looking at him, with different expressions, most of them hiding passion and desire in their eyes, as well as undisguised coldness. He was not the one favored by luck. On the contrary, he seemed to be the only unlucky guy who was unfortunately chosen among the 8. He needed to defeat everyone on the field now to obtain the inheritance left by Haramis, while the other 7 people, as long as they killed him, would have a certain chance of taking the inheritance for themselves. An unfair game forced Ronan to gamble his life. He couldn't refuse. Ronan himself was surprisingly calm at the moment. He had long been accustomed to being played with by fate and facing desperate situations. For a wizard who grew up from the bottom of the stone like a weed, he had too many experiences of surviving from death. Mist. Ronan silently rolled the word in his mind, and suddenly some enlightenment came to his mind. Perhaps the reason why levels 1 to 3 were called Mist Stage by ancient wizards was not only the exploration and search of knowledge, spells and soul levels, but also something deeper. For example, what did he want? Some people embarked on the path of wizards to pursue omnipotent power. Some people wanted to seek wisdom that knows everything. Some people are intoxicated by the beautiful scenery they have seen and experienced. Some people dream of building their own ideal hometown. Everyone has something they want to pursue the most, which is also the deepest power that supports those people to go high enough and far enough on the path of wizards. And what did Ronan want to pursue? He forgot when his heart began to become a little confused. After leaving the life of a wandering wizard, his strength continued to improve. Without the threat of death that could appear at any time and anywhere, he walked a little confused. These confusions were like invisible fog covering his way forward, making him wander around aimlessly. At this moment, Ronan suddenly understood. The fog in his mind was gently removed, and the confusion disappeared. The sudden arrival of the bloody battle of Haramis, the long-lost crisis of death, either die in the ultimate bloom, or become more glorious after breaking all obstacles. Destiny. Ronan took a deep breath and slowly closed his 5 fingers. What I want is always to be able to completely dominate my own destiny. I don't want to be a puppet at the mercy of others anymore. Crack, the sound of something breaking. Deep in the soul, it seemed that impurities and chronic diseases were peeling off, and a small and wonderful transformation was born. In an instant, the thick gray cloud behind Ronan surged violently. Layers of gray waves gathered and piled up. The colorful streams of light gushing out of the void formed a bridge of light at this moment, extending from Ronan's feet to the increasingly tall and huge platform in the center. Ronan stepped on the bridge of light and walked up to the central platform step by step. When he stood in the middle of the platform, the gray clouds surging behind him also completely turned into a huge and deep shadow. In the shadow, it seemed that there were ferocious and terrifying multi-headed monsters hiding, looking down coldly at everything around through the darkness. Kill me or be killed by me. Ronan stood high in the air on the platform, scanning each figure on the 7 stone pillars below one by one, looking down from above, and spoke calmly, "Who of you will be the first?" Chapter 213 Confrontation. Who will be the first? Ronan's voice was not loud, like a drop of water falling on the noisy and boiling lake, but it unexpectedly calmed the entire surface. In the crowd that fell into a moment of silence, Linda smiled and looked at the tall figure at the center of the light between heaven and earth, and slowly said, "I really like his eyes now, but I don't know how long it can last." Lindis sighed and gently placed his hand on the golden compass in his hand. With Lindis's action, boom! At the edge of the platform in the distance, 2 of the 7 stone pillars suddenly turned blue, and 2 figures were pulled by force and stepped onto the platform one after another. After the 2 people appeared on the stage, the crowd that was briefly quiet immediately burst into an extremely enthusiastic buzzing sound. The emotions of everyone in the ruins of the ancient fairy city were ignited again. The legendary wizard Hermes, once the unique sun hanging high in the sky of the upper ring continent. Throughout his life, he had experienced countless battles, faced a brink of despair countless times, and was reborn countless times. He created miracles in the impossible and shone from the ashes. Those who wish to inherit his legacy must first inherit his will. It was like some kind of ancient inheritance ritual that spanned the long river of time. The bloody battle in the name of Hermes officially kicked off at this moment. That tsunami-like heated discussion surrounded the entire duel platform like some invisible hurricane. The noise seeped in bit by bit, but it seemed to be far away from Ronan. His heart was unusually calm at the moment. When the two beams of light lit up, Ronan's eyes moved slightly. He originally thought that everyone would rush at him next, but he didn't expect the situation to be much better than he expected. At least it gave him a certain breathing space, and he didn't put all the pressure on him right away. Two figures appeared on both sides of the platform, one on the left and one on the right. On the left is a handsome young man with red hair, wearing a golden robe with flame patterns, holding a black and red crystal staff in his hand, and emitting spiritual power fluctuations belonging to the late third level. It is the fire wizard from Red Flame Oath. When Ronan saw him in the last round, he was still in the middle of the third level. Perhaps the growth of soul power allowed him to break through the barrier of the late third level. This is very common. After all, they are all talented and outstanding people. Growing rapidly in battle is as easy as eating and drinking water for them. The person on the right is wearing an animal skin robe, revealing a dark and solid chest. His hair is tied into a short braid, giving people a sense of primitive and wildness. The ancient spirit wizard awakens. In the last round, he severely injured Andriel with soul secrets and easily won the battle. If the blood battle had not started, in the hearts of some wizards watching the battle, his voice for winning the first place would be even higher than that of Selena, Adam and others. Both of them were late-stage third-level wizards. Ronan would not feel relaxed against any of them alone. Especially awakens, who inherited the legacy of the spirit wizard. Now, he had to deal with the two of them at the same time. The mental power fluctuations that were two small realms higher than his came from both sides, slapping him like waves. Ronan took a breath, and the blood flowing in his body slowly became hot. The clear blue in his eyes seemed to be ignited bit by bit. Chian praises your courage. The Chian Oath wizard holding the lava crystal staff sighed. His expression seemed to be full of sympathy and compassion, but if you look closely, you can find that his eyes are full of indifference. May you get the most peaceful rest in the burning of the flames. The Chian wizard said, and the powerful mental power around him was mobilized. The top of the crystal staff in his hand bloomed a circle of red light. In an instant, the heat waves between heaven and earth surged, and the rock platform under the three people melted in an instant, turning into hot and dazzling magma. Boom! A huge magma hand rose up quickly from the boiling magma, carrying the terrible high temperature that melted the void, and quickly grabbed Ronan. Ronan completely entered the state of extreme boiling lake, in an instant, wearing titanium as a coat, his arms spread out like the wings of a big bird, and the thick magic energy and frost power surged out. A huge pure white ice blade rose from the vortex, forcing away the heat waves around him, and raised his hand to slash horizontally, attacking awakens on the other side. 10 Red Flame Oath wizards are no match for awakens. If he wants to win this round of bloody battle, the key is to solve the big problem of awakens. Ronan's figure moved with a pure white ice blade, completely ignoring the magma hand under him. The pure white extremely frozen ice blade cut a long frost track in the void, slashing diagonally towards awakens standing quietly to the side. Your soul is special, and the spirits will like a sacrifice like you. Facing Ronan's spell attack, awakens seemed to be completely unconcerned. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Ronan and said softly. The next second, awakens' animal skin robe suddenly swelled up, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. He roared, and the whole person suddenly turned into an eagle with white feathers wrapped in lightning. He suddenly exploded like lightning, instantly shattered Ronan's ice blade attack, and rushed straight to Ronan's face. Ronan's face did not change. The frozen soldier, derived from the zero-level spell, Ice Blade, even if it has entered the realm of the second stage of the domain resonance, is not enough in this level of battle. In the consciousness space, the multiple mirror light talisman flashed at a high frequency. His eyes caught the shadow of the white-feathered eagle transformed by awakens, and Ronan flipped his palm, and a huge amount of domain energy gushed out like a flood. In an instant, Dense ice blades, ice balls, ice spears, and auroras appeared all over his body. All the spells that were either summoned or replicated surrounded him, forming a disguised ice ring shape, and the extremely rich frost power bloomed like a flower in all directions. The next moment, the eagle galloping on lightning and the magma hand wrapped in fire waves hit this beautiful ice ring one after another. Boom! Spells of 3 elemental energies burst out, and various super strong domains collided, forming a rolling and turbid energy wave that quickly spread out above the platform. But soon, a figure rushed out from the surging energy tsunami. He rushed straight to the sky above his head, and a piece of exquisite octagonal snowflake appeared at some point and fell lightly. When the figure stretched out his arm and his fingertips touched the edges of the snowflake, a bright deep blue bloomed. In an instant, the platform space that was ravaged by various elemental energies quickly calmed down. Frost washed away everything, and large patches of ice crystal spikes emerged, with extremely cold flames rising from each spike. The heat wave of the battle platform that melted into magma was quickly suppressed, and the red magma cooled, attaching layer after layer of ice. The magma flame hand that relied on the lava also froze, and the color quickly turned cold. The red-haired wizard of the red flame oath face changed slightly, but soon he calmly chanted the spell, and the crystal staff in his hand danced in the air, leaving a series of brilliant flame traces. The wonderful spell fluctuations were transmitted, and the sound of the ice breaking began to spread from his feet to the surroundings. The cooled lava platform began to flow again, and it seemed to become hotter and hotter. There was a dark red lava giant hand holding the edge of the platform, and huge lava bubbles kept emerging. It seemed that something terrible was about to crawl out of the magma. 30-second spell anchoring. Frost. Snow country. Ronan stood at the highest point of the platform. Countless snowflakes swirled around him, and his white hair danced silently. When the snow country came, the extreme cold current was like the most beautiful aurora in the depths of the north, spreading around him. The eagle galloping like lightning froze, turned into a huge ice block, and was fixed in the sky somewhere in front of him. A large amount of cold air fell down, and the war between ice and fire broke out at the bottom of the platform. The red-haired wizard of the red flame oath's eyes flashed, and the spell syllables that kept spitting out of his mouth almost turned into a song of chanting. The mental power was released in waves like a tide. The giant in the lava roared and roared, breaking through layers of ice, and most of the body had already crawled out of the magma. It was a hideous monster with red horns, black holes in its eyes and mouth, burning flames on its body, and dripping with large pieces of magma. It was like a lava troll that had escaped from the seal, bringing terrifying firepower to burn everything. Alida. Zan. The last syllable of the red-haired wizard of the red flame oath turned into a loud shout, and the crystal staff in his hand was raised high, bursting with an incomparable brilliant red light. Boom. At this moment, the ice that froze the eagle also broke with a loud bang, and a bright yellow mist surged, and a giant bear as heavy as the earth walked out of it, roaring towards the sky. All the riots did not seem to have any effect on Ronan. He just spoke calmly. Congeal. In an instant, the entire space froze, and all things stopped moving, as if turning into a motionless mirror. The next second, the mirror was broken by Ronan himself. Break. Winter mirror. Crack. A series of crisp cracking sounds rang out, and pieces of smooth and beautiful mirror peeled off, and the void showed a dark background. Under the terrifying force of space collapse, everything in the space was torn apart. The Scarlet Flame Oath Wizard who had regained his mobility saw the lava troll he had summoned collapse rapidly under the terrifying force of space collapse, and the condensed firepower was dispersed. For the first time, he showed a look of shock and emotion on his face, and subconsciously stepped back. A silver palm with 5 fingers and entangled with emerald green flames appeared quietly in front of him, easily tearing apart a mental force field and protective barriers around him. Just when the pupils of the Scarlet Flame Oath Wizard shrank and there was no escape, a huge and heavy shadow suddenly fell from the sky. Roar. Boom. Bang. Accompanied by a few muffled groans, a figure was thrown out like a cannonball. It flew directly out of the range of the platform until it hit a stone pillar and stopped with a boom. The red-haired wizard of the Scarlet Flame Oath was deeply embedded in the stone pillar, holding his staff horizontally with both hands, and his pale face without a trace of blood showed extreme shock and shock. He looked towards the platform, his mouth slightly open, as if he wanted to say something, with resentment rising in his eyes, but in the end, his head fell down powerlessly. At this time, On the huge platform with frost and cooled magma, awakens, who had transformed into human form again, stood expressionless and cold. Where his eyes fell, a figure was half kneeling, with one hand on the ground. The long white hair spread out in large pieces, showing a somewhat cold and heroic beauty. "Who?" Ronan exhaled gently and slowly stood up from the ground. He stretched his limbs, and the sunken scar on his chest made a dense and crisp explosion sound. Crack, crack, the broken bones and flesh were repaired, and Ronan raised his head. In his enchanting eyes, there was an even more blazing fighting spirit. Fragments of white lightning jumped up from Ronan's skin, flickering and jumping. His long hair fluttered without wind, and his slender and upright body rose higher and higher. Soon, a 2-meter tall, long-haired, majestic and ferocious body appeared in front of the world again. Ronan looked at awakens in front of him and gently twisted his neck. A low, hoarse, but calm voice, accompanied by the sound of bones colliding, rang out on the field. "Come again." As soon as the battle broke out on the field, the pace was so fast that people couldn't react. The ever-changing battle situation made many people almost forget to breathe. Even if they were just watching, they felt a suffocating and oppressive feeling. It was not until the red-haired wizard of the Red Flame Oath was eliminated that many people got a chance to catch their breath. They came to their senses, took a breath, and shocked their eyes. The genius Hoddam Drummond of the Red Flame Oath was defeated so quickly? Damn, this was a 1-on-2 battle. Ronan Damian's strength is too abnormal. He is 2 small realms behind Drummond, but he was able to quickly defeat Drummond even when the two of them joined forces to attack him. Perhaps this is why he was chosen by the Haramis inheritance. Many people were moved by Ronan's strength and fighting talent and found it incredible, but some people calmly pointed out the key factors. Ronan Damian already has the strength to crush ordinary 3rd-level wizards in the late stage. It is normal that Drummond is not as good as him. But the most important thing is that awakens did not use his full strength. Every genius who has the strength to compete for the top position has his own pride. It is estimated that awakens deliberately created a 1-on-1 situation like this. He does not care about joining forces with others. Otherwise, if Ronan had used his full strength when he defeated Drummond, Ronan should not have suffered such a minor injury. This statement was recognized by many people. The elimination of Drummond, the Red Flame Oath, did not have much impact on the result of the first round of bloody battle. If Ronan wanted to survive, it would still depend on his next battle with awakens in his prime. Bang! The two figures collided fiercely in the sky above the platform. Even though they were separated by the protection of the rune array, the aftermath of the squeeze still made many people change color. Ronan, who looked like an ancient white-haired giant demon, was bathed in pure white lightning, and kept colliding with awakens, whose figure switched back and forth between a giant bear and an eagle. Every time they fought, the result was that both of them retreated backwards. In the completely giant demon form, Ronan's face was ferocious, and his mind reached a delicate balance between extreme boiling and calm. Just like magma rolling on the ice, his fighting spirit was as hot as fire, but his mind was as clear as ice. Awakens' fighting style was very unique. His offensive means were not restricted to any conventional spell form. The eagle form controlled thunder, and the giant bear form held the earth. If it was just a physical confrontation, Ronan was not inferior to him at all. In fact, he only used the primary rune power of Ancient Power, which was enough to suppress the power of awakens' giant bear form, which was good at close combat. However, awakens' attack was very strange. Whether it was the eagle form or the giant bear form, his attack on Ronan would have a mysterious force directly acting on Ronan's soul. The feeling of the soul being hit, shaken, and burned was unbearable for Ronan, and the rhythm of the attack was constantly disrupted. And he had no good way to defend or counterattack, so he could only choose to resist again and again. After a collision, Ronan took a deep breath, his eyes like a blazing red sword, piercing the void. He roared, and the surface of his giant body suddenly appeared densely packed with snake scales. His pupils quietly stood up, and the 1% of the ancient frost hydra blood in his body was further stimulated at this moment. Chapter 214, Beyond the Extraordinary, the Forbidden Realm. Sibert's endless vortex. Large patches of dark blue frost gushed out, like an ancient, heavy lead cloud, with pure white lightning flickering and jumping in it. The huge soul shadow behind Ronan seemed to become clearer at this moment, and the ferocious giant vaguely showed the outline of an ancient frost hydra in the shadow. The black light of the Ancient Power rune on the palms of both hands climbed up along Ronan's wrists for a while rising like a pure black, thick flame. In this terrifying might, Ronan's titanium armor lit up, and the giant demon body flashed in the void, and then turned into blurred light and shadow that could not be captured by the naked eye, and punched a humanoid giant bear in the distance. Bang! The earth giant bear transformed by Evoca exploded directly, and the residual force of this punch did not decrease, causing the small piece of void where Evoca was located to collapse and sink, presenting a shocking translucent distortion. However, in the light fog that exploded from Evoca's body, a black shadow suddenly jumped out quickly. Ronan saw a black giant wolf with blue flames all over its body, and his heart trembled. He still remembered the previous battle between Evoca and Andariel, when he entered the form of this ghost wolf and defeated Andariel with just one attack. Frost. Ronan waved his arms, and the black and blue frost around his body, the pure white lightning transformed by life energy, and the black light of the rune of ancient power, all three powers gathered in his hands. In the form of an ancient giant monster, coupled with the stimulation of the blood of the ancient frost hydra, his hands were as hideous and terrifying as the claws of an ancient demon. Now the three powers gathered, the three-color light flashed on the narrow and sharp fingertips, and the 5 fingers cut through the void, making some kind of terrible sharp low whistle, as if something was desperately howling around Ronan's arms. Crack! The figures of a man and a wolf crossed each other, leaving a terrible tear mark in the void, which was difficult to disappear for a long time. Ronan stood at the place where Evoca was originally, turned around, and stared expressionlessly at Evoca, who had swapped places with him in the distance and was in the form of a ghost wolf. Suddenly, the next second, Ronan groaned, and staggered back 2 steps. On his originally intact body, the front part of his chest was shattered with titanium, and several deep lacerations appeared on his chest for no reason. The wound healed automatically very quickly, but Ronan's face looked a little pale. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress the waves of severe pain from the depths of his soul, as if he had been torn apart by something. His confrontation with Evoca was very strange. He felt that his means of attack seemed to have completely landed in the air, but Evoca easily left him with terrible scars, which went straight to the depths of his soul and were difficult to heal. Under the blessing of all spirits, the black giant wolf with deep blue soul fire wrapped around its body uttered a low voice belonging to Evoca. "Your attack can't hurt me." "Really?" Ronan said calmly, "Then try again." Ka. He retreated from the state of complete ancient giant monster transformation. Pure physical attacks had no effect on Evoca in the form of ghost wolf, so there was no need to maintain this state that consumed a lot of life energy. A large amount of frost surged, and a pure white ice blade rose from the vortex of ice and snow. Still starting with the second stage of the domain resonance of Frozen Soldier, Ronan held the ice blade in the air and slashed at Evoca fiercely. The latter had an indifferent look in his eyes, his limbs on the ground, and his slender wolf body slowly ran in the void, slowly rushing towards Ronan. At the moment when the ice blade was about to cut him, Evoca suddenly jumped up. The pure white ice blade silently passed through his body without encountering any obstacles and went straight through. At the same time, Evoca's figure suddenly disappeared, and a dark blue cold lightning flashed across the void. Crack bang. Ronan took a step back suddenly, his body slightly tilted, and there was a mark on his right chest that was torn by the beast's claws, and his face became a little paler. Ronan's eyes did not show any emotion, as if the wounds on his soul and body could not bring him any influence. The aura of the law domain surged, and several rotating ice balls emitting a strong sense of despair were summoned by him. But before Ronan could do anything, the ghost wolf transformed by Evoca had once again pounced silently from behind him. Ronan Damien is really no match for Evoca. A wizard in the crowd shook his head and judged, his strength is considered very strong. He can defeat Jupiter and Drummond. He is definitely one of the 8 strongest people in this session. It's a pity. How can the gap in hard power, the gap in soul power caused by the difference of 2 small mental realms, be eliminated so easily? Evoca's spiritual witch method can directly attack the soul of the caster. Unless there is a corresponding soul defense method, even Andariel can't withstand his soul attack at the same level, let alone Ronan Damien. It seems that the first round of the bloody battle is about to end. Perhaps next, Evoca will get the inheritance and continue the bloody battle that Ronan failed to complete. With Evoca's strength, the chances of completing the bloody battle are much greater. Everyone was talking about it. The situation on the field had become very clear. Ronan had no effective means to resist Evoca's soul attack. He could only passively take the beating. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated or even died. They had begun to speculate on the direction of the situation in this battle. In the crowd, Lindis smiled but said nothing. He just focused on the one-sided battle on the stage, as if this was exactly what he wanted to see. A genius who should have a promising future, under the control of his invisible hand, could only be tortured and humiliated to death by an opponent who could not be defeated at this stage. What a beautiful picture. In the distance, at the residence of the Court of Life, Molly yawned in boredom. The motivation that could support her to keep her eyelids open was probably the moment when she saw the annoying and dead guy on the stage fall down. Below, Wizard Donnie sneered. The silver-haired female wizard had no expression on her face, and Grace pursed her lips tightly. Her beautiful eyes were stunned, and I don't know what she was thinking. The wizards of the Blue Mist Society and the Silver Circle all looked solemn. Even though they had expected this ending, they did not expect it to happen so quickly and so tragically. Whoosh, the invisible gust of wind blew up, but did not blow away any snowflakes. Everquy landed lightly in the void. There were dense ice spikes and flames around and under his feet, but he seemed to be completely unable to feel even the slightest bit of cold. Everquy gracefully lowered his head and gently licked the fur on his right forefoot. In front of him, in the beautiful snow country, all the monarchs with coldness were crumbling. Hiss! Ronan took a light breath and slowly straightened his hunched body. His face was terribly pale, and his whole body exuded a strong sense of weakness radiating from the inside out. His eyes were frighteningly bright, and there seemed to be some kind of spirit floating in them. I'm probably the only one on the field who doesn't want you to die here. Everquy stopped licking his fur, and his indifferent eyes fell on Ronan. A low voice came from the wolf's mouth. The inheritance of Haramis is actually not important to me. On the contrary, your existence makes me value Ronan Damien more. Everquy read out Ronan's name. Ronan was surrounded by the wind and snow, his long white hair dancing with his robes. His pale and handsome appearance and weak temperament made him feel like a lost ice and snow royal family. I feel it. Ronan nodded, and he even said thank you to Everquy. His soul was scarred by Everquay's attack, but only Ronan knew that Everquy did not really kill him. Otherwise Ronan turned his head and looked in one direction. In a corner where no one was paying attention, a young man with a face as white as a corpse and hair as rotten seaweed was staring at this side, with resentment and joy in his eyes and face. That was Andriel, who was defeated by Everquy before. It can be seen that he was in a very good mood when he saw Ronan, who had cut off one of his arms, was experiencing the same pain and torture as him. Ronan looked at himself. He was a soul mixed with the remaining will of his predecessor Ronan and Hikalto. Under Everquay's whipping, he tended to become clearer. While the scars brought pain, they also tempered his soul and cleared some obstacles. It seems that you are very clear about the problem of your soul. Everquy said lightly, I have a way to help you solve it, but I need you to do me another favor first. Okay. Ronan nodded and agreed without hesitation. After this battle is over, let's make an appointment. You are still unwilling to give up. Everquy couldn't help frowning when he heard Ronan's answer. He glanced at the ice and snow kingdom built by Ronan and said, what other means do you have? I have to tell you that your understanding of space magic is too shallow. Although the spell you cast in the battle with Andriel is good, your control is too low. These two killer moves will not have much effect on me. Facing Everquay's comments, Ronan did not answer, but looked at Everquy and suddenly said, you are in your current state, you should not be completely immune to magic attacks, right? Of course. Everquy nodded without hesitation and said in a cold tone, but can you cast spells that can cause harm and influence me at this stage? A smile appeared on Ronan's pale face, and he said softly, maybe. The next moment, Ronan stretched out his right index finger and gently pointed at the air in front of him. In an instant, the raging snow and wind on the platform stopped completely, the snow country froze, and the entire space fell into an absolute stagnation. The starting hand gesture of broken winter mirror. Everquy was no stranger to Ronan's move. He knew very well that the mirror would shatter, and the true essence and terrible damage of this spell would also emerge. But as he said to Ronan, Ronan, who had not inherited the complete space system spell, had a shallow understanding of the mysteries of the space system. Although the power of space shattering was terrible, for him in the ghost wolf state, there were too many gaps in the raging and stirring space shattering power for him to dodge calmly. On the contrary, the space stagnation force at the beginning had a greater impact on him, which could temporarily restrain his movements. But if it was just restraining without killing, The result of this battle would not change at all. Stupid and ignorant. A faint wave of consciousness came from Evaqui, and a faint blue light bloomed in the huge ghost wolf's eyes, followed by a dark blue wolf-shaped shadow from both sides of Evaqui's body. This was a killing move that he had never used in the battle against Andariel, a method of the ancient spirit witch. Evaqui was determined to end the battle immediately. Yes, kill him. Tear him apart. Tear his soul to pieces. Everyone felt Evaqui's determination, and countless eyes gathered on the stage. In the void on one side of the platform, Andariel, who was hiding in the dark and silently healing his wounds, saw this scene with an excited expression, growling in his mouth. His face was filled with incomparable eagerness and expectation, and his face was distorted. Jupiter, who also left the stage as a loser, had a complicated expression. He had been defeated by Ronan, and now seeing Ronan about to be defeated by another person, his mood was inevitably complicated. Just when everyone thought that they would see the beautiful snow country shattered like a mirror, and this battle would end completely in the cold and beautiful, Ronan, standing on the winter mirror, did not break everything in front of him. He just looked around, his eyes fell on Evaqui in the distance, and then he stretched out his finger and gently made a cutting gesture in front of him. Under this finger, the void seemed to have turned into an invisible pocket. The fingertips of the controller cut through the bag and stole infinite mysteries from the void. The mysterious aura that was so rich that it was difficult to describe poured out from the crack. The free energy particles rolling between heaven and earth, regardless of the element system, all rushed towards the platform. The ice blue winter mirror was dyed with mottled and gorgeous colors, just like paint that was accidentally spilled and flowed onto the clean mirror surface. A mysterious and quiet seven-color river quietly emerged in front of Ronan's eyes, exuding the power of the second stage resonance domain. In the consciousness space, the symbol of multiple mirror light flickered quietly. The beautiful seven-color river suddenly changed from 1 to 2, and then from 2 to 4. The 4 seven-color rivers flowed silently in a circle, and then began to gather together and fall. Without any sound, the speed of flowing and falling became faster and faster, and finally slowly formed the outline of a seven-color vortex. The key that belonged to the resonance of the second stage of the domain was also constantly climbing upwards during this process, and soon broke through to a new height, and then continued to rise. Pop! Accompanied by a crisp snap of fingers, there seemed to be thunder exploding in the sky. All the silence was broken at this moment. In an instant, the 4 seven-color rivers that were flowing and falling suddenly stopped, and a huge seven-color vortex was completely formed. In the center of the vortex, there was a deep and extreme black, as if it could swallow everything, and there was an unprecedented terrifying key emanating from the black. Feeling the weak fluctuation of this key outside the field, the smile on Lindis's face in the crowd quietly froze. In the void, a black-robed old woman named Vivian suddenly opened her eyes, and the Dawn Wizard in a moon-white robe beside her suddenly changed her face and couldn't help blurting out, "Forbidden domain. How is it possible?" At this moment, countless people lost their minds and changed their colors. Only Ronan remained calm. His pupils reflected mottled and brilliant colors, his eyes were blazing, and he was pushing forward with a finger, slowly pointing at Evaqui, who was in shock in the distance. "You can't be immune to this move, right? Spurt's endless whirlpool. There is one more chapter, and it will be released at midnight. Please vote for the monthly ticket." Chapter 215, Ancient Fallen Crow vs. Ancient Frost Hydra. A fateful battle. The comprehension of Spirit's seven-colored river came from the universal orb. Ronan had strolled along the seven-colored river countless times, enjoying the rare and magnificent scenery in the illusion space created by a certain spirit. During the 3 years of hard training in the Silver Ring, he walked along the seven-colored river to the end of the river and saw the seven-colored energy river leaking out at one point, forming a black vortex that led to the bottomless abyss like the eye of a demon. Energy missile was practiced by Ronan to the realm of the second stage of domain resonance a long time ago. Now the master level proficiency is more than 1,200 points, which is still a long way from the third stage of domain resonance. But the effect of multiple mirror lights instantly wiped out this distance, and even far surpassed it. It was just like when he was a first-level wizard and had not yet comprehended the first stage of domain resonance. He cast Spirit's seven-colored river. The multiple mirror light symbol was originally designed for energy missiles, and it also worked well on the frozen soil system. It was just an accident. In the stagnant snow country, A huge black vortex formed by the colorful energy torrent exuded a terrifying aura that made the soul tremble, sucking in and crushing everything. Evakui, whose figure was frozen in the winter mirror, had no time to react, and his half-illusory ghost wolf body was pulled into the vortex. He summoned several dark blue spirit wolf shadows around him, which were directly torn apart by the terrifying power released by the vortex. Seeing that Evakui was about to be completely swallowed by the black vortex, Ronan's eyes flashed slightly. Snap! He snapped his fingers. The terrifying vortex like the devil's eye suddenly stopped, and the power that swallowed and tore everything quickly dissipated. A black ghost wolf struggled to jump out of the vortex in a slightly embarrassed manner, and its body shook, and it returned to its human form in the void. Evaka's chest rose and fell, and there was still a lingering fear in his eyes after narrowly escaping death. Of course, compared with this, what really shocked and moved Evaka was the terrifying power of the spell, endless whirlpool of spirit. Soon, all these emotions turned into deep complexity. Evaka stood in midair, looking at Ronan with white hair dancing not far away. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a low voice. "I'm lost." The huge ruins of the ancient goblin city fell into a moment of silence. Countless energy streams in the sky dissipated in all directions, and there were still some traces of whirlpools. This rare and magnificent scene was not appreciated at the moment. Most wizards were still in the great shock brought by the terrifying energy whirlpool that was like the eye of the devil, and they could not recover for a long time. Evaka actually lost? What kind of spell is that? Is it the legendary forbidden spell? Someone spoke in a trembling voice, looking at the others next to him with a shocked face. When the terrifying vortex appeared just now, he felt as if his soul was about to be sucked into the vortex just by watching. There were many wizards who had similar feelings as him. For ordinary wizards of level 1 or 2, no one could answer the question he raised. After a short silence, someone whispered, "Even Evaka was defeated. Damn it, Ronan Damien can't really complete the bloody battle." In the hidden void, Andariel, who was looking forward to Ronan's soul being shattered under Evaka's spell, looked like a person being strangled by the neck, with his mouth slightly open and an exaggerated expression that made him unable to say a word. Not far from him, Jupiter, who was also shocked, stood up directly, but at this moment, Jupiter felt like he was about to walk out of the haze of failure. Not only them, but also the other talented wizards who watched the battle were also moved, especially Drummond, the first wizard to be eliminated by Ronan. In addition to being shocked, he also had a deep sense of luck that others could not detect. Fortunately, he left the battle early. Ronan's broken winter mirror had made it very difficult for him to resist. The horror of facing countless space turbulences was still in his mind. If he stayed on the stage, he might have been completely swallowed by the energy vortex. He did not have the ancient spirit wizard method of Evak, who was immune to most spell attacks. Unlike ordinary wizards, the wizards who were sitting on the stone pillar seats or near the edge of the platform were all absolute leaders of a wizard force. Their vision and knowledge were much higher than that of ordinary wizards. Regarding the spell that Ronan had just used to defeat Evak, a rumor that had not yet been fully verified began to spread slowly among the small circle of wizards above level 3. One of the words mentioned repeatedly was called Forbidden Domain. It's not Forbidden Domain. On the stone pillar, Selena, who was high above, heard a certain word that was faintly heard from all around, and her eyes flickered. As the princess of the wizard empire of the central continent, she knew more about the characteristics of the Forbidden Domain than ordinary people. She had even witnessed a coming of taboo with her own eyes. That was a power that could never appear in the fog stage, just like a mortal with flesh and blood, no matter how talented he was, he could never reach out and grasp the lightning falling from the sky. But it did give me some surprises. Is this the reason you rejected me and are proud of it? Selena looked at the figure on the platform calmly, and several thoughts flashed through her mind like water. Already close to the edge of taboo in the void, the face of the Dawn Wizard from the Court of Life showed a slight touch of emotion, and even his words were full of admiration, although it was achieved by some special means. At this soul age, at this level of strength, and in the south, it is still amazing enough. Legend has it that every wizard in ancient times was like a dragon, and every spell released by each person had a similar magic domain effect, but this was more of a benefit brought by the favorable casting environment. And those genius wizards who truly understood the essence of magic can, on this basis, induce a deeper resonance of energy elements between heaven and earth and nature, and master the power comparable to that of gods. This realm is called taboo, a magic realm that ordinary wizards cannot touch or reach. To comprehend a taboo domain, a strong enough soul power is only a prerequisite, and the most important thing is personal talent, which only a few people have, so even at the dawn level, there are many wizards who can only stand outside the threshold of the taboo and wait and see, including himself. Although this young third-level wizard from the south has not really entered the forbidden door, he is already ahead of many people by being able to approach the forbidden realm at this stage. If he has the opportunity to embrace the dawn in the future, the hope of completely stepping into it will be greater than that of ordinary wizards, which makes him feel amazed. After sighing, the Dawn Wizard of the Royal Court of Life glanced at Vivian beside him and found that she had restored her original old and frail kind appearance. Yes, with her identity and strength, she has probably seen too many more outstanding geniuses in the long years. Just approaching the edge of the taboo is not enough to attract too much attention from her. I hope that after this gathering, she will not do anything too extreme to Selena for the sake of the Alba royal family. The Dawn Wizard of the Royal Court of Life sighed in his heart and stopped talking. It seems that my vision is not bad. In the crowd, Lindis looked into the distance, and a smile reappeared on his face. He is more outstanding than you when you were young. Dulu is really a brilliant and proud person. The black-robed man remained silent and did not speak. Lindis did not care. He just raised his head slightly and murmured in a low voice, "It seems that God still favors me, and does not want me to end this interesting game too early. So who should be arranged to play in the next round?" Lindis reached out and gently stroked his smooth and sharp chin, his eyes flickering, and the curve of his mouth slowly rose upwards. He seemed to be starting to become more interested. "Here you go." Dulce took out two things from under his fur robe and threw them to Ronan from a distance. Ronan reached out to catch them and found that they were a communication stone and a small black box covered with strange patterns. Inside the box was something that looked like dried insect eggs. "Take it directly, it can heal the wounds on your soul," Evaqui said to Ronan. "As for the message stone, I will contact you when things here are over if you are still alive." Ronan nodded. It must be said that Evaqui was a particular person. He injured his soul in the battle and took the initiative to send him medicine to make up for it. However, he did not take the soul medicine sent by Evaqui. It was not that he did not trust him, but after the first round of bloody battle, Heramis's mechanism was still working. The mysterious light group taken from Evaqui and Drummond of the Red Flame was quickly integrated into his body. Under the nourishment of this huge soul power, the wounds on his soul healed quickly, and his soul power increased significantly. The fifth spiritual power crystal grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the ranking battle under the normal mechanism, I would never be able to harvest so much soul power. The bloody battle of Heramis, even if it is not for the final inheritance, the soul power harvest along the way is also a great opportunity. Ronan looked at the circle of stars and mist surrounding him, thinking silently in his heart. At this time, Evaqui, who was about to leave, suddenly released a wave of consciousness and connected with his mental power. "Damien, the spirits have warned me that a great disaster will happen in this place. You, take care of yourself." Ronan received Evaqui's unexpected message. Before he could react, he saw Evaqui look at him deeply, and then turned away without looking back. Great disaster. Ronan stared at Evaqui's disappearing back. His expression was slightly startled, but soon he regained his composure. Regardless of whether Evaqui's news was true or false, and regardless of what the disaster he was talking about, so far, all he had to face was a bloody battle. If he didn't work hard to win the final victory in the bloody battle, he might not live to see the so-called disaster come. "Huh?" Ronan exhaled lightly, temporarily putting Evaqui's matter aside, turned around, and suddenly found that two more blue light beams rose in his field of vision. Without giving him any breathing space, the second round of the bloody battle began. When Ronan saw the opponent he was about to face, his eyes suddenly became a little strange. A giant made entirely of black rock suddenly jumped out from the blue stone pillar and landed heavily on the platform with a loud bang. In an instant, a large number of free energy particles between heaven and earth surged in, condensing into dense bright yellow light spots in the air. A crack appeared on the head of the black rock giant, and it swallowed up a large number of bright yellow light spots in one breath, and then its body size immediately increased. Crack, crack, in the blink of an eye, it grew to a height of 100 meters. At this time, Ronan, who was standing in front of the black rock giant and looking up, was so small compared to the opponent that he looked like an insignificant dent. Roar, the black rock giant, which was more than 100 meters tall, slowly lowered its head and roared at him like the roar of a hill. The terrifying sound waves formed ripples in the air like water ripples, and suddenly blew Ronan's hair back. Ronan looked calm, but a young man in a khaki robe, who was sitting on the left shoulder of the black rock giant, looked down at him and laughed a cheerful, sharp laugh like smooth stones rubbing against each other. "It's finally our turn, Venus. I'm so happy for you. You'll have a new toy soon." Compared to Venus, the inheritor of the Stone Peak, who has performed well in both appearance and strength from the beginning to now, the person who came on stage from the other side seemed too ordinary and low-key. He was a young man wearing a black robe without any texture marks. He looked ordinary and his strength was only in the middle stage of level 3. Except for a pair of rare and mellow wine red eyes, which would make people think of wine stored for 100 years and the top-grade agate diamonds, he looked so mediocre in all aspects. So mediocre that when he appeared on the central platform, quite a few people suddenly realized that there was such a person among the top 8. No one even knew what his name was or which wizard force he came from. Looking back at the previous battles of this young man, he felt that luck played a big role. He was like an ordinary person who accidentally sneaked into the top echelon, appearing in a place where he shouldn't be. Under the spotlight, he was so ordinary from head to toe that it was glaring. However, most of Ronan's attention was on this young man. Angel, it seems that Ronan Damien should be able to pass this round of bloody battle. Although Venus is strong, he may not be as strong as Evaquin. Even Evaquin was defeated by Ronan, so he is unlikely to be Ronan's opponent. Yes, the combination of Evaquin plus Drummond is much stronger than the two in this round. That guy whose name is unknown looks like a filler. The most important thing is to look at the back. Selena, Adam and Lineage are the 3 strongest people in the first echelon. After this round of bloody battle, Ronan will have a particularly difficult time. The discussion outside the field was transmitted to the platform through the barrier of the rune array. After the first round of bloody battle, the onlookers had a better understanding of Ronan's strength. So much so that when the second round of bloody battle began, public opinion was certain that he could win easily, because his second round opponent seemed a little inferior to the 2 in the first round. The voices of these discussions were heard by the young man on the shoulder of the black rock giant. The latter had an innocent smile on his face, but his eyes, which seemed to be made of mud balls, kept emitting angry and fierce light. "Venus, it seems that they don't recognize our strength. What should I do next?" Ronan completely blocked out Venus's endless and strange words. His eyes never left Angel, who was not far away. Suddenly, Ronan saw Angel smiling and stretching his arms. This action made him feel so familiar, as if he had seen Angel do the same thing somewhere. He remembered. It was on the ring of the Goblin Plain. Soon, Ronan felt a trace of unusual breath emanating from Angel, and the opponent's figure quickly spread into a shadow. Just like last time, Ronan's eyes flashed, and the whole person quickly entered the combat state, and his perception of crisis was also pulled to the extreme. He didn't forget it. Last time, Angel used this method, and the result was that Jupiter, the first of the 6 young generations, was seriously injured and dying. He didn't want to follow Jupiter's footsteps. However, Ronan did not sense any danger. Instead, the voice of Vinals that had been ringing in his ears suddenly stopped. The next second, a sharp roar of shock and anger suddenly sounded. Boom! At a moment that no one expected, the huge black rock giant that occupied nearly 2/3 of the entire central platform suddenly froze, and then collapsed like a rotten mountain. In the rolling rocks and surging dust, the soul of a deformed boy with a huge head and a short body soared into the sky, and tried to rush out of the platform in a panic. But at a certain moment, it was gently grabbed by a slender white palm, and then sent into someone's mouth like some kind of delicious food. Amid the roar of the collapse of huge rocks, Angel, like the most noble and elegant aristocrat, gently wiped his lips with a white handkerchief. When the handkerchief was discarded and slipped from his fingers, endless shadows rose from behind Angel, like the deepest and longest night without stars or moon. The wings with black feathers spread out gracefully from behind Angel, and the surging gray clouds of souls condensed into a huge, evil outline like a crow behind him. At this moment, Angel, who was high above the platform, was completely ordinary and mediocre. His facial features, figure, and appearance did not seem to have changed much, but the whole person was like a pearl washed clean of dust, becoming dazzling under the gaze of everyone. Angel lowered his head, looking down at Ronan standing on the platform with a smile, and said softly, "The annoying flies are gone. Now there are only 2 of us, my dear Ronan. Isn't this what you have been looking forward to?" Ronan didn't speak, His eyes were calm, and he and Angel looked at each other silently. The phantoms of the souls behind the two of them, the phantoms of the ancient frost hydra and the ancient fallen crow, seemed to be looking at each other from afar. At this moment, the heated discussions outside the venue also subsided. Everyone looked stunned, staring blankly at the two people on the central platform. In everyone's mind, there is a lingering scene of Vinal's sudden death and even his soul being used as nourishment and meal. It lingers for a long time. There is one more update today. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Thank you. Chapter 216. From ancient times to the present, your name has always been on my recipes. No one expected that Angel, who was the least visible and the most mediocre among the 8 players on the field and who was able to participate in the quarterfinals because of luck, had such a terrifying hidden strength. With a body of the 3rd level mid-stage, he instantly killed Vinals, who was in the first echelon. Vinals could not even escape his soul and was directly swallowed. On the platform that seemed to be covered by the dense shadows of the night, Ronan felt a blood crystal inserted in his heartbeat slightly. Some fragmented memories engraved in Hikalto's blood were constantly transmitted, telling the name of the ancient fallen crow, which was a nasty creature that fed on fear and chaos and was known for conspiracy and cunning. Ronan took a deep breath, and the scenes of his encounter with Angel kept flashing in his mind, pulling out many inexplicable emotions. In the end, part of these emotions were frozen and sank to the bottom of the heart lake, and the other part turned into hot magma and blazing flames, igniting every bit of fighting spirit in Ronan's body bit by bit. I have indeed been looking forward to it for a long time. Ronan looked up, and his clear blue eyes suddenly turned into a seductive blue-gold color. The white hair hanging behind him like a waterfall was lifted high. Under the silver-black robe, a rolling cold current surged out, with him as the center, and quickly condensed large patches of frost around. In a trance, the phantom of the ancient frost hydra behind Ronan seemed to raise its head from the dark shadows, and its cold snake eyes locked on the shadow of the fallen crow looming in the sky, and it let out a majestic roar belonging to the ancient warcraft overlord. Facing all this, Angel's mouth corners rose. He raised his hand, and made a courtesy like the most calm and elegant noble, and uttered a poet's chanting voice, swiping across the frosty night. Dedicated to, my dear, Ronan Damien. The next moment, the black wings behind Angel flapped gently, and the whole person silently melted into the black deeper than the night. Eye of truth. The moment Angel disappeared, white light emerged from Ronan's eyes, weaving an eye pattern between his eyebrows. His mental power had completely lost the lock on Angel, and even under the detection of the eye of truth, he could not catch any trace of him. Is it the concealment ability brought by the blood of the ancient fallen crows? Ronan frowned slightly, and then simply ignored where Angel was, and began to summon the anchor spells needed to build the icy domain one by one. With the appearance of ice spells one after another, the stacking of extraordinary domains, the heavy frost around Ronan's body spread rapidly along the platform to the surroundings, quickly reaching the edge, and then climbing up along the void. At this time, the dense night fell down and touched the frost, but there was no collision, but it passed silently, swallowing every ray of light in Ronan's sight bit by bit. I still remember. Angel's voice suddenly came from behind. The voice was so close to Ronan that it was as if Angel was speaking to him in an intimate way, right next to his ear. Titanium. Ronan had no expression on his face. Titanium attached to his entire right arm, forming the shape of a sword blade. The emerald flame of breaking the lore rose on the silver blade, and he slashed the sword directly at the place where the voice came from. Titanium cut through the void, making a sharp low whistle. A large area of shadows was shattered by the silver and green interweaving edges. Angel's voice stopped abruptly. But the next second, it came from in front of Ronan. You were like a child at that time, in the corpse garden. The dark wings stretched behind him, and Angel, who seemed to have completely merged with the shadows, stood less than 10 meters away from Ronan with a smile on his face. His appearance reminded Ronan of the fallen angels who abandoned light and embraced evil in those Western mythological films and TV shows in his previous life. Angel was standing in front of Ronan, but under Ronan's mental power exploration, the place where Angel was empty, and there was nothing there. On the contrary, in a certain direction on the left, Ronan's super-strong perception allowed him to catch some strange fluctuations. Ronan's eyes flickered slightly, and under his consciousness, several ice spells that reached the second stage of the domain resonance shot rapidly towards the location where the fluctuations came from. The terrifying frost-cold current broke through the heavy shadows, as if it hit something, and made a dull sound. Ronan's eyes moved, and he was about to chase an attack, but a panicked voice suddenly rang out on the right side of his ear. "Oh no! You actually found me!" There was no sign at all, and Ronan's hairs on his back almost exploded. Stagnation. A trace of space stagnation power instantly emanated from him, and the medium used was titanium after space silverization. A piece of void around him turned into a smooth and flat mirror under the power of space stagnation, and Ronan disappeared quickly again, using the ability of short-distance space transmission to quickly teleport to another location. The moment his figure landed, a little bright deep blue bloomed between Ronan's palms. At this moment, all the spell anchors that had been buried before were activated, and the snow country descended. Exquisite snowflakes fell from the dark night curtain, and layers of ice spikes and ice flames bloomed around Ronan like flowers. A chuckle sounded, like a crow flapping its wings and quickly crossing the cold night sky. Ronan gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice, "Winter mirror." The snow country that had just been constructed was frozen in an instant. Countless ice flowers solidified in the blooming state, and the terrifying power of spatial stagnation filled the entire platform void, and the beautiful winter mirror took shape. However, this terrible power that stagnated everything seemed to have no effect on the night color spread high in the sky of the platform. Large patches of shadows were still falling like smoke, and Ronan's winter mirror was about to be hidden by the black veil. Even the power of space stagnation is ineffective? Legend has it that the ancient fallen crow shuttles through shadows, walking between reality and illusion. It seems that Angel has inherited this part of the ability, which is also his reliance. Ronan had a blank expression and tapped the void in front of him. The smooth and clean winter mirror was broken, and the beautiful snow country scene turned into countless irregular fragments, and terrifying spatial turbulence surged out. On the platform, the dense shadows were cut into pieces, like a large piece of black cloth cut into pieces by a knife, but the number did not decrease, but rolled out more. Ronan walked in the broken turbulence, his figure rose inch by inch, pure white lightning burst out on the surface of his skin, and his knotted muscles and blue veins bulged. He has entered the state of completely giantite. Rip. A sound like tearing silk sounded on his side. Ronan raised his hand and punched, and the black light of the rune of ancient power danced in his palm. Boom. Where the fist landed, the space collapsed, the light was distorted, and the black magic sickle hidden in the shadows that was slashing towards him was directly smashed by his punch. But there was an extremely cold breath coming from behind him. Ronan twisted his body and swung his arm horizontally. His right arm wrapped in titanium collided fiercely with a blackbird claw that was the size of an adult and had 6 toes, making a violent sound of metal collision. The sharp fingertips of the huge bird claw, like red diamonds, scratched Ronan's chest, easily tore through the mental force field and the titanium protection, and left deep scratches on Ronan's body. Ronan seemed to not feel the injury or pain at all, and directly grabbed the strange and ferocious huge bird claw, trying to pull out someone hiding in the shadow behind it. But the bird claw turned into countless black mists and dispersed with a bang. The next moment, Angel's figure was looming in the darkness not far away, and he made a sound of nostalgia and sighing. Who would have thought that the kid who sneaked into other people's homes to kill people has now grown to such a height? I am so happy for you, dear Ronan. Angel kept talking and sighing, and the meaning conveyed in his words was completely like a close friend of Ronan. However, he never stopped attacking Ronan. The crow's claw appeared and disappeared in the shadows, and each attack was accompanied by slight energy fluctuations that appeared and disappeared. Angel perfectly inherited the temperament of the ancient crow, and his level of weaving conspiracy as a master. He kept sending various harassing false signals to Ronan, and some of them might be mixed with real ones. Ronan's mental power could not capture his figure, and the only instinctive perception he could rely on was also disturbed by these information that was difficult to distinguish between true and false. He didn't know which energy fluctuations he captured were real and which were deliberately released by Angel. He was played in the palm of his hand by Angel. Huh? Ronan stood in the void in the center of the platform, trying to adjust his breathing. A wound was slowly healing on the majestic and sturdy body of the ancient demon. The injury was not serious, but the vitality ball in the body was consumed a lot. What was worse was that at this time, such a large platform was completely shrouded in the black night. Ronan could hardly see any external scenes, and Angel's trace became more and more difficult to catch. No, if this goes on, he will kill me sooner or later. I can only try to use killer moves like Snow Country in the Palm, or Endless Whirlpool of Spirit, to see if they can break Angel's shadow field. Ronan had never tried a powerful magic trick because he thought the effect of using it might not be too great. Angel was different from any opponent he had met before. This guy was too disgusting. He didn't confront Ronan directly at all. He always hid in the dark. Just like a very patient crow, he used various methods to wear down the opponent's energy bit by bit until the prey was completely dead, and then he would come down to peck at its flesh and blood and have a good meal. Ronan did not doubt that Snow Country in Palm and Endless Vortex of Spurt could break through Angel's shadow domain, but breaking through did not mean the end of the battle. The latter was very likely to come back again. Perhaps he was hoping that Ronan would do this so that Ronan's consumption would be faster and he would be one step closer to the crow's meal. But even with this premonition, Ronan had no better way and could only try. Ronan took a deep breath and suppressed the negative emotions that gradually arose in his heart. This was definitely the most frustrating battle he had ever experienced. If he could catch Angel, he would. Wait. A flash of inspiration suddenly flashed through Ronan's mind, and he suddenly thought of something. The fluctuations of soul breath and spell energy can be hidden by shadows, but emotional fluctuations may not be. The 1% of Hikalto blood in his body gave Ronan a keen perception from the ancient overlord, and he thought he could give it a try. Even if he still couldn't catch Angel's exact position, he could reveal certain flaws and create more opportunities. Thinking of this, Ronan's expression calmed down completely. Ka-ka-ka. In the falling night, Ronan's body made a series of joint collision sounds. He left the state of completely giantized and entered another form. His figure shrank slightly, but his height remained at 1.9 meters, close to 2 meters. His figure became taller, and those muscles and veins that were originally twisted to the point of exaggeration all disappeared. His white hair gradually turned dark blue from the roots, and some snake-like strange lines on the surface of his skin grew. Silently, Angel, who was as elegant and calm as if he was playing a game, slowly emerged from the void somewhere. He even held a glass of red wine in his hand, and he didn't look like he was in a fighting state at all. Let me see. Angel reached out and gently stroked his chin, looking at Ronan below with a playful look, and smiled. Our dear little Ronan, what kind of amazing means are you preparing again? At this time, Ronan's transformation was completely completed. He stretched out his limbs, and large patches of black and blue frost turned into condensed smoke, wrapping around his slender and upright body like a snake. At this moment, he was almost completely integrated with the phantom of the ancient frost hydra behind him, showing an indescribable seductive, evil, ancient and mysterious temperament. In the past 3 years, during countless confrontations with Hikalto's remaining consciousness, Ronan has been able to perfectly control the 1% of the ancient frost hydra blood in his body. Now, the power of this blood has been fully activated. Angel looked at Ronan's current appearance with interest, as if he was looking forward to his next performance. Under Angel's gaze, the young man standing in the countless black and blue frost smoke suddenly raised his head, and on his increasingly handsome face, a pair of vertical blue-gold snake pupils looked particularly strange. The two looked at each other. Angel squinted his eyes, and raised his glass with a smile. At this time, the boy suddenly spoke calmly. Has the ancient fallen crow blood in your body told you? From ancient times to now, your name. It has always been on my menu. Angel's action of drinking the glass suddenly froze, with a somewhat surprised expression on his face. At the same time, a strong brilliance suddenly burst out from the eyes of the boy below. Found you, Angel. Continue to ask for monthly tickets, thanks. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217. I have been looking forward to this moment. The fusion of the 4 domains, Hecator's ancient bite. Just like a tiny ripple suddenly appeared on the dark and calm water. Ronan's figure disappeared in the flickering silver light, and then appeared in another place in an instant. His graceful body rushed in one direction, and the black and blue frost formed streams of light like fireworks around him. The shadow in front of him seemed to become thick and sticky all of a sudden. His 5 fingers rang, and his fingertips kept breaking through layer after layer of black until they finally touched something. Huh? Ronan stopped, his figure half hidden in the black and blue frost, turned around, and met the eyes of Angel not far away. Angel still maintained his original posture, his figure did not move, and it seemed that he had never moved. Ronan slowly looked at his right hand, and a small piece of black silk was sandwiched between the index and middle fingers of his right hand. The frost wrapped around him, and the fragments of the robe turned into powder and slipped from his fingers little by little. He was just a little bit away from catching Angel. "You are smarter than I expected." Angel glanced at the hem of his robe with a small gap, and a strange look appeared on his face. He looked at Ronan, and the relaxed feeling on his body slowly subsided, and said, "But the same method will not work next time." "No need," Ronan said calmly. At the moment when his body was extremely close to Angel, Ronan suddenly found a way to find him that was easier than making Angel have emotional fluctuations, the wonderful induction between ancient bloodlines. With the 1% of the ancient Frost Hydra bloodline fully stimulated, Ronan's perception of Angel suddenly became clear. Just like the words Ronan said when trying to make Angel have emotional fluctuations. Ronan didn't know whether the name of the ancient fallen crow was on Ikalto's recipe, but it was the instinct of all ancient creatures to strengthen themselves by devouring. At this moment, the blood crystal inserted in Ronan's heart was constantly trembling, and the 1% of Ikalto's blood flowing in his body was ready to move, conveying his thirsty desire to him all the time. This hunger that went straight to the depths of his soul turned into a kind of eating instinct. The ancient frost that permeated all around became Ronan's tentacles to detect prey. The shadows around him were being pulled apart layer by layer, and the figure of Angel hidden in the shadows seemed to be getting clearer bit by bit. "Huh?" Ronan took a deep breath, his dark blue hair was blown up without wind, and an evil, ancient, and natural overlord-like aura spread out from him. The phantom of the ancient frost hydra behind him began to wriggle, and Ronan ran quickly in the void. The same ice magic appeared around him again. Unlike before, the colors of these ice magics all changed from pure white or ice blue to deep dark blue, with a hint of mysterious and ancient breath, and the magic fluctuations released also became much more obscure and profound. Under the premise that the realm of resonance of the law domain has not been improved, the power of these spells has been greatly enhanced. That is the ancient blessing from Ikalto's bloodline. Ancient. Extremely frozen soldier. The huge ice blade, which was dark blue in color and had countless black lines on its surface, slowly rose from the dark blue vortex of ice and snow, carrying a strong ancient atmosphere. Ronan raised his hand and held it in the air, making a horizontal slashing motion. As far as his sight could reach, large areas of night were broken by the ice blade. He suddenly caught a glimpse of a vague shadow. He raised his hand, and a large number of dark blue aurora veins under his feet quickly extended in that direction. Wherever they passed, the shadows were shattered. The snowflakes slowly falling in the sky also turned dark blue, and each piece became thicker and more ancient. The night domain belonging to Angel was rapidly collapsing. What now ruled this battlefield was the ancient ice cold. Boom! Ronan raised his arms, and the rolling frost formed a dark blue ice flame in front of him, which quickly spread out to the surroundings. Under the erosion of the ice flame, large chunks of black collapsed. The platform space, which was almost completely shrouded in the night, was connected to the skylight from the bottom again, and dark blue became the new background color of this space. When the scene in the platform space was once again clearly presented in front of everyone, everyone saw that Angel, whose wings blended into the night, occupied the high altitude of the platform, and below was Ronan, who was protected by countless dark blue frost. The battle seemed to have returned to the original point. The two of them, one above and one below, looked at each other silently. Ronan took a step forward gently. Boom! Under his feet, the frost shook, and a brand new snow country was constructed. However, this time, this snow country did not descend from above, but seemed to be born from the ground. Countless dark blue frost veins intertwined ancient and mysterious patterns under Ronan's feet. If you look from above to below, you will find that this pattern is extremely similar to the shadow of the multi-headed snake behind Ronan. And Ronan stood in the center of the multi-headed snake pattern. Snow Country, the ancient Snow Country. This should be called Ikalto's Frost Absolute Land. Surrounded by large patches of black and blue frost, Ronan murmured in a low voice, and then raised his head, his blue-gold snake eyes fixed on Angel in the sky, whose smile had disappeared. The corners of his mouth rose, and he spoke softly, "Angel, the game between us has only officially begun now." Boom! Everyone focused on the battle on the platform. There was not much noise, only occasional low-pitched conversations and discussions, buzzing. Whether it was Angel's combat power that was completely superior to ordinary first-tier top talents, or Ronan's means of breaking the situation, they were beyond their expectations. The two people on the stage seemed to have some kind of ancient and powerful bloodline. For ordinary low-level wizards, it was simply a battle in another field. And the source of Ronan's strength seemed to have a good explanation at this time. Ronan Damien's ice magic is powerful not from his inheritance, but from his blood. What kind of blood is that can control ancient frost, like a dominant existence standing at the top of the food chain in ancient times? But how can that legendary blood flow in one person? The wizards watching were shocked and amazed. In the court of life, Molly had already stood up, and seemed to be in a bad mood, and kept fiddling with the red lotus cane in her hand. No wonder I hated this guy so much when I first saw him. It turned out that he inherited the blood will of that disgusting multi-headed worm. The blood hidden in Molly's body, which had not yet awakened, kept conveying all kinds of disgust and irritability to her. It was a feeling like meeting a natural enemy. She had sensed it last time in the mechanical heart, and now, this feeling became unusually clear. In the crowd, Lindis narrowed his eyes and watched the fight between the shadow and the frost on the stage, and suddenly asked the black-robed man beside him. I remember that the South had been preserving half of the heart of the ancient fallen crow. Yes. The black-robed man answered in a low voice. The man on the stage was a chess piece that the previous generation of Shu valued very much. He was the one who advocated transplanting the heart of the fallen crow into the other person. This matter is over, take this kid back. Lindis said lightly. He and the blood of the fallen crow have merged very well. This kind of special talent has always been what we lack. Yes. The black-robed man responded. As for him. Lindis's eyes moved to another slender figure guarded by ancient frost. His eyes flickered, and he did not continue to speak. He seemed to be thinking, and some of his thoughts seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. Boom. The two figures collided fiercely at the junction of black and blue. The dark blue frost condensed into a spear shape, clashing with a shadow, piercing out a series of narrow and long sawtooth shapes. When Ronan's ancient frost hydra bloodline was fully activated, Angel's concealment method completely lost its effect in front of him. Angel seemed to no longer choose to hide, and instead began to confront Ronan head-on. Hiss! Something seemed to be surging rapidly in the dense shadows, as if a terrifying sharp intention to cut the soul in half shot out from the shadows. A huge black wing as sharp as a blade silently slashed towards Ronan's neck. The speed of this wing was incredibly fast, spreading along with the shadows, without any signs, and nothing could stop it. Did Jupiter and Venus get hurt by this method? Ronan's thoughts turned rapidly in his mind, and he took a deep breath, and the endless frost around him gathered around him. After Hikalto's blood was stimulated, Ronan's control over ice energy reached an unprecedented level. He did not need the assistance of spells to mobilize, and even did not need mental power to pull. The instinct of bloodline talent allowed him to control the coldness between heaven and earth. Moreover, this frost mobilized by the power of blood is thicker and more powerful than the frost condensed by simple spells. The power of ice extends to a deeper realm. It can resist the power of Angel's ancient fallen crow. Only the ancient can fight against the ancient. Snow country in the palm. Ronan raised his dark blue hair high, put his hands together, and a large number of snake-scale rune patterns on his slender and charming body, attached with titanium, lit up. The huge snow country began to shrink, and Hikalto's frost absolute domain quickly gathered around his body. Those extraordinary domain powers that serve as the cornerstone, bones, and veins of the entire domain formed layers of black and blue ice around Ronan's body, and finally formed a huge dark blue ice ball that was exquisite and wrapped him in it. Compared with the first time he cast Snow Country in the Palm, this time, Snow Country in the Palm was not compressed thoroughly enough and was far from meeting the requirements of condensing between one palm, but the entire compression process was more perfect. In the Snow Country, the domains of law meshed tightly like gears, forming an indestructible absolute defense domain, firmly holding it back before the blade-like black wing slashed down. Crack, crack, sizzle, sizzle. The black wing slashed through the ice ball, and after cutting halfway through, they encountered a huge blockage, making a sharp and piercing sound like metal friction. Ronan's eyes flickered, and his hands stretched out. The condensed ice ball broke, and all the fragments turned into a dark blue torrent, crushing the wings and rushing towards a certain position in the void. It was as if a glacier that had not melted for thousands of years had broken, and the void had become brittle paper, showing large pieces of fragmented traces under the scouring of the terrifying ancient icy breath. After the shadow that was quickly washed, Angel's figure appeared. Facing Ronan's attack, his face showed no expression, he just calmly folded his wings behind him. Boom! The rushing glacier hit the wings fiercely, completely submerging Angel's figure. When all the noise subsided, the night unfolded, and Angel walked out of the center of the energy surge intact. "That's it, little Ronan," Angel said quietly with a calm expression. At this moment, all the shadows covering the sky rushed towards Angel. He was completely wrapped in the night. When the darkness was dense enough, a little scarlet bloomed. Large patches of shadows slid down from Angel like the finest black silk. Behind the shadows was a set of exquisite armor as black as the night, with rune patterns like blood flowing on it. Angel at this moment was very similar to when Ronan first met him. Black hair, red eyes, armor, cloak, surrounded by the shadow of the ancient fallen crow. The whole person is like an evil and twisted dark sun, exuding a terrible breath that makes people's souls sink. The most wonderful thing about sowing a seed is waiting for it to sprout, grow, and finally harvest. Angel raised one hand. His fingers were slender and white, and looked more beautiful than a woman's hand. While he was talking to himself, he looked at his nails, where a little black light was slowly blooming. In an instant, all the light in this world seemed to be absorbed into this point. The sky quickly darkened, and the energy streams in the sky of the ruins of the ancient fairy city seemed to have lost their color at this moment, and the sun's light quickly became dim. Just a breath of time, this world seemed to transition from day to night. The change in the celestial phenomena moved countless people. At this moment, the magic that Angel was accumulating was so terrifying that it almost surpassed Ronan's move to defeat Evok, endless whirlpool of spirit. A familiar aura of terror flowed from Angel's fingers, and it was clearer and stronger than what everyone had felt before. Another evildoer who touches the edge of taboo infinitely in the void. The Dawn Wizard of the Court of Life was shocked and sighed in disbelief. What happened to the South? How can this land, which has always been known for its poverty and backwardness, continue to breed geniuses of this level? To what extent has this guy integrated the blood of the ancient fallen crows? The black light between his fingers grew bigger and bigger, like a twisted black sun, being slowly lifted up by Angel. All the light was taken away by him, and Angel looked like the real Lord of the Night. "Thank you for bringing me this last pleasure before I leave the South, Ronan." Angel looked down at Ronan, with a peaceful smile on his face, waved goodbye to this world. "As a reward, I will keep a trace of your soul and seal it properly." After saying that, Angel, like a high and mighty monarch, gently threw the black light between his fingers towards Ronan with a gesture of compassion and charity. The twisted black sun silently crushed towards Ronan, carrying a terrifying breath that swallowed up everything. At this moment, countless memories of Angel flashed quickly in his mind, and the haze of the past and the crisis in front of him quietly overlapped. Ronan watched Angel's figure turn into an endless black curtain, as if to completely cover his entire world. He stretched out a hand with a dazed look, and spread his 5 fingers. It seemed that he was talking to Angel, and it seemed that he was talking to himself. I have been looking forward to this moment." When the whispering voice fell quietly, Ronan also seemed to have come out of his brief trance, and the whole person showed an unprecedented great calmness. Several kinds of extraordinary realms of energy rose from him like wolf smoke, gushing out and blending quickly. The ancient frost was steaming upwards. It outlined a huge and ancient ferocious multi-headed body, which was completely integrated with the soul phantom that appeared behind Ronan, indistinguishable from each other. Among them, a huge snake head was almost completely clearly manifested, and every snake scale, every texture, and every ancient trace was vivid, as if the real frost overlord had descended. When the huge snake head that was almost condensed into substance suddenly opened its eyes, an unprecedented strong sense of taboo was suddenly released. A thick dark blue thunder like a tree branch suddenly fell from the sky, and the ancient overlord woke up from the long river of time, opened his mouth, and bit the twisted black sun fiercely, as if he wanted to swallow the whole sun in one gulp. 3 years later, the death gaze of Hikalto, which is a fusion of 3 domains, has undergone a transformation. Now, it is the fusion of 4 domains, ancient bite of Hikalto. Chapter 218, Thoughts are clear, the last round. The 2 forbidden forces collided with each other, and the sunken skylight kept alternating between light and darkness. The terrifying aura poured out like a tsunami, and even the ancient rune array could not completely block it. The void in a large area around the central platform was distorted like transparent folds. The onlookers were hit head-on by the incomparable shock and impact. I don't know how many people felt dazed at this moment. Is this still a battle between fog wizards? Dawn is just like this, right? The key is that the two sides fighting on the stage are not at the peak of level 3, one is in the middle of level 3, and the other is even more outrageous at the beginning of level 3. Many wizards who are also level 3 fell into deep self-doubt and could not understand how this huge gap was formed. On the stone pillar platform, there were 3 people left who had not yet appeared. Adam, who had been immersed in his own world, shifted his attention away from the double-winged unicorn beside him for the first time, and landed on the platform where the ancient giant snake and the black sun were fighting, and his face gradually became solemn. Liwiki stood under the shadow of the huge tentacles, his handsome face intertwined with light and darkness, and his eyes flashed with a light that others could not understand. Even Selena's eyes finally moved. Her eyes seemed to penetrate through the heavy and turbulent energy flow to the center of the battle group. She only briefly glanced at one of the figures and then completely focused on another person. The power of the 4 domains of law fusion infinitely touches the forbidden domain. You do have a certain amount of capital to be proud of. Selena took a breath gently, and a mysterious golden rune appeared on her smooth and full forehead. There was a golden and white light emerging from her body and gathering in the palm of her hand. Selena lowered her eyes, tightened her 5 fingers, and held the ball of light in her palm like holding the handle of an invisible bow. Is it closer to the forbidden power than before? The fusion of the 4 domains of law. The blood of the ancient frost hydra. In the void, the dawn wizard from the court of life was stunned, and his lips trembled slightly. His mind was shaken again at this moment. At some point, he even suspected that he was not in the south, but in a gathering of top geniuses in the central region. If this wizard named Ronan Damien had not died here and could withstand the backlash of his bloodline, he would have a place in the central region in time. The wizard of the court of life said in a tone of undisguised amazement, and suddenly felt a sense of inexplicable chill, and his words stopped abruptly. He quickly looked in the direction of the source of the chill, and saw an old woman in a black robe looking at him with a smile, and then cast an inexplicable gaze on a figure in the battle group below. I don't know when this person also began to pay attention to the competition below. The Dawn Wizard of the Court of Life suddenly reacted. He almost forgot that in ancient times, the Frost Hydra and the bloodline of the main family behind this person were natural enemies. Feeling that he had spoken out of turn, the Dawn Wizard smiled bitterly and could only close his mouth tightly. Everyone was immersed in the might of the collision of 2 forces that were infinitely close to the edge of taboo. When the power of the 2 domains is equally beyond the realm of 3-stage resonance, the competition is about which of them is closer to the real taboo realm. Converted into skill proficiency, it is probably between 1,500 and 1,600 points of master level proficiency. Within this range, a little difference in proficiency will also cause an extremely huge impact. Facts have proved that the power of his 4 domains is stronger than Angel's ancient fallen crow power. He once fused the power of the 3 extraordinary domains of Frozen Soldiers, Despair Frozen, and Ice Veins, to shape one eye of Hikalto, crossing the long river of time and summoning the gaze of the ancient Frost Lord. Now, all 3 extraordinary domain powers have entered the second resonance realm, and Ronan has integrated a domain power extended by the spell, Ice Armor, into it, using the solid wall of frost to build the scales of the snake head, thus achieving this move, Ancient Bite of Hikalto. The ancient frost snake gradually swallowed the twisted black sun. The shadow of the ancient frost hydra bites the shadow of the ancient fallen crow. His ancient frost hydra bloodline is higher in grade than the ancient fallen crow, but it is too thin. The concentration of the ancient fallen crow bloodline in Angel's body is much higher than his. Angel's body has even evolved into the wings of the fallen crow, and he has mastered more of the power of the fallen crow. In the floating skylight, when the black sun passed away, the ancient frost fell down, and everything fell into the ancient icy power. The stagnant and freezing power that is more terrifying than the winter mirror, seems to drag the entire void into the abyss of eternal freezing. Angel's figure became sluggish under the influence of this ancient extreme cold force. His long hair, the armor on his body, and the fallen crow wings behind him were all covered with a thick layer of dark blue frost. He had no expression on his face. The terrifying power that Ronan burst out did not seem to have any impact or effect on him. He spread his wings, and the ice attached to his body made a crisp crackling sound. A small shadow quickly rose from behind him, and his back began to shrink into the shadow. However, at this time, Ronan's figure appeared in front of him silently. At this time, there was only less than 2 meters between the two. Angel saw Ronan almost face to face with him, and his expression was slightly stunned. The whole person seemed to be slightly surprised, but in stark contrast to the expression on his face, 2 dark wings quietly emerged on the left and right, sweeping towards the sides of Ronan's neck. Ronan seemed unaware, and his body quickly rose in an instant, and the whole person quickly entered the state of complete giant monster. Ancient power, the demon-like hand wrapped in ruined black light clang swept away the wings that attacked from the left and right, and turned his head to avoid a 6-toed crow claw that suddenly grabbed behind his head. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed it, grabbing a scarlet red light that shot towards his heart and crushed it. When Angel's series of sneak attacks all failed, Ronan, who was half a meter taller than Angel in the state of complete giant humanization, lowered his head calmly, looked at Angel in front of him, and said, "Is that enough?" Angel's eyes flashed a few strange colors, pulled the corners of his mouth, and was about to speak. Bang! A heavy punch like a cannonball hit Angel's lower abdomen fiercely. Angel's whole person bent down like a shrimp, his expression on his face was frozen, his mouth was slightly open, and his eyes were full of disbelief as if he was doubting his life. He slowly raised his head, as if he wanted to say something to Ronan. What greeted him was a black shadow that was rapidly enlarging in a terrifying scream. Bang! The huge fist wrapped in black light hit Angel's face hard, almost making his entire face dent. The frost attached to his body broke apart in an instant, and the whole person shot out in one direction like a cannonball. Before he could stabilize his body, a ferocious and tall figure had already appeared at the place where he landed, opened his big hand, and clasped his neck with 5 fingers, pinching him hard like a chicken. Crackle! The sound of the air being squeezed and broken suddenly sounded. Ronan's eyes were cold, holding Angel with one hand, and clenching his fist with the other hand to gather strength, and waves of ancient power, ruined black light surged on the fist, releasing an extremely terrifying aura. He stretched out his fisted arm, like pulling up a bow. His fist was the arrow on the bow, and the tip of the arrow was aimed at Angel's head, as if he was ready to hammer him to death. His face moved rapidly. Seeing this, Angel, who had just reshaped the broken muscles and bones on his face, instinctively began to struggle frantically. For the first time, his face showed a little panic. The next moment, boom! Angel's pupils shrank suddenly, and an unprecedented shadow force burst out from his body. The shadow of the fallen crow behind him, which was held in the mouth of the multi-headed snake, also spread its wings and made a desperate hissing gesture. However, the terrifying power broke through the heavy shadows, but finally froze at a position less than 3 centimeters away from Angel's face. The strong wind raised by the fist blew all Angel's long hair back and stuck to his scalp. Angel's face was pale, and he stared at the fist that was so close to him. For a moment, he forgot to speak. "I've always wanted to do this." Ronan saw Angel's look and let out a long sigh of relief. "You are indeed still afraid." He loosened his hand and released Angel's restraints, just like letting go of a pigeon that was fooled. Ronan stood in the center of the platform space where the energy turbulence was raging, and the flowing wind blew his long hair. He closed his eyes and raised his face slightly, with unprecedented satisfaction and tranquility. From the corpse garden to the ancient city of goblins, from the apprentice wizard to the third-level fog, all his shadows and obsessions about Angel disappeared in these 3 punches. "It feels good," Ronan whispered in a voice that only he could hear. At this moment, he was truly thinking through. In the consciousness space, a wonderful transformation occurred. The 5th spiritual power crystal was perfected, and the 6th spiritual power crystal quietly took shape. The middle stage of the 3rd level. And it wasn't over yet. With the influx of the soul force light ball taken from Angel, Ronan's 6th spiritual force crystal was also growing rapidly. Too fast. So fast that he hadn't even thought about the choice of the 6th soul seal before he entered the middle stage of the 3rd level. There was silence between heaven and earth, and time passed slowly like flowing clouds. When Ronan withdrew from the state of complete giant monster transformation, he opened his eyes. At this time, his eyes were as clear as transparent blue crystals without a trace of impurities. Even Ronan's entire temperament seemed to have undergone some subtle and indescribable transformation. Ronan subconsciously looked in the direction of Angel and found that Angel was standing quietly outside the platform at this time, looking at him with a strange expression. There was no sense of defeat on his face, and the shame and anger of being beaten up by him was unusually calm. Seeing Ronan's gaze, Angel even narrowed his eyes and smiled at him, and then sat cross-legged in the void on the spot. His eyes drooped, and no one knew what he was thinking. Did I go too far? Seeing Angel's affordable look, Ronan felt a little embarrassed. But he quickly shook his head and extinguished the thought. Although Angel had never done anything to him and even gave him a bottle of vital god-burning potion, Ronan knew that if he lost in a battle with him, this guy would definitely not hold back and would definitely keep his soul after killing him, taking it out to admire and play with it from time to time like a collection. He only punched Angel twice and didn't even hurt him. It could be called mercy. After depriving Angel of a part of the materialized soul power, the multi-headed snake phantom behind Ronan, representing his soul characteristics, became larger and larger, and the 8-headed body became clearer. The huge multi-headed snake phantom almost occupied the entire platform, surpassing all the geniuses who manifested soul characteristics on the field. The huge shock and impact brought by the battle with Angel was slowly digested by all the onlookers as time passed. Soon, the quiet environment gradually became noisy. Various voices of discussion buzzed, amplified little by little, and finally turned into a tsunami-like sound, constantly echoing in the void. Countless eyes gathered on Ronan. Compared with the beginning of the bloody battle, the sympathy, pity, contempt, gloating and other emotions mixed in these eyes have disappeared a lot. Now, there are more amazement, awe, jealousy, and strong expectations and admiration. Some people began to believe that Ronan might be able to complete the bloody battle. Because Ronan has already walked half of this seemingly impossible thorny road. He is only a few steps away from the final victory. As long as the arrangement of the next bloody battle mechanism is slightly boom, boom, boom. 3 blue light pillars that shot up into the sky, like 3 sharp knives, suddenly stopped the heated discussions outside the field and directly cut off the hopeful eyes of some people. When the golden figure wearing a crown, holding a staff and a longbow, the sacred and majestic white palace, and the black tentacles filled with a strong ominous atmosphere gathered step by step on the high platform from 3 different directions, all the voices subsided. The skylight quickly dimmed, and it seemed that invisible dark clouds were rolling rapidly from 3 sides in the same direction. The heavy sense of oppression invaded the nerves of every wizard watching, making them forget words for a while. On the platform, Ronan looked at his opponents in the 3rd round of bloody battle with a calm expression. Selena of the Court of Life, Adam of the Dawn of Psychic Energy, and Lee Wiki of the Chaos Secret Society. In this gathering of geniuses, everyone recognized that they were the 3 most powerful people. Each of them had a superior origin, reputation, strength, and heritage. All aspects were superior to all other geniuses. They were the first echelon of the first echelon. They were the best among the top geniuses and the true pride of heaven. Any one of them was qualified to compete for the top spot. Now they will join hands to completely end Ronan's bloody battle heritage. I'm recommending a book called My Girlfriend Died in the Past. You said you have a girlfriend. Yes. She's beautiful, has a good figure, and has a perfect temperament. Her family is very rich. She doesn't want you to have a car or a house, and she doesn't even want a dowry. That's right. In addition, she also washes your clothes and cooks for you, and even boils water for you to wash your feet. That's right. I don't know how many lifetimes I have cultivated to get this blessing. Then you are indeed lucky. I am a little envious of you. The doctor recorded it in the medical record and turned back to instruct the nurse. The condition has worsened again. Remember to increase the dosage of the medicine. Chapter 219, all the trump cards are revealed. Unclean Mother. The stream of energy particles gathered to form a huge vortex. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to be pulled by some invisible force, hanging low at the junction of the sky and the earth, and the scorching sun disappeared. Gusts of wind rolled up dry dust and blew between the hills and the plains. The noisy sounds between heaven and earth became much smaller. Only countless spiritual consciousness fluctuations were silently rolling in interaction. Almost everyone's eyes were focused on the center of the battle group. An inexplicable emotion rolled among the crowd, and everyone's mood unconsciously became tense and depressed. Ronan stood in the center of the platform and calmly looked at his last 3 opponents. Selena, who was wearing a white wizard's dress with gold patterns, was as noble and indifferent as ever. Adam, The psychic Dawn had eyes as pure as gems. Li Wiki held a black book in his hand, and his perfect face was like a mask that no one could see through. The three of them were staring at him coldly. Three spiritual force fields that had already reached the peak of the third-level wizard field came from three different directions and pressed towards him without any blind spots. Ronan felt as if he was in the deep sea, with endless seawater rushing back. Every piece of skin, every muscle, and every bone in his body was squeezed bit by the majestic invisible terrifying pressure. His opponents were more impeccable than he had imagined, without any flaws. His inheritance did not seem to cause any fear or rift between the three of them. From the moment they stepped onto this platform, their purpose seemed extremely pure, that is, to end themselves first. Ronan tried to enter the state of extreme boiling lake. The burning fire of fighting spirit hardly arose, swaying, as if it would be forcibly extinguished by the instinct of survival in the next second. His nerves could not help but beat violently, and the unprecedented sense of crisis kept stabbing his back like a thorn. Suddenly, the platform, which was suppressed to the extreme, began to surge with a fluctuation of magic. The magic lights that bloomed one after another, and the terrible pressure that turned calm into turbulence, made Ronan change his combat strategy instantly. He decisively extinguished the burning fire of fighting spirit in his chest. Without hesitation, he switched from the boiling lake to the lake of no thought state, and all the mixed thoughts that had nothing to do with the battle were frozen and sunk to the bottom. Invisible momentum emanated from his body, and balls of frost rose high along with his dark blue long hair. Ronan took a deep breath, and his eyes completely calmed down. When the flames of fighting spirit cannot evaporate the ocean, then try to survive first. Then look for the dawn of the 1000th chance of winning. I never thought that a little guy who was randomly selected could actually come to this point step by step. In the crowd, Lindis, who was looking at the central platform, spoke with emotion. The black-robed man beside him whispered, "Your vision has always been good." Lindis turned to look at the black-robed man, smiled, and suddenly said, if he knew that one of the three opponents he faced had the strength to threaten a fourth-level Dawn Wizard, would he still be able to maintain such a high-spirited look? The black-robed man fell silent, but Lindis didn't care. He just said to himself, but at least he has brought us enough fun, hasn't he? The final battle that everyone was looking forward to was fiercely staged on the stage, but Lindis seemed to have completely lost interest in everything he had led. He raised his head, glanced at the whole audience, squinted his eyes, and said lightly, "The entertainment time is over, and it's almost time for us to act." The black-robed man received Lindis's order, lowered his head, and quickly retreated. But he was stopped by Lindis the next second. "Remember, move gently." Lindis glanced at the figure of an old woman in black robes somewhere in the sky and made a gesture to keep quiet. "Don't let anyone find out." "Understood." The black-robed man responded in a low voice, and his figure quickly blended into the surrounding air and disappeared completely. Almost at the same time, far away, at the edge of the central platform, in a corner of the void, Angel's lowered eyes suddenly flashed, and then his figure gradually disappeared in the shadows behind him. In the huge ruins of the ancient fairy city, among the tens of thousands of wizards who were watching the battle, some people seemed to have received some instructions and began to move slowly towards some specific locations without making a sound. No one noticed what was happening. As the mastermind of everything, Lindis put away the golden compass in his hand and replaced it with a translucent white crystal ball. Lindis looked indifferent, and his eyes kept scanning and moving in the sky above his head. Every time his eyes paused, a little light would light up in the crystal ball in his hand, as if marking something. The ancient ice blade, dark blue in color, with countless black lines interwoven, tore through the air, carrying the power of frost that froze everything, leaving a strange and twisted snake-like mark in the void, and fiercely slashed at Li Wiki, who was at the corner of the platform. In a battle of 1 against 3, the wisest way is naturally to defeat them one by one. Of the three people in front of him, Selena gave Ronan the strongest sense of crisis, and the Night Atom was like an unstoppable spear, so he naturally went to Li Wiki, who was relatively weaker among the three. In the state of Lake of No Thoughts, every spell Ronan summoned was accurate and appropriate. Dark blue hair rose behind him like an icefall. He ran barefoot on the ice, his eyes were cold, and green fire burned on his titanium arms. Under the cover of Ancient Frozen Soldier, blessed by 1% of the blood of the ancient Frost Hydra, he suddenly appeared behind Li Wiki like a ghost, crossed his hands and slashed diagonally, aiming at Li Wiki's neck. This set of serial killing moves was enough to catch any third-level wizard off guard. However, Ronan's law-breaking flame, which was blessed with a domain resonance, had just fallen with a titanium blade. Liwiki, who had his back to him, suddenly turned to face him. The latter showed him a mysterious smile, as if he was completely blind to the spells attacking from both sides. Bang! A purple halo suddenly spread from the opponent's body. Ronan crossed his swords and slashed through. The purple halo was cut into a small gap by him, and it twisted rapidly, but did not dissipate. Instead, it wrapped around his body like a ribbon. The flame of breaking the law on Ronan's hand suddenly extinguished, melting with titanium metal and dripping down his arm like water. The power of the curse. Ronan had no expression on his face, his arms trembled slightly, and the fire of life energy in his body quickly extinguished the strange power that penetrated and eroded like an ant colony. His right arm expanded rapidly, and the knotted muscles bulged one by one. His 5 fingers clanged and grabbed directly at Liwiki's head. This grab was empty. The latter's figure turned into a mysterious purple light and shattered and disappeared under his palm. At the same time, a pure and terrifying sharp force quickly attacked from the side. Ronan turned the direction accordingly, and a dark blue loomed in the palm of his hand. The rotating ice ball expanded rapidly, and a strong sense of despair quickly surged from between his 5 fingers, just in time to meet a very dazzling white light. Crack, 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 the despair ice ball that had not yet been completely formed was directly pierced by the white light, and the despair contained in it was like ice and snow exposed to the sun, and was quickly purified. Ronan felt as if his consciousness was hit hard by something. The 6 spiritual crystals in his mind were shaking violently, and even the frozen heart lake began to loosen. A pair of pure white horse hooves suddenly stepped out from the white light and stepped hard on his chest. Pop! Ronan's figure suddenly appeared on the other side of the platform. On his chest, the silver armor made of titanium showed 2 clear horse hoof marks. Before he had a chance to breathe, a beam of light with a faint golden pattern, almost condensed into substance, immediately smashed down on his head. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. Ronan took a quick breath and broke free from the scattered white light, floating above the platform. He looked up and saw Selena calmly taking back a half-meter-long exquisite white staff in her hand. Adam was almost at the same level with him, staring at him coldly, and the double-winged unicorn under him was paddling its front hooves restlessly. As for Liwiki, he still stood in the original position, holding his heavy black book, looking at him with a smile. In the confrontation, the 3 of them hardly moved their positions, but the pressure on Ronan was directly increased. Ronan's eyes became slightly solemn. The combat power of the 3 super geniuses combined is not as simple as 1 + 1 + 1. Even if they are not familiar with each other, their superb combat awareness allows them to easily find the most suitable position for themselves in the battle, the most appropriate time to attack, and play the most perfect tacit cooperation. Another key point is that after several previous battles, the 3 of them can be said to be very familiar with his fighting style and most of his magic methods. A little guess can determine his every move. On the contrary, Ronan doesn't know much about the 3 people's magic, personality, etc. A peasant, playing 3 landlords with open cards. Ronan had a blank expression on his face, and such an outrageous metaphor suddenly popped up in his mind. But it is true that no matter which aspect, he is at the most extreme disadvantage. If he does not think of a way, he may lose directly in the next confrontation. A breeze blew for no reason, and the void of the platform seemed to have an invisible string that was vibrated again. Ronan took a breath, and large amounts of black and blue frost emerged from his body. One by one, ice magic was summoned. With the blessing of the multiple mirror light talisman, all the summoned ice magic were reproduced 3 times in a row, and the number reached 4 times the original. A large number of ice magic domains intertwined, and densely packed ice magic formed a complex and gorgeous dark ice ring around Ronan's body. As soon as the magic ice ring took shape, Ronan saw Selena gently raise the exquisite magic wand in her hand, followed by a terrifying energy pressure surging in the void, life energy and magic domain force field intertwined, and a gorgeous light golden magic giant sword that was almost condensed into substance was summoned. The terrifying life energy and magic power rolled on the blade of the giant sword, as if countless tiny electric lights were jumping. The tip of the magic giant sword was pointed at him from a distance, and Ronan's eyebrows couldn't help but jump. 3-segment domain resonance. With simple magic attainments, Although this magic giant sword has not reached the level of close to the edge of taboo, it is far better than the spear of heavenly punishment and destruction that Jupiter used at the beginning. Such a terrible killing move would definitely be a trump card in the hands of others, but Selena used it lightly. At the same time, Ronan's vest also felt an inexplicable tingling pain. Adam in the distance leaned slightly, holding a black knight's spear with an ancient shape in both hands. The ancient white runes on the spear body lit up one after another, extending to the tip of the spear, condensing a cluster of brighter light than the scorching sun at noon, firmly locking Ronan. Under the double attack from the front and back, there was an unspeakable terrifying aura like a haze shrouding Ronan's head. Dressed in a noble dress, Liwiki had opened the black book in his hand at some point. He was smiling and whispering a long, difficult-to-pronounce strange spell. Large patches of purple-black mist, accompanied by a strong ominous smell, rose from the pages of the book. 3 terrifying mental powers locked Ronan tightly, and the overlapping magic force fields covered every corner of the void where his body was. Buzz, at a certain moment, it was unknown whether it was the trembling of Selena's magic giant sword, the trembling of the lance in Adam's hand, or the sound of the last spell syllable uttered by Liwiki. 3 murderous intentions broke out almost in order. In an instant, an overwhelming energy frenzy was stirred up, as if 3 oceans crushed the void and poured down at the same time. The rune array light shield at the edge of the huge dual platform suddenly burst into an unprecedented protective light. Outside the light shield, a terrifying energy storm was triggered, and even the stone pillars around the platform that had not yet completely fallen were shaking violently. The onlookers who were close to the platform were all shocked and retreated frantically. The energy aftermath of the leak was so terrifying. It was impossible to imagine what the center of the spell power would be like. Ronan was almost instantly submerged by the 3 forces. But in just a breath of time, a dark thunder suddenly passed through the sky. 4 colorful and quiet torrents quietly gathered and condensed into an extremely deep black at the center of the platform, which became bigger and bigger in an instant. When the black energy vortex that looked like the devil's eye appeared in front of everyone again, everyone saw that at the bottom of the endless abyss that swallowed and crushed everything, a slender and upright figure broke out of the darkness. Under the perfect stimulation of 1% of the ancient Frost Hydra bloodline, Ronan's handsome and almost bewitching face turned pale as if it were thin ice. He held a huge dark blue magic light ball with a restrained light and an indescribable terrifying aura in one hand, and pounced towards the person with a graceful posture. Endless whirlpool of spurt, plus, snow country in the palm. 2 trump cards with power infinitely close to the edge of taboo were used at the same time. Even with the blessing of the super mental recovery ability of Empty Realm, the 6 light golden mental crystals in Ronan's consciousness space were almost completely drained in an instant, and the light all dimmed. At this time, he was extremely weak, but his eyes were surprisingly bright. Using Endless Whirlpool of Spurt as a shield, he resisted the joint attack of Selena and the other 2. Using Snow Country in the palm as a spear, the target of assassination was still the weakest Liwiki among the 3. As long as he can kill one of the 3 eliminated people, the pressure he faces will be greatly reduced. However, facing Ronan's spear of the Snow Country, Levi just narrowed his eyes, took 2 steps back, and soon calmed down. Levi tore off a page of the black book in his hand. The edge of the torn page was as sharp as a dagger, and it cut off half of his right palm without any hindrance. Following the torn page, the severed palm and the blood flowing from the wound floated into the air together. Levi called out a name in a mysterious tone. Almighty, Supreme Merciful, Wisdom and Eternal. Mother of the Unclean. I have been busy with my child's schooling these 2 days, and I really have no time to write. I will try to update as much as possible tomorrow. Chapter 220, When your body is destroyed, will your will still be as strong as I thought? Along with Liwiki's low chanting voice, a trace of mysterious aura began to emanate. The shadow behind him began to wriggle, and the blood, broken palm and pages in front of him gathered together and melted, followed by large amounts of black mud-like substances gushing out from it. An evil and ominous will quietly descended. Ronan felt a faint sense of uneasiness. He stopped in the void, and countless energy turbulences whizzed around his body, and quickly pushed the dark blue light ball in his hand towards Liwiki. With a full activation of the 1% ancient Frost Hydra bloodline, coupled with a substantial increase in soul power, the current Snow Country in the palm is several times more powerful than when fighting Andariel. The huge dark blue light ball was wrapped in a thick ancient frost power, tearing the void, like a terrifying ancient glacier meteorite, crossing many spatial distances, whistling towards Lineage, leaving behind a solid black and blue icy track along the way. When it got close to a certain position in front of Lineage, the terrifying dark blue ball of light exploded. The indescribable icy energy was like a torrent formed by the collapse of a glacier that had never melted for thousands of years. The platform space with a deep black vortex as the background turned into dark blue in an instant. Under the impact of this terrifying energy, the voice of Lineage chanting suddenly became sharp and high-pitched. The black mud in front of him gathered more and more. With the infusion of the evil and ominous will in the void, all the black mud turned into a huge twisted and strange creature. It looked like a black sheep with many legs, with countless eyeballs and black tentacles growing all over its body. This strange black sheep opened a big mouth in its abdomen, and the terrifying frost power heading towards Lineage was swallowed up by it, and its body expanded rapidly. Many disgusting and sticky tentacles grew in those eyeballs of different sizes, and the image looked almost the same as the phantom of the soul characteristics that appeared behind Lineage. Ronan witnessed the collapse of the power of Snow Country in the palm, with his own eyes, his face expressionless, but he was not too surprised. None of the three people on the field now are simple and easy to deal with. If only Snow Country in the palm can solve the battle, he would be surprised. Ronan spoke in a low voice, and his mouth uttered dark and hoarse, like the ancient syllables of a snake's hiss. The energy of several extraordinary domains surged out of his body, intertwined and merged, and quickly condensed into a phantom of the ancient frost hydra above his head. The dark blue thunder fell from the sky, and the ancient overlord awoke again. The continuous overdraft of mental power in a short period of time caused Ronan's eyebrows to appear densely packed with scarlet meridians. His handsome and weird face became a little hideous, his eyes seemed to be weeping blood, but his will was as sharp and cold as ice. Hickwalter's ancient bite. The skull of Hickwalter, which was a fusion of 4 domains, penetrated the void and instantly bit the strange black sheep that had expanded to the size of a thick cloud. All the eyeballs and tentacles on the black sheep moved frantically, screaming like a crying baby, and large pieces of frozen black mud fell like flesh and blood. Under the terrifying power of the infinite taboo, Lineage's face finally changed. He tore off another page of the book and cut his broken arm piece by piece, like cutting a carrot. The chanting in his mouth was rapid and continuous, but he still couldn't resist this terrible power. When the strange black sheep's body was about to be torn into pieces, Lineage seemed to be bitten back. Dense black and red blisters began to grow rapidly on his originally fair and handsome face, neck and arms. The blisters burst and flowed out large streams of smelly pus. In just a few breaths, Lineage became unrecognizable. He screamed, his demeanor gone, and he retreated madly, as if he was about to melt on the spot. Ronan formed seals with his hands, his dark blue long hair dancing wildly, and he walked towards Lineage step by step in the void. His huge overlord aura continued to expand, and a strong cold murderous intent burst out from his eyes. The 6 spiritual power crystals in his consciousness space were almost cracked, and even the master level, empty and bright realm, of more than 1,200 points could not fill the gap of this spiritual power overdraft in time. He squeezed himself to this extent, and the frost that came to the world must return with the blood. He controlled the huge ancient multi-headed snake head and tore off the body and flesh of the black sheep in big mouthfuls. The evil ominous will that descended in the void seemed to be affected to a certain extent, and there was a tendency to collapse and retreat. It only took a breath of time for him to completely end Lineage and open a breakthrough for his round of bloody battle. However, at this moment, a cluster of dazzling golden lights suddenly pierced Ronan's law field. The head of the multi-headed snake formed by the domain of law was suddenly pierced. Ronan looked up suddenly, but saw a chain formed by pure white light beams piercing through layers of space and suddenly wrapped around his body. His mind was shocked, and the 6 spiritual crystals in the consciousness space made a series of clicking sounds. He felt like he was tightly bound by something. And this binding force was not only limited to his body and will, but also seemed to act on his soul. Mind chain. A tall figure riding a winged unicorn rushed out from the broken black bottomless vortex. Adam held an ancient spear with countless runes lighting up, and cast a cold gaze. In the sky behind him, Selena, whose figure was almost completely overlapping with a golden figure wearing a crown behind him, was firmly blocking Levitch. Hickwalter's ancient bite was pierced by her. At this time, a complex and mysterious golden rune appeared between Selena's eyebrows, and countless golden lights intertwined all over her body. The whole person was filled with unprecedented holiness and noble temperament. With the rescue of Selena and Adam, the extremely desperately Wei finally got a chance to breathe. He quickly took out all kinds of strange things from the space ring and threw them into the black book in his hand like a sacrifice. The backlash of the spell was finally stopped, and the festering on his body was restored in a blink of an eye. Even the broken palm that was cut off grew back. In a flash, the huge wave that Ronan had raised with all his strength was completely calmed down. Everything seemed to have returned to the starting point again, and the situation was even worse than at the beginning. Ronan, whose mental power was severely overdrawn, had 2 scarlet blood lines flowing from the corners of his eyes. Standing in the collapsed and dissipated energy trend, his momentum declined to an unprecedented low. In his consciousness space, the 6 mental power crystals were dim and even seemed to have cracks. In a short time, he could no longer use any of his magic trump cards. You are qualified to be the opponent of any of us. But unfortunately, this is not an absolutely fair duel. A calm voice came from Adam's mouth. Adam, with a head of golden hair as bright as the morning sun, rode on a winged unicorn. The pure white temple rose and fell behind him. He gently waved the ancient lance in his hand, and his eyes revealed a sense of superior sympathy and compassion. Give up your inheritance and your body. I promise that your soul can be redeemed. Li Wiki on the side sneered. At this time, his face was terribly gloomy. He had already taken off the elegant gentleman's coat that he used to disguise himself, and conveyed cold malice to Ronan without disguising it. The golden light intertwined on Selena's body disappeared, but the golden rune on her forehead was still prominent. She held an exquisite white staff in her hand, but she didn't say a word, just looking at Ronan with the same calm and indifferent eyes as always. From the perspective of the 3 people on the field and the wizards watching from outside, Ronan, who had played all his cards, had completely run out of tricks. Some people could not help but sigh and lament. This bloody battle that had surprised and unexpected many people seemed to finally come to an end at this moment, but a sound of something breaking suddenly sounded on the field. Crack, crack, the white chains wrapped around Ronan's body broke into pieces, turning into dots of white light that dissipated in the air, as if the layers of shackles were broken, and an inexplicable momentum rose from him again. Adam, riding on the winged unicorn, had a fluctuating look in his eyes, and a faint look of surprise appeared on his face. As the caster of mind chains, he was very clear about the strength and effectiveness of this spell. He was amazed at Ronan's strong and inextinguishable fighting spirit, as he was able to break free from the shackles of the chains under such an extremely disadvantageous situation. Boom! A huge force field penetrated his body, and Ronan's body rose higher and higher. Some of his dark blue hair faded back to white, and countless pure white lightning flashed and jumped outside his body. Adam and the other 2 looked calm about Ronan's changes. They had seen Ronan use this method before. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be Ronan's last struggle. 3 auras rose from the 3 people, trying to suppress Ronan's aura again. But this time, it seemed that they couldn't suppress it. Ronan exhaled a long breath, and blew out a hot and heavy breath from his mouth, which directly set off a gust of wind on the field. The phantom of the ancient frost hydra behind him began to shrink and restrain at this moment, as if it had completely turned into a condensed shadow that did not disperse. You haven't stained me with blood yet, a low and hoarse voice came out of Ronan's mouth. He raised his head, and his eyes, which had completely turned into pure white, scanned the 3 people one by one. In the center of his pupils, there seemed to be a little fine black light flashing quietly. Isn't it too early to persuade them to surrender now? After saying that, Ronan opened his 10 fingers, and a mysterious rune appeared on each of his palms. A thick black light flowed out from the rune, along the palm, climbing up all the way. It was as if the pure black flames were wrapped around Ronan's body inch by inch, and where the flames passed, they left pure black mysterious lines. After a moment, when the black flames covered Ronan's body, the exposed part of his body was already covered with the black rune lines. An indescribable, ancient, primitive, and wild aura emanated from Ronan. He stood quietly in the air, and the void around him seemed to be constantly breaking and collapsing. Immaculate body, ancient power, intermediate. So far, Ronan has not used a powerful trump card. When the means of magic cannot be used, then let the battle return to its original state. At a certain moment, Ronan suddenly raised his head, and the dark blue and white long hair behind him suddenly rose up. Crack, The void of the platform seemed to be suddenly struck by a pure black lightning. The joint force field formed by the entanglement of the breaths of Selena and the other two was pierced by this lightning in an instant. It was shorter than 1,000th of a moment. Before anyone could react, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Adam. The mysterious, ferocious, majestic, and black-lined ancient giant monster body hovered above Adam's head, like a huge and dense shadow covering it. The double-winged unicorn under him made a restless sound, and Adam, holding a lance, was caught off guard, staring blankly at a huge hand with countless black rays intertwined, which kept enlarging in front of him. It was as if an ancient and wild beast was close to his ear and made a low roar. "Let me see, when the body is damaged. Your will it still be as indestructible as I saw?" Boom. The sudden change in the situation caused countless wizards watching outside to lose consciousness for a short time. A second-level wizard with a dazed expression suddenly felt as if someone had patted his shoulder. He turned back suddenly, but found that there was no one around. He shook his head and turned his head again, not realizing that a mysterious black light was quietly seeping into his body along the collar of his robe. Similar situations continued to occur in various parts of the crowd, as if a ghost was silently wandering in the field, constantly sowing the seeds of evil. In the crowd, Lindis slowly put down the crystal ball in his hand that was lit up by crystal light, squinted his eyes and looked at the platform battlefield in the distance, and murmured, "An excellent experimental subject, with endless potential. I almost can't help but be moved." The figure of the black-robed man appeared silently behind him, his lips slightly moving, as if reporting something. Lindis listened quietly. When the black-robed man finished reporting, he thought for a while, and finally raised his hand, pointing at the unstoppable figure in the center of the battle group, who was knocking a knight riding a unicorn down from the air, and said casually, "Just wait for the moment he falls and start." "Yes." The black-robed man responded respectfully and said no more. Lindis looked at the figure he had chosen, gently stroking the crystal ball in his hand, and sighed to himself, "You really keep giving me surprises. Unfortunately, this level of power can't stop the sharpness of the arrow of life." Intermediate, ancient power. The mysterious runes growing from the palm of his hand grew all over his body. It was as if a continuous ancient mountain of gods was blessing and infusing into his body. Ronan could feel that every cell in every blood vessel of his body was roaring with the terrifying power of pure flesh. Crack, he punched down, and the void where the fist landed was like a smooth and fragile plate, which was directly blasted to pieces. "I slept for 12 hours yesterday, so I gave myself a break. Now I will start to make up for it. Please give me a monthly ticket." Chapter 221 The Last Step. Fearless Law. The White Palace shadow shook, and the unicorn flapped its wings and neighed. Rich white light surged from Adam's body and the gorgeous knight armor on his body, condensing into a semi-virtual round shield. Finally, it collided firmly with Ronan's fist. Boom. It was as if a meteorite burning with white flames fell, directly smashing most of the fighting platform into pieces, and a large amount of smoke and dust rose. Ronan stood expressionlessly at the position where Adam had stood before, tapping his brows with his fingers to suppress the fluctuations of consciousness in his mind. The spell Inheritance of Psychic Dawn is powerful in this regard. Any spell has a certain effect of mental shock and deterrence. Even if Ronan is as strong-willed as he will inevitably be affected to a certain extent. During this short pause, a figure had already pushed away the rubble and rushed out from the smoke and dust below. Adam looked a bit embarrassed at this moment. His handsome face, as smooth as marble, was stained with a few dust spots. His meticulously combed blonde hair also looked messy. The winged unicorn under him was swaying. He looked at Ronan in disbelief. With one hand on a certain part of his breastplate, there was an extremely obvious sunken crack. Adam took a deep breath, looked at Ronan with a serious look, and was about to speak. "Catcha." Before he finished speaking, Ronan's figure disappeared from his sight, and the sound of lightning flashed again. Adam's eyebrows jumped fiercely, and he put one hand on his heart almost instantly. Transparent ripples like water waves spread out from his heart. At this moment, the flow of time seemed to be slowed down by dozens of times. In Adam's vision, he saw an extremely blurred black shadow breaking through the layers of ripples, rushing straight towards him from top to bottom. His eyes suddenly became firm and resolute, as if nothing in the world could shake his heart. The dense runes on the lance in his hand all lit up, a cluster of flames ignited at the tip of the lance, and beams of light fell from the void above his head, covering his figure. The terrible power quickly accumulated to the peak. Adam raised the lance with both hands, and the majestic aura of the law domain condensed. It seemed that a majestic temple stood on the lance. The double-winged unicorn under him raised its front hoof silently. One man and one horse, with the posture of a knight charging, turned into a white comet, and collided fiercely with a black shadow that was approaching quickly. Boom. Boom boom. On the platform space, huge sounds like meteorites colliding continued to be heard. The two domineering forces continued to fight, and the phantom of the White Temple and the huge shadow that condensed and did not disperse collided with each other. The onlookers could hardly capture the figures of the two fighting parties, and could only determine the location of the battle by the folds and ripples that repeatedly stirred in the void. A scream like a crying baby rang out in the field. The magic clone of the unclean mother, with many legs, eyes and countless tentacles began to wriggle. A strange thing appeared in Lee Wiki's hand. It looked like a living octopus with eyeballs all over it, or a bunch of purple grapes that had just been fished out of something, with sticky liquid dripping down from them. Lee Wiki's eyes were cold, and he chanted strange and inexplicable spells in his mouth. The purple grapes in his hand broke one by one under the sound of the spell, splashing out disgusting unknown juice. All of this juice was swallowed up by the unclean mother, and then it spewed out palm-sized purple triangles from its mouth parts in its abdomen, like some mysterious symbol, or some evil curse power. As soon as it appeared, it actively chased one of the figures in the confrontation like a school of fish. Among the few people, only Selena did not participate in the battle, but just watched quietly, as if the scene in front of her had nothing to do with her. The fierce fight continued, and the pace was so fast that the wizards watching had no time to think or discuss. Until a certain moment. There was a huge explosion, and Lee Wiki's chanting suddenly stopped. Immediately afterwards, everyone on and off the field saw that in the void, the White Palace phantom suddenly collapsed, and a figure flew out like a cannonball, hitting the energy shield at the edge of the platform space, and then was blocked by the light shield and slowly fell down. It was Adam, who was kneeling on one knee with one hand holding a gun and the other hand covering his chest. At this time, Adam's armor was full of cracks, his head was buried deep between his shoulders, his golden hair was messy, and he kept coughing up large streams of blood. Everyone was choked when they saw this scene. However, before they could show more expression on their faces, Lee Wiki's angry shouts were heard from the other side of the platform space. Looking up, Lee Wiki was being forced to retreat frantically by a figure. The dense purple triangles in the void were like locusts. Under Lee Wiki's control, they pounced on the figure, but they could not stop the latter's pace. The void was squeezed into layers of folds in front of this figure. He was like a human-shaped sharp blade, constantly breaking through the heavy force field in front of Lee Wiki. Lee Wiki held a black ancient book in his hand, and the sound of the spell was so rapid that no syllable could be distinguished. In front of him, the magic clone of the unclean mother had countless large and small eyeballs on its eel-like body, and countless tentacles were dancing wildly in the void. The ominous breath became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, bang! The figure covered by countless purple triangle symbols suddenly disappeared, and then everything belonging to the unclean mother was shattered like an illusion, and a cloud of thick black smoke rose. The next second, Lee Wiki, with a pale face, appeared in another place. In less than half a breath, Lee Wiki's entire breath quickly waned. His back arched, and he was so weak that he seemed unable to bear the weight of the thick black book in his arms. He raised his head and looked in a certain direction. In his cold and resentful eyes, there was an unconcealable shock and horror. Crack, 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 a series of teeth-grinding breaking sounds rang out in the field. At the center of the platform space, Ronan stretched his body, and the black light of the rune belonging to the intermediate, ancient power, surged. The purple triangular symbols attached to the surface of his body kept falling, and more were forced out of his body. When the last ray of purple peeled off, boom! An ancient and wild, domineering aura emanated from Ronan's body, rising like a wolf's smoke. Two huge mysterious light balls were born from the fallen Adam and Lee Wiki, respectively, and sank into Ronan's body. In an instant, the soul shadow behind Ronan expanded again, and the huge shadow continued to expand, rising rapidly like the night, covering most of the platform in the blink of an eye. In the shadow, the dormant ancient multi-headed snake shadow seemed to wake up, and the 8 unidentifiable hideous head slightly raised, and the place where his eyes fell was the noble and holy crown goddess, and the indifferent Serena below. Next Ronan felt the surge of soul power again, like a tide, rapidly washing away the traces of the curse power released by Lee Wiki before. The long hair intertwined with dark blue and white was slightly raised, looking at Serena in the distance, and whispered, "It's your turn." At this moment, countless people watching outside the field fell into a momentary silence. It is hard to imagine that the originally one-sided battle situation will change so dramatically in a short period of time. Every time they thought Ronan was going to fail, he would soon have a new trump card to turn over, and his trump cards seemed to be endless. When the blood battle of Haramis just started, everyone predicted that Ronan would fall again and again, but their cognition was overturned again and again. Until now, he is really only one step away from the end of the blood battle. The last 3 poles have gone to 2 poles, and only Selena is left. Even if Selena's strength is stronger than Adam and Lineage, the 3 of them are at the ceiling of the fog. No matter how strong they are estimated to be limited. Someone couldn't help but murmur, Ronan may really go to the end. The chief wizard of the middle stage of level 3, the true inheritance of Haramis, and the unprecedented blood battle achiever. Thinking of these many titles imposed on one person, many people couldn't help but tremble slightly. No one would have expected all this to happen. The name Ronan Damien rose like a comet, shining brightly, and is about to truly transform into the sun. The key is that he has not really reached the peak of the 3rd level wizard, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. After the end of this battle, God knows how high he can grow in the future. The Southern Wizard world may usher in a legend, and they are all witnesses to the beginning of this legend. Are these people dreaming? At the residence of the Court of Life, the young wizard Donnie listened to the discussions and expectations of the Southern Wizards about Ronan, and couldn't help but sneer with disdain. They actually compared their Southern chickens and dogs with Her Highness Serena. In this battle, all the wizards they think are geniuses, combined, can they compare to one finger of Her Highness Serena? It's not that exaggerated. There are indeed some young strong men in the Southern Donnie. However, the backward and ignorant Southern wizards should really reshape their understanding of genius and fog. The silver-haired female wizard on the side cast her eyes on the noble and cold figure on the central platform in the distance, and said in a low voice, "They don't know what Her Highness Serena's purpose is to give up the qualification to compete in the central region and come to the south to participate in this game in person. Her Highness has the ambition of a natural king. Those who suppress, exclude, and try every means to defeat her will regret it sooner or later." The wizards of the Royal Court of Life around the silver-haired female wizard heard these words with solemn faces and almost fanatical looks in their eyes. As Serena's followers, they are the group of people who know Serena's talent and strength best. So far, the strength that Serena has shown in the Southern Wizard world is just the tip of the iceberg. Soon, they will know what kind of insurmountable wall the wizard named Ronan Damien on the stage will face. Above their heads, Molly, sitting on the red lotus cane, frowned and muttered, "With the character of this damn woman Serena, after defeating that guy, she should offer to recruit him. Damn, are the 2 people I hate the most going to get together?" Molly seemed to have no doubt about the outcome of the upcoming battle. Just as Serena's followers said, the Southern Wizards have no idea how big the gap is between a central wizard who is top-notch in blood, identity, inheritance, and their Southern Wizards. So far, Serena has not even shown her usual normal fighting form. "You really surprised me." Selena stood at about the same height as Ronan, and her expression and posture did not seem to be much different from when they first met. Ronan had defeated one opponent after another along the way, and the various powerful and incredible means he showed did not seem to cause any fluctuations in Selena. "I admit that I misjudged you a little." Selena looked at Ronan calmly, with a little light in her eyes, and said softly, "Maybe we can talk about the conditions again. You have won some of my respect." Feeling Selena's eyes that were almost approving and appreciative, Ronan smiled and shook his head. "But you haven't won my respect yet." He stretched his body, and his long hair, dark blue and white, danced in the wind behind him. His huge momentum spread out, and he pressed towards Selena inch by inch. The bright light belt belonging to the Haramis Archon heritage reappeared around him. At this moment, he was so close to really holding it. Ronan began to walk towards Selena, with ancient frost surging from his body layer by layer. The surge of soul power made up for his previous overdrawn mental power. With 1% of the ancient frost Hydra bloodline and the fully activated, stainless body, Ronan's abilities in both magic and the flesh were revealed without reservation. At this moment, Ronan was in his true peak state. One after another, ice magic was summoned from his body, and Ronan's pace became faster and faster. Selina's figure was reflected in his pure white eyes with dark blue. The distance between the two people was rapidly shrinking, and Ronan's figure gradually turned into blurred light and shadow. When the heavy and cold frost vibrated and rose like an ocean, sweeping towards Selina's figure fiercely, Ronan's voice also rang low in this field. "Honestly, I'm really curious. After you take off that gorgeous and noble outer garment, what will be left?" Serena looked expressionless as she watched the rolling frost coming at her. She said calmly, "You can try it." After that, she gently pointed a finger at her smooth and full forehead. On her forehead, the complex, mysterious and exquisite golden rune mark suddenly shone brightly. Chapter 222 Dawn Suit, Mist Restricted Area. In the layers of surging frost, the sharp and extremely frozen ice blades, the rotating ice balls that released a strong sense of despair, and the deep cold veins like the northern aurora, the three domains of the second stage of resonance merged, condensing into a ferocious and domineering blurry shadow of the ancient frost overlord. Ronan stepped on the black and blue frost and snow and moved forward quickly. The huge multi-headed snake head slowly raised behind him, and the scarlet snake eyes quietly opened. Boom! Two terrifying dark blue spell beams suddenly descended. Three domains merged, Hecalter's death gaze. Although it is not as good as the Hecalter's ancient bite, of the four domains, its power is definitely greater than the general three-domain resonance spell. Inheriting the terrifying power of the ancient frost, it penetrated most of the platform in an instant. Now that Ronan has reached an unprecedented peak in all aspects, he cast it with a feeling of ease and ease. Two beams of magic aurora emitting strong death and icy power bombarded Selina at once, but were firmly resisted by the golden light interwoven around her body. As the two forces counteracted each other, Ronan's figure shuttled to Selina like a ghost, and the runes of ancient power crawled on his body, bringing up the vast physical power, infusing into every cell and every tendon. Ronan took a deep breath. His majestic body was like an ancient divine bow pulled to full moon, and the rune power gathered on his raised right fist condensed like a cluster of jumping black flames. When the momentum of his punch was accumulated to the extreme, an unprecedented huge breath suddenly burst out from Selina in front of him. It was an indescribable aura of terror, containing Ronan's unrecognizable terrifying power. The only thing he could sense was the life energy emanating from Selina, which suddenly began to surge upwards at a geometric speed, 10 times or even dozens of times more than his immaculate body. It was almost like something a human life form could possess. Ronan's eyebrows jumped wildly, and his right fist punched forward fiercely, towards the location where the huge life energy burst out. The power of the spell fused by the three domains was almost dispersed in an instant, and his right fist was like hitting an indestructible copper wall. Crack! Ronan seemed to hear the sound of his finger bones breaking slightly. He retreated violently, wrapped in the frost and snow all over the sky, and when he looked up, he suddenly found that Selina had completely changed her appearance. The wizard dress on her body turned into a set of extremely luxurious golden armor, with exquisite hollow patterns, and countless condensed golden streams flowing on it, condensing into one illusory, complex and mysterious pattern after another. There was a circle of wreaths on her forehead, which seemed to be woven by golden olive leaves. The golden runes in the center of her forehead were completely highlighted and connected to the wreath, like some kind of ancient and noble headdress. This gorgeous golden armor made Selina look extremely noble. Every move she made exuded a terrifying aura that was infinitely close to taboo. The huge life energy that Ronan felt, like the vast ocean, was released from this armor. Magic tools. Dawn magic tools. Ronan was slightly stunned, and couldn't help muttering, "Dawn magic tool set." Selina didn't answer, but her calm and indifferent expression seemed to be self-evident. Ronan was shocked at this moment. The second-level magic tool set of Winter Homeland that Soraya gave him could increase his ice magic power by 10 or even dozens of times. And now, Serena actually has a complete set of magic tools made up entirely of Dawn-level magic tools? Exclamation mark. What does this mean? A Dawn-level magic tool is enough to support a medium-sized wizard force in the south. Serena actually has a complete set. At this moment, not only Ronan, but many onlookers, including those top wizard geniuses in the south who participated in the first few rounds of the battle, fell into a moment of daze. In Serena, the wizards in the south felt for the first time the huge gap in resources between the southern and central wizard worlds. Even if it is a Dawn-level magic tool set, with the strength of the Mist Wizard, it should not be able to exert much of its power. Ronan narrowed his eyes and calmed his shaken mind. He stretched out his fingers with protruding joints and narrow and long like a demon, and slowly passed them in front of him. The aura of the magic domain surged out, and one after another, ice magic was summoned out again. He took a step forward, and the void under his feet spread out frost-like magic patterns. The aura of the 4 extraordinary magic domains quickly merged, and countless frosts gathered and condensed, forming a faint shadow of the head of an ancient multi-headed snake. He spread his arms, and his figure, the huge soul shadow behind him, and the snake head condensed from the magic frost seemed to merge into one. Large waves of dark frost surged around him and under his feet like a tide. The temperature on the platform was getting lower and lower, and it had already reached a level that even ordinary third-level wizards could not bear. But on Selina's side opposite Ronan, it was a scene of golden light and spring flowers. Hiqualto Ronan raised his hand and pointed at Selina in the distance. Ka-ka-ka. Only he could hear the soul seal engraved in a certain spiritual power crystal in the consciousness space, making a slight cracking sound as if it could not bear the burden. When the cracking sound reached a certain extreme, Ronan's finger finally fell completely. 4 heads. Ancient bite. Boom. In an instant, the dark blue frost on the platform seemed to be several times thicker. The already cold temperature suddenly dropped to an unprecedented freezing point. In the void, the ancient multi-headed snake spell shadow, which originally had only 1 head condensed into shape, suddenly appeared around it with the outline of 3 snake heads. The 4 snake heads opened their mouths, and in an instant, several dark blue thunders fell from the sky, and the spell energy in the void that was infinitely close to the taboo was also thick to an unprecedented level. The terrifying power of this spell made many onlookers change color. Multiple mirror light. This was the first time Ronan tried to use multiple mirror light to replicate the secret art of domain fusion, and it was the most powerful for domain fusion, Hiqualto Ancient Bite, in his hand. The terrifying magic energy after the fusion of the 4 domains obviously far exceeded the replication limit of multiple mirror light. Just a little bit of breath almost caused the entire symbol to collapse, but it also raised the power of this spell to an unprecedented height. Under the bite of the 4 snake heads, the entire platform was almost completely reduced to a frost domain. The dark blue tsunami-like swept across the area occupied by Selina, engulfing the golden light. However, in the face of such a terrifying magic power, Selina just waved her staff casually. In an instant, a huge barrier woven by countless golden lights took shape in the field. Boom! The 4 snake heads hit the golden light barrier one after another, and the energy aftermath was like a tsunami, causing the entire void to vibrate. Ronan's eyes were burning, and he didn't know when he had appeared at the boundary where the dark blue frost and golden light energy intertwined. Congeal. He uttered softly, and a large amount of space stagnant power was released. The huge fighting platform suddenly fell into an absolute stillness. Wrapped in the black light of the rune of ancient power, Ronan's arms were covered with emerald flames of breaking magic, and he broke into Selina's domain like a sharp blade. The golden magic barrier was torn apart, and he kept approaching. The flames of breaking magic on his hands also condensed rapidly, from the form of flames to a flowing liquid, and finally directly condensed into a solid state like emerald crystals. Ronan made a fist-shaking gesture and aimed at the center of Selina's eyebrows. He broke through layer after layer of magic force fields, and the crystals of breaking magic attached to his arms were rapidly consumed. The emerald crystals became thinner and thinner, followed by the black light of the rune of ancient power on his hands. When Ronan approached within 5 meters in front of Selina, the black light of the rune of ancient power on his fist almost disappeared, revealing the prototype of his arm with knotted muscles and countless snake-like lines. 4 meters. The rune lines of ancient power on Ronan's hand were completely hidden. 3 meters. Ronan's arm skin cracked, tearing and squeezing out a lot of small gaps, blood flowing out. 2 meters. 1 meter. When Ronan's fist finally approached Selina's face, the flesh of his right hand was almost completely eroded, leaving only the tendons and tendons intertwined, and the bones were red. However, Ronan seemed to not feel the pain of the destruction of flesh and blood at all. His long hair was raised, and he pressed his fist heavily on Selina's forehead with an expressionless face. On the mysterious golden rune. With the blessing of a complete set of dawn magic tools, Selina's strength has been magnified to a height that he can hardly match. Heckert's ancient bite, under the blessing of multiple mirror lights, could not break through her magic defense, and the body infused with the intermediate, ancient power, was still struggling under her magic field. He wanted to win, this was the only way. He had almost only this chance to defeat Selena. Go for broke. This was a blow that Ronan really tried his best. However, when Ronan's fist was about to touch the golden olive wreath on Serena's forehead, Serena, who was supposed to be frozen in the winter mirror, suddenly raised her face. She looked at Ronan, her light green eyes were still as calm as before, without any fluctuations. The next moment, her pupils burst into an extremely dazzling light. Boom! The endless, dazzling golden light pierced through everything. On the huge fighting platform, the spell shadows of the ancient frost hydra and the dark blue frost that rolled like a tide all melted away without a trace under this golden light. Ronan was forced to retreat continuously by this sudden and huge force. He felt neither sad nor happy in his heart. The flesh and blood that had been eroded on his naturally drooping right hand grew back quickly. He squinted his eyes and tried to see Serena's figure through the golden light. But he could only see one after another of the blazing sun-like brilliance. That was the glory released by the spiritual power crystal of wizards above level 2. Ronan's brain was spinning rapidly. Although the slight chance of winning that he had fought hard for was completely destroyed by Selena's absolute strength, he did not give up completely. But just when Ronan was ready to wait for an opportunity to fight again, he suddenly froze. Why? Her spiritual power crystals. There are 10. When the surging golden light gradually dissipated, the vision of all the onlookers became clear again. They saw that at this moment, the huge fighting platform seemed to have been completely ruled by Selena. The brilliant golden light covered the entire space, and Selena was like the source of all this glory, in an absolute central position. She was wearing ancient and gorgeous armor, and her body was surrounded by dazzling stars. She was like a holy and noble goddess in ancient legends, descending to the world. The demeanor shown by Selena at this moment almost made everyone lose their minds, and some people murmured and counted the brilliance surrounding her. 1, 2, 3, the number of bright spots representing the crystals of spiritual power was counted, and faces inside and outside the field showed incredible emotion. 10. Why does Selena have 10 crystals of spiritual power? Shouldn't the limit of a third-level wizard be only 9 crystals of spiritual power? Many people found it incredible. This is almost common sense for a wizard. When the 9 crystals of spiritual power are cultivated to perfection, they will begin to breed elemental spirits and ascend to dawn. It has never been heard that a wizard can condense the 10th crystal of spiritual power in the third-level field. Amidst the uproar, the wizards on the side of the Life King Court had normal expressions. These wizards in the south don't even know about the mist-restricted area after being shocked. The top geniuses from the ancient wizard forces gradually remembered the ancient rumors about the 10th crystal of spiritual power. It is said that in ancient times, some ancient wizard geniuses with extremely outstanding talents would step into a restricted area that ordinary people could not touch at all when they reached the end of the mist, at the edge of the junction of the mist and dawn. That is the embodiment of the ultimate excavation of talent. The potential in the deepest part of the soul is released in advance, breaking the routine and condensing the 10th spiritual power crystal. With the blessing of this 10th spiritual power crystal, after stepping into the dawn, the strength of this kind of wizard will also far exceed that of their peers, and the grade of the Yuanling nurtured will be even more outstanding. Whether or not one is qualified to step into the mist forbidden zone has also become a symbol of a truly genius wizard. In the central region, every genius who is amazing and has ambitions and expectations for the future will choose to stop at the last stage of the mist and try to step into this field. And Selena is one of the models who successfully stepped into the mist forbidden zone. Do you feel the gap between you and me now? Selena, bathed in countless golden lights, spoke softly. She looked at Ronan calmly, and the 10 brilliant crystals around her body surrounded her head, like some kind of crown representing supreme glory. Ronan got rid of his shock and absent-mindedness, his eyes flickered, and his figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. Serena looked indifferent to his behavior. She raised her hand casually, and 5 golden balls of light flew out from her fingers, turning into 5 streams of light and disappearing in an instant. Soon, accompanied by a muffled groan, Ronan's figure reappeared somewhere in the void. 5 golden halos that seemed to be made of gilded gold tightly clasped his neck and limbs, nailing him firmly in the void. Ka-ka-ka, the black, ancient power, runes on Ronan's body surged, his muscles bulged, and the golden halos that locked his limbs loosened slightly. Serena walked towards him on a series of golden vine-like light patterns. As she walked, she spoke. What I said before is still valid now. The secret method of purifying mental power and soul power. The way to step into the mist forbidden zone even includes the inheritance of Hermes that you want. Serena stopped more than 20 meters away from Ronan and looked down at him calmly. Like another worldly god, he looked down upon the mortals crawling at his feet. Obey me, follow me Ronan Damien, I can only give you more than you can imagine. Crack crack. A crisp cracking sound rang out, and the golden halo on Ronan's right arm, which was struggling hard, showed signs of cracking. Ronan was panting heavily. It seemed that he had consumed a large part of his strength to do this. But he was still working hard, as if he turned a deaf ear to what Selena said. Selena's eyes were filled with coldness. She watched Ronan's actions quietly, and the expression on her beautiful face became colder and colder. She slowly raised her hand, and countless golden lights woven in her palm, and soon condensed into an extremely gorgeous golden bow. Selena pulled the bowstring, and a beam of pure golden light emerged between her fingers, forming the shape of an arrow. When Selena raised the bow and arrow, the tip of the arrow was aimed at Ronan's heart. In an instant, Ronan's struggling movements suddenly stopped. Not only him, but also the wizards watching outside the field felt an inexplicable huge palpitation at this moment. It was as if their hearts were also pressed tightly by something, and even a faint tingling sensation was born. Everyone looked horrified to see that in the sky above Serena's head, some golden lightning-like light paths appeared faintly. Even if this arrow was not aimed at them, even if they were just watching the battle, the countless wizards within the scope of the ancient fairy city ruins still fell into collective restlessness and uneasiness. Even those top wizard geniuses who had reached the peak of the third-level wizards, and even those Southern Dawn wizards who had been hidden in the void, could not help but be moved at this time, and their eyes became solemn. This is the power that truly touches the taboo. It is far beyond the power of all the so-called spells that were infinitely close to the taboo field released by Ronan, Angel and others before. The arrow that Serena is about to shoot is probably only a hair's breadth away from the legendary taboo field. No matter which aspect, Selena has already stood at the absolute peak of the mist in terms of magic attainment and spiritual power cultivation. The sharpness of her arrow has completely torn apart the boundary and barrier between the mist and the dawn. At this moment, Ronan, who was nailed in the void by 5 golden halos, almost completely melted away under Selena's brilliance, like an ant that was exposed to the scorching sun and was about to face the final judgment of its fate. Then let me. Selena looked down at Ronan coldly, pulled the bow like a full moon, and said calmly, completely smash your pitiful and ridiculous pride. After saying that, Selena let go. In an instant, golden lightning in the sky above her head gathered and fell. The golden light arrow on the bow shone brightly, and the whole world seemed to be completely immersed in a golden light. However, at this moment, no one saw that under the arrow, the golden halo that bound Ronan's right hand was quietly broken. When he was about to be submerged by countless golden lights, Ronan's right hand, which had escaped from the trap, pressed hard on his left chest, and his 5 fingers sank deeply into it, as if he had grabbed something and twisted it hard. Crack, 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 it sounded like something breaking, or like the sound of a key turning in a lock. Ronan raised his face, facing the rapidly falling golden light, and murmured softly. Before it takes me away completely. Help me win this one more time, Herkid. Chapter 223 ended? Not ended. Under the terrifying pressure of the ocean, the heart almost stopped beating. The blood crystals firmly inserted into the heart valves like nails quietly broke, and the broken fragments quickly merged into the body. At this moment, time seemed to stop. In a trance, Ronan felt that he had returned to the dream he had experienced when he transplanted the blood of Hikalto. Endless snowfields, raging wind and snow, this is a world that belongs completely to ice and snow. He stood on the top of the steep ice peak, looked up, and saw a series of scarlet suns and moons behind the misty snow. Those are his eyes. Suddenly, a pair of scarlet suns quickly enlarged, and the ancient snakeheads that were larger than the glaciers broke through the layers of wind and frost, quietly approached Ronan, and silently stared at him. Compared with him, Ronan was as small as an insignificant dust. But at this moment, Ronan was unusually calm. He stared at him steadily, as if he had forgotten the purpose of coming here. After an unknown amount of time, Ronan slowly reached out his hand. His fingertips touched the snake scales on the forehead of the snake head, which looked like the veins of an ancient glacier. He saw a blood-red rune pattern growing on one of the snake scales, as complex and exquisite as a snowflake. He gently stroked the pattern and whispered, "It's so beautiful." The next moment, the falling snow in the whole world in front of him froze and stopped. Then it began to rise. Until it boiled. The huge hills of the ancient goblin city ruins were quiet. The energy streams in the sky, like countless sunsets, condensed in a vortex, disappeared without a trace. The entire sky was clear and bright as never before. Selina's arrow seemed to have washed away this world. "It's over," someone whispered in a low voice under the golden light that slowly faded like a tide. No one doubted what the outcome of this battle would be. With the blessing of a complete set of Dawn-class magic tools, the shocking 10th spiritual power crystal, and the arrow that could shoot through the fog and pierce the dawn, Selina's strength is no longer enough to be measured by the conventional mist-class combat power standards. Perhaps, as some people have said, this so-called battle for geniuses is just a game for Selina, the proud daughter of heaven from the Central Wizard Empire. All the top geniuses in the entire South must be added together to qualify for her to be a little serious. Many wizards in the South were silent, falling into some inexplicable regret and complex emotions. They witnessed with their own eyes that a genius wizard named Ronan rose up like a comet. He was the pride of their southern world. He started a bloody battle and was only one step away from completing the bloody battle and obtaining the inheritance, but was eventually suppressed by Selina. To some extent, this was also a huge setback for their southern wizard world. If Ronan is given some more time, so that he can reach the same spiritual power as Selina, the result of this battle. Someone spoke unwillingly, but stopped talking halfway, and the people around him just shook their heads. There are not so many ifs in this world. But no matter what, the name of Ronan in this wizard seat battle is enough to be recorded in the history of the South, and countless people will remember it for many years. "Clemens," you said. "Is Damien still alive?" In the crowd, the people in the silver magic circle stood silently, and someone turned to look at Clemens in a daze and asked. The latter's eyes surged with some inexplicable emotions, and his lips were tightly pursed, without answering. Separated by the heavy space distance, Clemens could not see through the aftermath of the spell energy that had not yet dissipated on the central platform, but there was a voice in his heart that kept saying, "How could someone like him die here? Damien should be fine." Harvard spoke in a deep voice, comforting Arian beside him in a comforting tone. "I know about Serena's origin. Although she is the princess of the Life King Court of the Central Wizard Empire, she was born in the South. This time she came to the South with the purpose of recruiting Southern talents to strengthen her own power. Damien performed well enough. Serena would not be willing to kill him. If it was just for inheritance, she had countless opportunities earlier." At this point, Harvard sighed and whispered, "There is still no suspense in this battle. But Damien has also proved himself. He is the well-deserved chief genius of this session." The members of the Blue Mist Society around him all nodded in approval, with sincere amazement and emotion on their faces. Yes, the strongest inheritors of the three major wizard forces in the South, Adam, Lineage and Andariel, were almost all defeated by Ronan. If it weren't for Serena's appearance, Ronan would be the chief of this term, and he would be the best among the chiefs of previous terms. Serena was a rule-breaking existence, and sooner or later she would leave the South and return to the Central Court of Life. When Serena left, the legend of Ronan would remain in their South. Listening to the sighs of Harvey and the people around him, Arian, who had been quiet all along, cast his eyes to the void beside him. He saw the figure of Jupiter, as well as Rufus and Andariel, who he had regarded as his target of pursuit or his opponent. Ronan Damien. Arian whispered the name, and a bit of trance appeared in his eyes. Arian still couldn't believe it until now. The person he thought had always been behind him suddenly became a star in the sky, and he and the people around him needed to look up. On the side of the Court of Life, the wizards of the Court of Life were not surprised by the result of this battle. Grace was obviously very nervous for a moment, but soon she gradually relaxed after hearing a few words from the silver-haired witch next to her, and her eyes changed from worry to light complexity. Above all of them, Molly yawned and stood up from the red lotus cane that served as a swing. She squinted her eyes and stared at Serena, rubbing her hands, as if she was ready to fight at any time. "It's over." This thought came to almost everyone's mind. Serena's arrow completely put an end to this grand gathering. The wizards waiting for the final finishing stage began to whisper about all kinds of things about this event. The noise gradually became louder, and even those Dawn-level wizards who had been hiding in the void and watching silently began to slowly reveal their figures, watching the final curtain of this once-in-a-century battle. In this noisy scene, a figure with gray hair and green eyes stood peacefully with a smile on his face. What an unforgettable experience! Lindis clapped his hands and sighed softly. I haven't seen such an exciting and interesting plot in hundreds of years. A black-robed man appeared silently behind him. Then the second, third, and fourth. As Lindis clapped his hands and sighed, one figure after another appeared behind him like a ghost. A group of shadowy people suddenly appeared in the crowd, but strangely did not attract the attention of anyone around them, as if they all existed in another independent space dimension. Suddenly, in the sky above, the figure of an old woman in a black robe seemed to notice something. She suddenly lowered her head and cast a sharp gaze like a bald eagle. This gaze finally locked on Lindis, and Lindis smiled and looked at it. Boom boom, the space between the two people, the void seemed to be constantly collapsing. Dulu, it's our turn soon. Lindis watched the figure of the old woman in black robe slowly rising up, the corners of his mouth raised up little by little, and he said softly, Are you ready? Lindis raised one hand, and was about to put it down with force under the gloomy and indifferent eyes of the old woman in black robes. However, at this moment, a strange wave suddenly attracted the attention of both of them, and they subconsciously looked in the same direction at the same time. The huge ruins of the ancient fairy city unknowingly entered an absolutely quiet atmosphere, and the originally noisy sounds disappeared somehow. The silence between heaven and earth was terrifying, as if all the air had stopped flowing. Everyone seemed to sense something and looked at the same high sky. That was the sky directly above the central platform. In the originally clear blue sky, countless dark red lightning-like tree branches and spider webs appeared at some point. They were so dense that they almost occupied half of the sky. The sky darkened quickly, large patches of dark clouds rolled in, and the temperature dropped rapidly. The entire fairy ancient city ruins seemed to have entered the severe winter season from late autumn in an instant. A dark red spot slowly fell from the sky. In an instant, it turned into countless spots. They were pieces of snowflakes, exquisite and exquisite, like ancient and complex works of art, but the color was dark red. It was as if it was soaked with blood. Everyone looked up, staring at this mysterious scene with an inexplicable beauty like countless lives withering, and completely forgot to speak. An indescribable atmosphere of uneasiness descended from the sky, covering the whole scene. In this extremely cold and solemn silence, a low voice that seemed to be composed of two voices intertwined sounded between heaven and earth. Selena, our battle is not over yet. At this moment, everyone seemed to see in a trance. On the stage of this grand event that was about to end, suddenly a pair of big hands stretched out, grabbed the curtain that was slowly hanging down on the stage, and then fiercely tore it to both sides. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224, Forbidden Red Ice. The True Meaning of Frost. The End. When the heavy and oppressive atmosphere accumulated to a certain extreme, dark red snowflakes floated between the sky and the earth. On the central platform, the only remaining golden light ball silently cracked, and an indescribable ancient, evil, domineering, and cold breath was released from it. Boom. The inexplicable momentum rolled up like a wolf smoke, and under the sky intertwined with countless dark red lightning, everyone saw with deep eyes, an ancient multi-headed snake phantom with 8 heads hissing, almost as high as the sky, and in that phantom, a domineering and ferocious body that seemed like an ancient overlord descending to the world. At this moment, Ronan's height rose to more than 3 meters, tall and majestic. Dark red and black rune patterns were intertwined all over his body, and his long hair reached his knees, and each strand seemed to be full of blood and danced silently like a living thing. His neck and cheeks were covered with dense snake scales, and between his eyebrows grew a scarlet rune as mysterious and complex as a snowflake. Countless dark red snowflakes surrounded his body, showing an extremely strange, evil and ancient and noble temperament. At this moment, many people couldn't help but tremble slightly. In addition to the heavy sense of oppression that seemed to come from the depths of the blood and soul, there was also an indescribable huge excitement. Under the bloody snow, countless people trembled. No one could have thought that this battle was not over. Ronan Damien, who was considered to be defeated by them, actually had a trump card. The entire ruins of the ancient goblin city, tens of thousands of wizards who were watching this battle, the atmosphere entered an unprecedented climax. Taboo, the real taboo area. Somewhere in the void, the Dawn Wizard from the Life King's court was deeply moved. Looking at the world in front of him that was almost covered with blood, he murmured in disbelief, "It seems that it is not an ordinary taboo area. This is the true meaning of frost." The cold words came out of someone's mouth. The Dawn Wizard of the Court of Life looked in astonishment, only to see the old woman in black robes, who had not shown much emotion before, staring straight at the dark red and ferocious figure on the dual platform. Vivian in black robes had a cold expression, and released an undisguised strong murderous intent that was almost bursting out. She lowered her eyes to a certain girl with a frown on her face, and a low voice came out of her mouth. "The ancient evil frost will is awakening in him. The fire will put it out before the disaster is completely brewed." In the crowd that was caught in a collective carnival, Lindis, with one arm suspended in the air, looked stunned, and stared blankly at the battlefield on the platform in the distance in a somewhat unexpected way. After a moment, his green eyes began to bloom with an incomparable and strange brilliance. Lindis laughed loudly, and clenched his raised right hand tightly. Boom! In an instant, among the countless wizards surrounding the battlefield of the ancient fairy city ruins, the bodies of nearly 1,000 wizards exploded without any warning. The exploded bodies, flesh, and souls affected the people in the surrounding area, and along with those who were in fear, pain, and wailing, they quickly rose into the air, forming complex and mysterious runes, and then connected by dark rays of light, forming an extremely huge rune array. The sudden brutal killing instantly caused chaos. When the final battle reached a most critical moment, such a situation was no less than pouring a spoonful of hot oil into a pot of boiling water. At this moment, the huge ancient fairy city ruins were completely shaken. Lindis's long gray hair danced wildly, and the spiritual power like a vast ocean was released in his body. He floated into the air, and countless rays of light in the void gathered towards him, and the whole person was completely exposed to everyone's vision. Lindis stood at the center line where the sky and the earth meet. Large patches of black light shone from his body, and the outlines of thick black armor condensed on his body. He raised one hand, and clenched his 5 fingers, as if holding the sun in the sky. Dulu. Lindis's voice rolled through the void like countless thunders. He pointed to the location of the platform battle group from a distance, and gave orders with a bright smile. "I want to get both of them." "Yes." Below, the black-robed man who had been following Lindis responded in a low voice. The powerful mental pressure that was no weaker than that of liming emanated from his body. His black robe was torn by an invisible force, revealing the figure of a middle-aged man wearing pale bone armor, with purple hair, handsome and cold. The black-robed men following the purple-haired middle-aged man quickly spread to both sides of him, like a plate of black mercury seeping into the gray sand, but what surged out was pieces of blood. The chaos below caused a commotion of dawn-level auras in the sky. Some of the Dawn Wizards who were watching broke through the void and tried to retreat quickly, but they touched the invisible barrier at the edge of the huge rune array that had already formed in the sky and could not escape. Lindis's fingers gently crossed the void, and black streams of light were released from his body, instantly crossing countless spatial distances and directly crushing a Dawn Wizard who was trying to escape. The fall of the Dawn-level Wizard and the extinction of a sun pushed the panic of everyone in this turmoil to peak. South, my beloved motherland. Only the nourishment of flesh and blood can make you more fertile. Lindis closed his eyes, spread his arms, raised his cheeks slightly, and showed an expression of extreme joy and enjoyment on his face. He seemed to be completely immersed in the killing and chaos he led. Suddenly, an inexplicable fluctuation caught his attention. He opened his eyes, his gaze locked onto a beautiful girl riding on the back of a huge black feathered vulture, who was constantly attacking the rune array, and the smile on his lips gradually widened. His eyes flickered slightly, and he formed seals with his hands, controlling the array to rumble and start. Immediately afterwards, the black feathered vulture that was originally attacking the array suddenly turned its head, and cast a cold and sinister gaze at him. In a blink of an eye, it put down the girl on its back, turned into an old woman in a black robe and rushed towards him quickly. The next moment, above the ruins of the ancient city of the goblins, 2 unparalleled black suns collided fiercely. Ka-ka-ka, the agile and jumping golden light arrows shattered between the narrow and sharp 5 fingers like exquisite porcelain, turning into countless stars of broken light, floating around. The calmness in Selena's eyes was gone. On the one hand, She was shocked by the transformation that had taken place in Ronan, and on the other hand, she was attracted by the turmoil outside the field, and her eyes kept looking at the sky and the battle that broke out below. Suddenly, a low voice with two intertwined voices rang in her ears. "You shouldn't be distracted." As this voice rang, all the noises in her ears seemed to disappear, and even the air stopped flowing. An indescribable deep cold suddenly invaded Serena's heart, giving her the strongest sense of crisis in her life. Bang! Without any warning, Serena's figure shot backwards like a cannonball. The layers of golden light that were intertwined and entangled around her all dissipated in an instant. In the golden light that spread out like a startled firefly, a domineering and ferocious figure suddenly appeared beside Serena, as if he was about to brush shoulders with her. Dark red hair gently brushed Serena's nose. In the infinitely stretched timeline, Serena turned her head in astonishment and happened to look into a pair of scarlet and strange vertical eyes. The absolute dead silence and coldness in the pupils seemed to come from the indifference of ancient times, making her shiver slightly. The next moment, everything disappeared completely, as if it was just a dream. Only a few blood-red snowflakes floated gently in front of her eyes. Selena had no time to react. A huge force hit her from her back. She groaned and turned from retreating to rushing forward. In a flash, Selena's body turned several directions in a row in the small platform space. Time kept changing between extremely fast and extremely slow. Every time time was frozen, it was a picture of Selena changing her posture and being beaten. Finally, boom! At a certain moment, Selena shouted in a low voice, and a strong golden light suddenly burst out from her whole body. The golden and gorgeous female armor on her body was almost as bright as glass in an instant. The terrifying energy pressure that exploded in an instant was like a strong wind blowing across her cheek. Ronan stopped and squinted his eyes slightly. The dark red hair behind him was lifted high under the strong energy impact, like a blood waterfall. When the strong light gradually faded, Selena, who had picked up her noble and majestic dignity again, held a golden bow in both hands. The golden arrows condensed on the bow were like substance, and the golden flames on the arrow tips ignited. If you look closely, you can find that they are countless tiny runes. Taka. Selena uttered an ancient syllable with cold eyes. As this syllable was uttered, dense golden lightning flashed above her head, and then all gathered on the arrow in her hand like flowing water. A brilliant golden sun bloomed in the void. The golden light arrows shot out, which were many times more than before. This time, it was the power that truly belonged to the taboo field. At the moment of starting, the invisible fluctuations tore the future void in the direction of the arrow, forming a shocking twisted trajectory. Facing this arrow, Ronan's face did not show any fluctuations. He just raised his hands gently. In his palms, blood-red ice grew rapidly, and finally formed two rugged and narrow blood-red longswords. An indescribable terrifying aura emanated from the longswords. Ice and snow led the killing, and deep cold accompanies death taboo. Red ice. Ronan whispered silently, holding two swords, and slashed forward with an extremely graceful posture. The blood-colored light wheel rotated in his eyes, and the world completely turned into red and black in his eyes. With a more thorough observation than the eye of truth, he easily captured the golden light arrow shot at him. Time seemed to slow down countless times at this moment. He raised the longsword in his left hand, drew a mysterious trajectory in the void, and gently knocked on the light arrow, which immediately shattered and collapsed. His right hand slashed directly at Selena. The heavy force field around Selena's body, which seemed like countless solid walls and mountains before, he couldn't break through it no matter how hard he tried, but now it was as fragile as a thin piece of paper. The bloody ice blade cut through the layers of force fields and slashed towards Selena's neck. At the moment when it was about to touch her throat, Ronan's eyes slightly fluctuated. The long knife changed its trajectory and drooped diagonally downward. Zilla bang bang bang, a series of brilliant golden rune sparks splashed out. When all the confrontations were over, Ronan's figure appeared at the other end of the platform, holding the knife in both hands, standing calmly. Behind him, Selena stood still. Behind her, a golden human figure wearing a crown, holding a staff in one hand and a longbow in the other, the upper half of the body slid down silently, collapsed, and disappeared. Below, Selena raised one hand in a daze, wanting to touch her smooth and perfect neck, but her eyes unconsciously drooped and fell on a clear and long knife mark on the armor on her chest. Where the knife mark fell, the exquisite and luxurious armor was completely cut, all the runes were broken and dim, and even through the cut gaps, One could vaguely see the white and shiny delicate skin inside. Life suit. Selina's lips moved slightly, and she murmured in dismay and disbelief, "How is this possible?" At this moment, Selina's nobility, calmness, and elegance were all gone, as if confirming what Ronan said before the war. When the gorgeous coat on her body was torn off, she was just an ordinary person. At this time, Ronan was not as happy and carefree as anyone imagined. He lowered his head slightly, looking at the blood-red double swords in his hands that were gradually melting, with a look of loss and unsatisfied on his face. "Is it that simple?" He seemed to be whispering to someone. "What else?" "It's just dealing with an ant." It seemed that a voice was buzzing in response to him. "Okay." Ronan slowly raised his head. The countless sharp, greasy, evil and disgusting voices chanting the names of Hecalter and Frost began to sound in his ears, getting louder and louder, as if urging him to do something and want to completely drown him. At a certain moment, he cut them off directly. "You are too impatient." Ronan shook his head, then raised one hand. The circle of brilliance surrounding him, like a galaxy, was now actually held in his hand and condensed rapidly. "It's not time yet," he whispered to himself, looking at the brilliance galaxy gathered in his hand with a dazed look. "This is the inheritance of the legendary wizard, the natural lawmaster Heramus. When the bloody battle was over, this inheritance naturally belonged to him completely." The glow from the power of Heramus's inheritance temporarily blocked the invasion of the ancient will of Hecalter. When the brilliance was completely gathered and the layers of deep blue mist outside were pushed away, Ronan was able to see clearly that the brilliance was actually an exquisite armband that seemed to be made of colored glaze. On the armband, countless mysterious and complex rune patterns appeared and disappeared, constantly presenting a mystery and vastness like the starry sky. Ronan gently grasped the armband in his hand. In an instant, a hazy, deep, and indescribably noble purple light enveloped him. He flew upwards under the cover of this inherited power. The long silent ancient fairy city shook again. Under the ground, 1,000-foot-high rosy light gushed out, lifting Ronan up. Chapter 225, Joining Forces. The movement of the fairy ancient city seemed to have suddenly paused the chaotic scene. When the slender and upright body wrapped in the mysterious and noble purple light hung in the sky like a morning star, many people realized that the battle was finally over. Ronan Damien completed his final bloody battle, created a miracle in the impossible, and achieved an unprecedented and amazing feat in the history of the Southern Wizard world. However, the shock of this moment was soon covered by more violent killing and chaos. Under the morning star, there was blood and corpses. Doru, a middle-aged man with purple hair who had been standing quietly by the side, suddenly moved when the battle officially ended and the protective rune barrier of the central platform dissipated. The huge mental force field and the law domain aura were mobilized. He raised one arm, and the void in front of him immediately gave birth to dense and huge crystal bone cones, which shot towards the platform like rain. On the platform, Serena, who was staring blankly at Ronan's figure after he ascended into the air, was stimulated by this murderous intent. She got rid of the great shock and blow, and the damaged life suit once again bloomed with the gorgeous golden light. The two forces above the fog collided fiercely, but due to the damage of the suit and the gap in the level of cultivation, Serena's spell was quickly suppressed. At this time, accompanied by the sound of rapid spell chanting and strong life energy, a majestic middle-aged wizard in a moon-white robe appeared, raised his hand and cast a spell to attack the purple-haired middle-aged man. It was the Dawn Wizard from the Life King's court. Lindis slowly withdrew his gaze from the battle that broke out on the platform, and his eyes fell back on the black-robed Vivian in front of him. "Are you from the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society?" At this time, Vivian's black robe was fluttering, and the whole person exuded an indescribable cold momentum. "You are getting more and more daring. You dare to challenge the dignity of the Phoenix family." Vivian's tone was cold, and her gray eyes stared at Lindis in front of her, as if she was looking at a dead person. Lindis smiled brightly and shook his head, and hurriedly explained, "No, you misunderstood." His eyes swept across Vivian in front of him and fell on Molly, who was not far behind her. He couldn't help but lick his lips gently and smiled. "I just want to invite the distinguished young lady of the Phoenix family to our Resurrection Club to be a guest. Have a cup of tea and chat? That's all." In response to him, Vivian only had one word that was extremely cold. "Die?" As the words fell, countless wind and fire-free energy particles in the world gathered together, forming a huge torrent of blue and red, wrapping Vivian in black robes. Her whole body became crystal clear and transparent at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if she was rapidly transforming from a flesh and blood body to a crystal form. The rolling energy torrent was injected into Vivian's elemental body. After a moment, Vivian's appearance changed drastically. She no longer looked like an old woman. Her figure became tall and well-proportioned, like a young girl in her prime. Her entire body took on the shape of blue and red-colored glass. Something was slowly flowing underneath, like hot magma. 4 red and dark blue wings grew from her back. Her facial features completely disappeared. Only near her eyes and eyebrows were there 3 diamond-like bright spots on her face. An incomparable aura of terror emanated from her. The void centered on her body collapsed towards one point, presenting a huge range of distortion. Elemental Spirit Manifestation, Level 5 Wizard. In the void, a Southern Dawn wizard let out a low cry, and then his face changed drastically, and he retreated backwards like a fly. At this time, Vivian, who had finished her transformation, had already let out a sharp roar and pounced fiercely towards Lindis's position. Boom! 2 blurry figures appeared in the mushroom cloud-like energy aftermath. At this moment, Vivian was like a god who dominated the wind and fire of the world. Every time she flapped her wings, large pieces of blue and red flames burst out, melting a piece of void. Lindis also changed his form at some point. He was not inferior to Vivian at all, and he was also a level 5 wizard who manifested the spirit. The battle between the two of them set off an energy tide that was like a tsunami. The sky suddenly became dark, and the space seemed to be caught in some kind of apocalyptic disaster. It seemed that the two did not need to chant spells at all. The energy waves they released at will had terrifying power far beyond that of ordinary level 4 wizards. If entering the 4th level wizard is the dawn hanging in the sky, then the two of them are the raging sea that can swallow the scorching sun. The huge waves raised by the two can even drown and extinguish the blazing sun in the sky. The terrifying power constantly tears the void, leaving shocking and terrible traces in the sky and the earth. Within a circle of more than 10 miles around the battle group where the two fought, no one dared to approach, and no one could cast any spell in it, like some kind of restricted area. This is a battle between 5th level wizards. Any wizard present who is accidentally affected will be crushed into powder, and it will be difficult for the soul to escape. The chaotic battlefield unexpectedly calmed down a lot because of the battle between the two 5th level wizards. A large area was cleared, and everyone crowded at the edge of the battle group, watching the battle with horrified eyes. In the south, 4th level wizards are already people standing at the top of the pyramid. 5th level? Maybe there are, but they are also a handful, and many people have never even heard of them. Now 2 of them appeared at the same time, and they were fighting here. The impact on everyone was beyond words. Boom! Suddenly, a trace of power leaked out from the battle group where the two were fighting, and fiercely hit the huge rune array that was slowly rotating in the sky. The rune array that had blocked tens of thousands of people from escaping was suddenly hit and suddenly stopped. A little light from the outside leaked in, and everyone felt a sense of inexplicable looseness, just like a door that was originally tightly closed, and suddenly a crack was knocked open. The oppressive atmosphere in the field suddenly quieted down. The next moment, the sky was like a round of scorching sun hanging high in the sky. The dawn wizards suddenly began to bloom one after another, frantically attacking the position where the array was stagnant, and the huge roar of spells was heard. In this hustle and bustle, suddenly, a round of scorching sun with full light suddenly went out, and a figure in it fell quickly like a kite with a broken string. The bombing sound of the spell stopped immediately, and then everyone saw that in the energy storm of the world-destroying hurricane, the figure of Lindis slowly emerged. At this time, Lindis's figure grew to more than 3 meters tall, wearing a black armor, with densely covered crystal spikes on his head, a slender figure, and even a strange long tail behind him. He looked like a strange monster that walked out of the forbidden cult. At this time, Lindis was gently putting a finger with blood on the tip of his finger into his mouth, sucking it with enjoyment like a greedy child who stole his favorite jam. Everyone was horrified by this scene, and their souls were almost frozen by fear. Level 4. Another level 4 dawn wizard fell. The level 4 dawn wizards who used to be high above and walked in the clouds are now like fruits hanging on the branches in front of this devilish man, waiting to be picked. How long has it been, and 2 level 4 wizards have died, when will it be their turn? The dawn wizards who were frantically attacking the rune formation before now all retreated rapidly, fearing that they would be the next to suffer. At this moment, a terrible scream suddenly sounded, and the four-winged Vivian turned into a dazzling stream of light and slammed into the inner edge of the rune formation. Crack! Under the explosion of the 5th level power, the formation shook violently, and the crack that was knocked open seemed to become a little bigger. Lindis's eyes were cold, and he raised his hand and lightly touched his eyebrows. His body shook, and more than a dozen spell clones with the same outline as him, but composed of pure black energy, suddenly appeared. Each clone found a Dawn Wizard on the field, and then turned around coldly, and soon fought with Vivian again. A dozen battle groups belonging to the 4th level Dawn suddenly broke out in the sky. Each of the spell clones released by Lindis had the strength of nearly the 4th level Dawn, and all the Dawn Wizards were caught in a bitter battle and could not take care of themselves. After a period of turmoil, the rune array slowly calmed down, and seemed to be resuming its original operation. In a suppressed silence, among the tens of thousands of panicked southern wizards, a 2nd level wizard suddenly raised his staff and chanted a spell with a trembling voice. A fireball was summoned by him, and it staggered to the edge of the ink-colored sky. The sky and the earth suddenly became noisy, and the chanting of spells and the fluctuations of spell casting were like countless waves. Everyone woke up. Yes, at this time, they are probably the only ones who can save them. The young geniuses of the southern wizard world began to wander around the field spontaneously, and extinguished the resurrection wizards who infiltrated the crowd and set off panic and killing. The remaining wizards worked together to bombard the mysterious array that trapped them. The dense spells were like rockets shot into the black sky, trying to tear off the thick haze that enveloped everyone's heads. Because of the battle between the 5th level wizards and the existence of the 4th level Dawn war groups, the free energy particles in the space were deprived in large quantities, and the power of the spells released by most wizards was weakened to a certain extent. The spells released by the 1st and 2nd level wizards had almost negligible effects on the rune formation, and only the spells of the 3rd level wizards could have a certain impact on it. But after all, there were enough people casting spells, and the rune formation formed by the blood sacrifice of thousands of wizards' flesh and souls was shaking more and more obviously under the impact of waves of spell frenzy. Just when everything was developing in a good direction, boom boom, hundreds of black beams suddenly fell from the 5th level war group. These beams were like terrifying sickles, sweeping across the crowd, and instantly harvesting the lives of a large number of low-level wizards. The continuous spell frenzy suddenly stopped under the killing moves that Lindis took the time to sprinkle from his fingers, and countless people were terrified and silent. However, when the black beams disappeared, a huge orange-red flame suddenly shot up into the sky. In the flame, the figure of a beautiful girl holding an exquisite red lotus cane was clearly visible. Boom! A violent sound of breaking through the air. There was a heroic knight in pure white armor, holding an ancient rune lance, riding a double-winged unicorn white horse, with pure white flames burning all over his body, and the white temple swaying behind him, like a fearless and bright meteor, rushing from bottom to top towards the edge of the shaking magic circle. The two people's move seemed to be a signal, and more top talents joined the attack. Jupiter holding the red thunder spear. Rufus, whose body was wrapped in blood clouds and revealed his ancient flesh and blood demon body. Drummond, who summoned the magma flame giant. Even Andariel, who was stepping on a huge human head skull plate and countless dark green lights intertwined. They are all the most outstanding figures of the young generation in the South. They are the pride of this generation. Whether for others or for themselves, they should not die here. Under the combined impact of many talented wizards, the rune formation that was like a haze hanging over everyone's head was shaking more and more violently, and even showed signs of faint cracks. At this moment, the emotions of almost all wizards in the gathering place were infected. The same desire for life inspired everyone. The chanting of spells roared like thunder, and the energy tides raised by countless low-level wizards were like huge waves, hitting the solid reefs again and again. Even if there were various battles between level 5 wizards and level 4 wizards on the top, this condensed power could not be ignored. The gap that was pushed open by the unbreakable door finally became larger and larger. Taka. A cold voice sounded. On the battlefield of the central platform, the Dawn Wizard belonging to the Court of Life spread his arms at this time, releasing unprecedented spell power regardless of anything, and blocked the purple-haired middle-aged man Doru. Selena knelt on one knee, her golden hair hanging down like a waterfall. At this moment, she looked solemn and resolute, like a pious, holy, and inviolable holy apostle, pulling up the bow in her arms with both hands. Along with the chanting of the spell, a golden arrow of light condensed by countless runes shot out from her hand, piercing the darkness like dawn. Boom! Across the distance of many spaces, it directly blasted a small gap in the edge of the already loose rune formation. In an instant, all the wizards participating in this confrontation burst into hopeful light in their eyes. Almost. Just the last bit. Just the last bit of power, the door that trapped all of them can be completely opened. Huh? The extremely cold wind blew across the battlefield. Sweeping from one end to the other, a large amount of coldness rose from the heart. The red snow fell quietly again. Everyone looked up with feeling, and in their pupils was reflected a figure holding scarlet double blades, surrounded by countless dark red snowflakes, dragging a blood-red tail flame like smoke and fog, and slashing towards the edge of the already crumbling rune formation at a speed like a comet hitting the moon. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.